The Speaker of the House is out.
The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Plus, Donald Trump's fraud trial continues in New York.
The New York Attorney General is aiming to prove that Trump inflated his wealth by lying about his real estate empire. She has accused Trump, his two adult sons, and others of inflating asset values over a decade.
And later, high hopes for Kenya's security forces in Haiti. And the cutest political pawns of all time, pandas. Today is Wednesday, October 4th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We get an update from New York and find out what Donald Trump is no longer allowed to talk about in just a few minutes. Now, though, an update from Washington. For the first time in U.S. history, a Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is second in the presidential line of succession, has been removed from office. Facing a challenge from within his own party, Republican Kevin McCarthy was removed from the position by a vote of 216 to 210. VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson has more.
An extraordinary moment in American politics. For the first time ever, the leader of the U.S. House of Representatives has been removed from power.
Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Republican Representative Matt Gaetz forced a vote on removing McCarthy, expressing frustration at McCarthy's leadership after he failed to pass a government funding bill last week with conservative spending priorities. Republican Representative Matt Gaetz.
I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos. I think that not passing single subject spending bills is chaos.
McCarthy told reporters he would not run again for the role of Speaker.
I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for Speaker again.
But the slim Republican majority in the House meant that Gaetz needed only 8 Republican votes, along with all Democrats, to oust McCarthy, who faced increasing criticism since agreeing to a debt ceiling deal earlier this year with President Joe Biden. Republican Representative Bob Good.
Many of us had begged the Speaker, pleaded with the Speaker repeatedly to utilize the debt ceiling to leverage spending cuts and reforms. But instead, he negotiated an unlimited increase to the debt ceiling.
Although the majority of Republicans voted to keep McCarthy in leadership, Republican Representative Tom Cole.
Think long and hard before you plunge us into chaos, because that's where we're headed if we vacate the speakership.
It was the votes of Democrats uniting to remove McCarthy that made the difference. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal.
We are not voting in any way that would help save Speaker McCarthy.
Democratic Representative Annie Kuster.
He is not trustworthy, and I think you can see that within his own caucus, but you can certainly see it the way he's treated us and the American people.
The historic upheaval in the U.S. House comes at a key moment. The short-term government funding deal did not include U.S. aid to Ukraine. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
All the House leadership is supportive of continuing to help Ukraine. And the vast majority of House members on the Republican side are in support of continuing to help Ukraine. There's a small number of very vocal, a small minority of vocal members who are pushing back on that, but they don't represent their party, they don't represent their leadership.
U.S. lawmakers will hold elections next week for a new Speaker of the House. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
It's worth noting here that Matt Gaetz is under investigation from a congressional ethics committee, and McCarthy did not interfere or help him. McCarthy has said that Gaetz's motion to remove him is personal rather than ideological. At least 21 people were killed and 18 injured on Tuesday after a bus carrying tourists crashed off an overpass and caught fire near Venice in northern Italy. The cause of the accident is still unclear, though Venice City Councilor Renato Barrasso said that one line of inquiry was that the driver, a 40-year-old Italian who was among those killed, had become ill before the crash. So far, we know that 5 of the victims were Ukrainians and 1 was German. The bus was also carrying passengers from France and Croatia. The mayor of Venice has called the scene apocalyptic. And here are other stories we're following from around the world. EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said on Monday that the bloc remains steadfast in its support for Ukraine, announcing a proposed spending package of up to $5.25 billion for Kyiv in 2024. The World Bank said in its semi-annual regional forecast that it now expects China's economic output to grow to 4.4% in 2024. That's down from the 4.8% it expected in April. The bank cited the persistent weakness of its property sector for the changed outlook. And India has ordered Canada to remove 41 of its 62 diplomats in the country. Tuesday's action by India, first reported by the Financial Times, follows both countries' ousting of each other's senior diplomats 2 weeks ago. The expulsion follows what Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called credible allegations of Indian involvement in the murder of an Indian expatriate living near the Canadian city of Vancouver. India denies any wrongdoing. The stakes are high for former President Donald Trump. He's in New York, where his civil fraud trial is continuing. The judge has already determined that he did indeed lie and commit fraud on business documents. And on Tuesday, that same judge imposed a gag order after Trump disparaged a court clerk on social media. Reuters' Freddie Joyner has more.
Donald Trump's civil fraud trial entered a second day on Tuesday, a case that could end up dismantling his business empire, as the former U.S. president seeks to re-enter the White House in 2024.
This woman is grossly incompetent.
He renewed his attacks on Letitia James before the day's proceedings. The New York Attorney General is aiming to prove that Trump inflated his wealth by lying about his real estate empire. She has accused Trump, his 2 adult sons, and others of inflating asset values over a decade to ensure favorable bank loans and insurance terms, and exaggerating Trump's own riches by more than $2 billion. Early on, the government's first witness, Donald Bender, Trump's former accountant at Mazars USA, resumed his testimony, revealing that financial statements he prepared for the Trump Organization were largely based on self-reported figures. Meanwhile, the trial judge has already ruled that Trump committed fraud and canceled business certificates for companies that control crown jewels of Trump's portfolio, including Trump Tower and 40 Wall Street in downtown Manhattan. James is seeking at least $250 million in fines, a permanent ban against Trump and his sons Donald Jr. and Eric from running businesses in New York, and a 5-year commercial real estate ban against Trump and the Trump Organization. Trump has denied wrongdoing, and his lawyers have said they will appeal. Later in the day, the judge overseeing the case imposed the gag order after Trump used social media to lash out against the judge's top law clerk.
That's Freddie Joyner of Reuters reporting. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Coming up, cute, lovable pandas are caught in the middle of a geopolitical firestorm, and we get a look at a new kind of comic book. Now, though, an update to a story we brought you on Tuesday. Kenyan President William Ruto has welcomed a new resolution approved Monday by the UN Security Council authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti. Ruto says he hopes that the so-called multinational security support mission his country is leading will be different from other international interventions in Haiti. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief Miriam Diallo has the story.
In a taped speech shared with the media on Tuesday, Kenyan President William Ruto said he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission, which his country is leading, will make a difference in the lives of Haitians.
I welcome the resolution as an overdue and critical instrument to define the multinational mission. This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Ruto said it is essential that resources as well as the operational scope available to the UN team be appropriately reinforced. This comes after the UN Security Council voted late Monday to authorize a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti a year after the Caribbean nation requested help to quell violent gangs. Kenya offered to lead the operation in Haiti 2 months ago, saying it's willing to deploy 1,000 of its police forces. On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we're in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others like Eugene Wamalwa, a former Kenyan defense secretary and the leader of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, told VOA he has some concerns.
Would expect the process to be transparent. First of all, starting with our National Assembly, our Parliament should approve this. We expected that this matter should also be discussed at the AU before being elevated to the UN. You know, the principle of subsidiarity should apply. But here, we first heard of it during UNGA in New York. Then we had the Americans praising us for offering our troops. We're not even aware we are sending our police officers in harm's way. We have not discussed it. We've not agreed as a country.
UN peacekeepers were deployed to Haiti in 2004 after a rebellion led to the ouster and exile of then-President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Peacekeeping troops left in 2017 and were replaced by UN police, who left in 2019. Amnesty International Kenya on Tuesday urged the UN member states, other human rights organizations, and citizens to thoroughly examine the mission's human rights and humanitarian implications before the deployment. Meanwhile, Kenyans who spoke to VOA are divided on their police force possibly going to Haiti.
We have a lot of problems, not only in the country, but also in Africa. We have problems in Sudan, we have problems in Somalia, we have security problems in several parts of Africa. If we wanted to solve any problem, security problem, we could have started with home or at least regionally.
It will help to cause them to have peace in that country. Number two, to show that this country is a peaceful country. We can exercise peace in other countries. That is a very powerful thing this country have learned. Okay, I support it with 100%.
The mission has been initially approved for 1 year with a review after 9 months. It was not immediately clear when Kenya will deploy its police contingent to Haiti, but senior government officials have suggested it could come as soon as early next year. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
Comic books, like all writing, are an artifact of their time. They come with all the cultural baggage of the people who wrote them, and in some cases that might mean demeaning stereotypes or simply excluding people altogether. VOA's Genia Delut has the story of some Muslim comic creators who are working to change Islamic stereotypes in American pop culture.
For cosplayer Kaval Rahman, recalibrating Muslim narratives in comics starts with dressing as Jasmine from Aladdin in an outfit more culturally appropriate than some of the costumes from the 1992 animated movie.
During that time period of when Aladdin took place, the clothing, for instance, that Jasmine wore was not something that during that time period would have been appropriate for her to wear.
Shamika Mitchell organized Salam Fandom to celebrate comic creators following Islamic values.
You have video game creators who, in their work, as opposed to killing everybody, maybe you're just stopping them, or you're pausing them, or they get to regrow, but they change a little bit. So you don't have to have the same kind of tropes that you see in contemporary gaming or contemporary fandom.
The comic book series Zindan focuses on a mythical prison that holds the world's worst criminals. Psychiatrist and comic creator Omar Mirza says it is part of countering stereotypes of Muslim characters as villains and terrorists.
We have a group of people that we call the Ansars, and we draw from Islamic history, which, the Ansars were sort of the Prophet's helpers at the time. And so in our story, the Ansars are sort of like this noble group of folks that are tasked with the responsibility to guard this prison, and then also now that the prison has fallen, to be the ones to sort of return those people to justice.
Muslim Pakistani-American teenager Kamala Khan is Marvel's Miss Marvel, who fights for good and battles all kinds of supervillains. The character is a powerful force against Islamophobia, says Muslim anti-racism collaborative director Marguerite Hill.
When we're able to see our heroes in other faces and other cultures, it really helps humanize other people. So instead of making the other and dehumanizing them, when we're relating to them in their stories, we're able to treat them like full human beings. So it's really powerful through storytelling where we can make a difference.
Hill says Miss Marvel helped her own daughter connect with Pakistani classmates and is a strong representation for Muslim girls around the world. Miss Marvel is scheduled to make her big screen debut later this year in the superhero movie The Marvels. Genia Dulo, VOA News, San Diego, California.
At least 37 people, including 2 pregnant women, were burned to death after a blast at an illegal oil refinery in southern Nigeria. Angela Johnston of Reuters reports.
A blast at an illegal oil refinery in southern Nigeria on Monday has killed dozens of people, including 2 pregnant women. That's according to a local security official and community leader. The explosion took place in Rivers State. Illegal refining is common in the country's oil-rich Niger Delta region. Impoverished locals tap pipelines to make fuel to sell for a profit. But the practice is often deadly. Nigeria has tried to clamp down on illegal refineries for years, but without much success. Local environmental groups say part of the problem is that powerfully connected politicians and security officials are involved. Oil theft is one of the factors pushing major companies operating in Nigeria to shift their focus to deep water operations.
That's Reuters' Angela Johnston. For 31 years, Macedonian-born soccer coach Sasho Kiroviski has instilled passion for excellence into the University of Maryland's soccer program. The result is success both on and off the field. VOA's Jane Bojewski reports.
Since his arrival in College Park in 1993, Sasha Kirovsky has transformed the University of Maryland into a national soccer powerhouse. It all started from a small village in North Macedonia near the city of Tetovo.
So this is my mother, Ljubica, and my father, Trpe, took the picture. My brother, Vancho, that's myself, and my sister, Diana. And we're all still very close.
He emigrated from Macedonia at the age of 8 and grew up in Ontario, Canada. He accepted a scholarship from the University of Wisconsin to study and play soccer. It changed his life.
When my career as a player ended early because there was no place to play professional soccer when I left college, the North American Soccer League folded. I quickly immersed myself in developing my skill set. So I have a master's degree in business. I took all of the coaching licenses I could, and I became a top young coach.
Money's push up and in! And at the top is where he has remained.
In 30 years, we've been almost 9 times to the Final Four, which is the semifinal and finals weekend. We've won 3 national championships. That's the most of anybody during the time I've coached in college. So I think we're doing a pretty good job, but the standard is very, very high.
Just kicked it out of bounds. It's a throw-in. There's nothing there. His life is soccer. On the weekends, Kirovsky is watching highlights of major soccer league teams around the world, and he says he has high hopes for the Major League Soccer in the U.S.
the fact that we've been able to attract players like Beckham and Zlatan and now obviously Wayne Rooney and now Messi coming over here. 6 months after he wins a World Cup, he's playing in the U.S. That's a statement of intent that not only is this a great country to live in, but the quality of soccer or football is improving, and it's very, very high.
In 3 decades, Kirovski has built a sterling reputation in soccer, but it's not all work for the coach. At the end of the match, an inevitable part is a delicious ice cream made in his honor. Jana Bojacijewski, VOA News, Washington.
And finally today, pandas have become the cutest and cuddliest pawns in Washington's diplomatic tensions with Beijing. In fact, China could be taking its pandas away from the U.S. as a political statement. AP correspondent Tiffany Wong reports.
The 3 pandas at the National Zoo are set to return to China in early December, and the only pandas left in the U.S. at the Atlanta Zoo will go late next year. China shows no signs of renewing the 50-year-old exchange agreement, and Dennis Wilder for the Initiative for U.S.-China Dialogue on Global Issues at Georgetown University says it can be a punitive measure from Beijing.
Now, the Chinese are angry with us. They're angry over the semiconductor restrictions, the number of sanctions that the Biden administration has placed on Chinese individuals, problems Chinese have now getting visas to the United States. So it could well be possible that they're trying to send a signal.
I'm Tiffany Wong.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
It is a moment of unprecedented momentum for the relationship between the United States and Mexico, declared Secretary of State Antony Blinken following the recent U.S.-Mexico high-level economic dialogue. Today, Mexico is the United States' largest trading partner.
Our 2 countries have a shared vision for our economic future, one that's defined by fair competition, openness, transparency, measuring prosperity not only by how much countries grow, but by how many people share in that growth. By creating the right incentives and business environments and harnessing our 2 nations' respective strengths, we have a tremendous opportunity to make North America the most competitive, the most productive, the most dynamic region in the world.
The United States and Mexico plan to continue to strengthen, expand, and diversify supply chains in industries like electric vehicles and semiconductors, said Secretary Blinken.
We're launching a joint semiconductor action plan to accelerate our integration, to scale our efforts, to attract new investment. Under President Biden's leadership, we're building regional clean energy technologies and semiconductor supply chains through the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act that will drive our economies through the century.
The U.S. and Mexico are taking steps to improve border coordination, including ways to streamline inspections and reduce wait times, making it easier for people and goods to cross legally while barring fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. We're also addressing the root causes of irregular migration by boosting economic opportunity, said Secretary Blinken.
In southern Mexico, in northern Central America, our development agencies, USAID and AMICID, are supporting 50,000 students, farmers, and others with jobs, with training, with access to markets and capital. When people can make a living, they're less likely to undertake the very dangerous and hazardous journey north.
The U.S. and Mexico are collaborating to ensure that workers on both sides of the border are prepared to succeed in the industries of the future. This includes partnerships like the one between Arizona State University and the National Technological Institute of Mexico, offering Mexican students an 8-week English for the Semiconductor Industry course. By further deepening our economic integration, said Secretary Blinken, I am confident that we'll continue to realize the extraordinary common potential that a vibrant U.S.-Mexico partnership offers.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, violence and diplomacy both continue in the Middle East.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
Plus, the latest from the House of Representatives.
Unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week.
And later, news from Afghanistan after another deadly earthquake and election results in Poland. Today is Monday, October 16th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A close-up look at Israel's Iron Dome defense system in a few minutes, but we begin today with the latest on the fighting and the diplomacy in the Middle East. The United States has renewed calls to ensure that innocent civilians fleeing the Israel-Hamas war are protected and have their basic needs met. Separately, concerns about a wider regional conflict are leading an American senator to issue a strong warning against Iran and the Lebanon-based militia Hezbollah. VOA's Veronica Balderas-Iglesias has that story.
The Israel Defense Forces have underscored their determination to destroy Hamas in its entirety, following the militant group's deadly incursion into Israel on October 7. They also renewed calls for Palestinian civilians to evacuate the northern part of Gaza before strikes by Israel intensify. The IDF's spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, was interviewed on ABC.
We are seeing that people are actually evacuating. Indeed, we would like to see the humanitarian organizations assisting in the evacuation of people for the welfare of people and not side with Hamas telling them not to evacuate.
With more than 1 million Palestinian civilians potentially trying to move out of harm's way, the United States is working with its partners to ensure the humanitarian needs of the displaced are being met, said White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on ABC's This Week.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
The exchange of fire continued over the weekend at the Israeli border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah operates. Republican Lindsey Graham, who plans to visit the region in the coming days with a bipartisan group of U.S. senators, issued a strong warning against Tehran and its allies, intending to play a more active role in the conflict.
If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Meanwhile, as part of a regional tour aimed at diffusing tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Sunday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They both agreed on the importance of ensuring assistance to the Palestinian civilians fleeing the war, according to spokesperson Matthew Miller. Blinken is expected to travel again to Israel on Monday for further consultations. Veronica Balderas-Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
A little more on the diplomacy angle. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his diplomatic push across 7 nations in the Middle East, trying to stop the conflict from spreading, and he reached out to his Chinese counterpart. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
1 week after the brutal attacks by Hamas militants on Israel, Israeli forces massed along the border with Gaza, after warning residents of Gaza City to leave so that they can destroy Hamas operating capacity. The United Nations and other international organizations warned that water is running out in Gaza and that asking some 1 million people to evacuate from northern Gaza in the middle of a war zone is dangerous and in some cases impossible. Amid the tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited the United Arab Emirates as part of a 7-country tour to try to stop the violence from spreading. Blinken toured Abu Dhabi's Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that opened in February, housing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. Blinken signed a tile on the wall with the words, "Light in the Darkness." Earlier in the day, Blinken held talks with his Saudi counterpart in Riyadh. He again stressed that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas after the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians.
Hamas is not representative of the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations for the future. Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
The Saudi foreign minister said it is important to condemn the targeting of civilians in any form at any time by anyone. Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Saudi foreign minister.
We need to work together to find a way out of this cycle of violence. This is something that we really, really need to focus on without a concerted effort to end this constant return to violence. It will always be the civilians that suffer first. It will always be civilians on both sides that end up paying the price.
Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, called on Israel Saturday to stop its attacks on Gaza, warning that the war might expand to other parts of the Middle East if Hezbollah joins the battle, in what would make Israel suffer what he called a huge earthquake. The State Department said Blinken also reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, on Saturday and had a 1-hour phone conversation, emphasizing that it is in everyone's interest to do everything possible to keep the conflict from spilling over into other countries. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Poland's incumbent Law and Justice Party was narrowly ahead in Sunday's general election, exit polls showed, but the liberal opposition appears to have secured a majority, raising the possibility of an end to 8 years of nationalist rule. If the outcome is confirmed by official results, the vote would mark a massive turnaround for Warsaw. The search continued on Sunday for the 167 people still missing after a boat capsized on the Congo River in the northwestern Democratic Republic of Congo on Friday. At least 30 people are known to have drowned. And Taylor Swift is setting records again. Her Eras Tour movie has earned over $95 million in its opening weekend, making it the largest grossing concert film of all time, and it's only been in the theater since Thursday.
Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you just made me. Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Missiles continue to fall on southern Israel as Israeli troops gather at the border for an anticipated incursion into Gaza. VOA's Celia Mendoza is there.
I am Celia Mendoza reporting from Sderot, Israel, on the border with Gaza, where today I am witnessing the Iron Dome in action after missiles fired from Gaza to Israel were intercepted by the sophisticated system. Hamas has maintained the capability to launch these strikes even after the constant shelling by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli government has cut off access to Gaza of electricity, water, food, and gas, leaving the civilians in a dire situation, according to the United Nations. The UN is warning against the strategy implemented in Gaza by Israel. As I left Sderot, the sound of explosions continued and thousands of troops are gathering along the border with Gaza in an area that has been evacuated. I am Celia Mendoza from Sderot, Israel, for Voice of America.
In Celia's report, we heard about the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, but what is it and how does it work? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry from the University of Cincinnati.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rockets a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David sling and the arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of the defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it. And the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
So the new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the program, a look at the dysfunction inside the U.S. House of Representatives and an answer in Saturday's referendum in Australia to include native peoples in the country's constitution. But before any of that, there's been another powerful earthquake in Afghanistan. This latest disaster follows a pair of strong earthquakes and aftershocks that recently killed thousands of people. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Afghans are once again bringing their injured to hospitals as the country suffers its third magnitude 6.3 earthquake in just over a week. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake's epicenter was about 34 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Herat. Authorities report a handful of people dead and at least 150 injured, according to the head of the emergency relief team, who cautioned that those numbers may rise as rescuers reach more affected areas. Some in Herat had already been sleeping in tents following last week's earthquakes that killed thousands and leveled buildings. They say they don't feel safe returning home. Herat resident Barat Ali speaking with Reuters.
We have been staying on the road for the last 5 or 6 days since the first quake struck because our homes are not strong enough. So we came out living here for fear of more quakes.
The United Nations says aid deliveries have been underway as of midweek, but they fall far short of Afghanistan's needs. Head of Communications for the UN's World Food Program, Philippe Kropf.
This is a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. Currently, we have 15 million people who do not know where their next meal will come from. And the World Food Program is only able to support 3 million people due to a massive funding shortfall. So we're really calling on the international community to support the Afghan people, stand in solidarity, and also support the World Food Program.
Despite budget shortfalls, the UN says it may consider cash distributions in the coming weeks. Afghanistan's healthcare system widely relies on foreign aid, which has been drying up since the Taliban took control more than 2 years ago. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have nominated conservative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Friday in a chaotic third day of attempting to elect a Speaker of the House. As VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson reports, Jordan needs substantially more support to win a full floor vote, expected for this Tuesday, to become the person who will be second in the presidential line of succession.
The U.S. House of Representatives at a standstill, unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week to decide if conservative Republican Jim Jordan will become Speaker.
I think I can unite the conference. I think I can go tell the country what we're doing and why it matters to them.
Jordan won the Republican conference vote 124-81 in a secret ballot. He now has several days to build support to get to the 217 votes he needs to be elected. George Washington University's Casey Burgat.
The problem is that what satisfies one doesn't satisfy the other. And in that instance, you end up making a lot of different promises to other people, which can upset some of the other folks in the party. And so this is why it's always been a very fine line to walk for a potential speaker, and why we've already seen one kicked out of his office already.
Jordan, a 9-term congressman known for his investigations into the Biden administration, earned the endorsement of Kevin McCarthy, who was removed from power as Speaker of the House in a historic vote last week.
And I think Jim Jordan could do an excellent job.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to win the support of all 212 Democrats when the decision goes to a full House floor vote.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill, because his focus has not been on the American people. His focus has been on peddling lies and conspiracy theories and driving division amongst the American people.
Some Democrats have suggested a power-sharing agreement to reach the 217 needed for election. Republicans are also exploring giving temporary Speaker of the House, Patrick McHenry, more permanent powers to pass legislation for a period of several weeks. Casey Burgat.
With 218 votes, with a majority in the House, you can do almost anything, including change the rules, create new precedents. So if they did want to empower him, the Speaker pro tem, McHenry or otherwise, into basically a speaker in waiting kind of position, they could do that.
The House is expected to return to Washington for the full floor vote Monday. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
And finally today, following up on a story we first brought you last week. On Saturday, Australia decisively rejected a proposal to recognize Indigenous people in the Constitution. It's seen as a major setback to the country's efforts for reconciliation with its First Peoples. Reuters' Ilan Rubens has the story.
Australians had to vote yes or no in the referendum on the question of whether to alter the Constitution to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people through the creation of an Indigenous advisory body, the Voice to Parliament. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
At the outset, I want to say that while tonight's result is not one that I had hoped for, I absolutely respect the decision of the Australian people and the democratic process that has delivered it.
Australian media projected that at least 4 states would vote against altering the 122-year-old constitution. including New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland and South Australia. A successful referendum requires at least 4 of the 6 states to vote in favour, along with national majority. Because of Australia's time zones, voting in Western Australia was still underway as it became clear the referendum was lost. Emotions ran high in the Yes campaign camp. Auntie Shirley Lomas is an Indigenous leader.
I imagine today most of the visceral voters would have voted no, and that's because of an ingrained and deep-seated fear, and they wouldn't use their intellect to vote yes.
Australia's Indigenous citizens, who make up 3.8% of the country's 26 million population, have inhabited the land for about 60,000 years, but are not mentioned in the Constitution. They are, by most socio-economic measures, the most disadvantaged people in the country. Many Indigenous people favoured the change, but some said it was a distraction from achieving practical and positive outcomes. The political opposition has criticised the measure, saying it is divisive, would be ineffective and would slow government decision-making.
That's Reuters' Ilan Rubin's reporting. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The relationship with China is arguably the most consequential and the most complex of any that we have, said U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken during a conversation at Rice University in Houston, Texas. China, said Secretary Blinken, has the military, economic, and diplomatic means to pose a challenge to the current understanding of the rules of the road.
We don't shy away from the notion that we're in an intense competition. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong, and in fact, in many ways, everything right with competition, as long as it's fair and as long as we are properly resourced to succeed in that competition.
There are 2 foundations the Biden administration has put in place to deal with the challenges posed by China, Secretary Blinken said.
It starts at home, because our strength at home goes directly to our ability to have a strong standing around the world and to deal with competition from other states. The investments that we've been able to make over the past 2.5 years, truly historic in nature. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, which goes to 21st century climate technology and energy technology. This is a demonstration that America is determined to compete and America is determined to lead.
The second foundation is to work with other countries to build what Secretary Blinken calls convergence.
There's tremendous power in that convergence of approaches, because just take economic issues where we have differences with China. If it's only the United States that is opposing something that China's doing, well, that's significant, but we're 20% of world GDP. If we're aligned with European partners, with key partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, India, suddenly we're 50 or 60% of world GDP. And that is a weight that no country, including China, can ignore.
There are also areas where the United States is directly contesting China's activities, and Secretary Blinken said, "We will do whatever we have to do." However, he stressed the United States and China do have overlapping interests where there is opportunity for cooperation, including climate change, global health, and non-proliferation. I don't think these things are in contradiction, said Secretary Blinken, but the common denominator is approaching each of them from a position of strength.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, violence and diplomacy both continue in the Middle East.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
Plus, the latest from the House of Representatives.
Unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week.
And later, news from Afghanistan after another deadly earthquake and election results in Poland. Today is Monday, October 16th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A close-up look at Israel's Iron Dome defense system in a few minutes, but we begin today with the latest on the fighting and the diplomacy in the Middle East. The United States has renewed calls to ensure that innocent civilians fleeing the Israel-Hamas war are protected and have their basic needs met. Separately, concerns about a wider regional conflict are leading an American senator to issue a strong warning against Iran and the Lebanon-based militia Hezbollah. VOA's Veronica Balderas-Iglesias has that story.
The Israel Defense Forces have underscored their determination to destroy Hamas in its entirety, following the militant group's deadly incursion into Israel on October 7. They also renewed calls for Palestinian civilians to evacuate the northern part of Gaza before strikes by Israel intensify. The IDF's spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, was interviewed on ABC.
We are seeing that people are actually evacuating. Indeed, we would like to see the humanitarian organizations assisting in the evacuation of people for the welfare of people and not side with Hamas telling them not to evacuate.
With more than 1 million Palestinian civilians potentially trying to move out of harm's way, the United States is working with its partners to ensure the humanitarian needs of the displaced are being met, said White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on ABC's This Week.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
The exchange of fire continued over the weekend at the Israeli border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah operates. Republican Lindsey Graham, who plans to visit the region in the coming days with a bipartisan group of U.S. senators, issued a strong warning against Tehran and its allies, intending to play a more active role in the conflict.
If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Meanwhile, as part of a regional tour aimed at diffusing tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Sunday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They both agreed on the importance of ensuring assistance to the Palestinian civilians fleeing the war, according to spokesperson Matthew Miller. Blinken is expected to travel again to Israel on Monday for further consultations. Veronica Balderas-Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
A little more on the diplomacy angle. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his diplomatic push across 7 nations in the Middle East, trying to stop the conflict from spreading, and he reached out to his Chinese counterpart. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
1 week after the brutal attacks by Hamas militants on Israel, Israeli forces massed along the border with Gaza after warning residents of Gaza City to leave so that they can destroy Hamas operating capacity. The United Nations and other international organizations warned that water is running out in Gaza and that asking some 1 million people to evacuate from northern Gaza in the middle of a war zone is dangerous and in some cases impossible. Amid the tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited the United Arab Emirates as part of a 7-country tour to try to stop the violence from spreading. Blinken toured Abu Dhabi's Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that opened in February, housing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. Blinken signed a tile on the wall with the words, "Light in the Darkness." Earlier in the day, Blinken held talks with his Saudi counterpart in Riyadh. He again stressed that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas after the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians.
Hamas is not representative of the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations for the future. Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
The Saudi foreign minister said it is important to condemn the targeting of civilians in any form at any time by anyone. Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Saudi foreign minister.
We need to work together to find a way out of this cycle of violence. This is something that we really, really need to focus on. Without a concerted effort to end this constant return to violence, it will always be the civilians that suffer first. It will always be civilians on both sides that end up paying the price.
Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, called on Israel Saturday to stop its attacks on Gaza, warning that the war might expand to other parts of the Middle East if Hezbollah joins the battle, in what would make Israel suffer what he called a huge earthquake. The State Department said Blinken also reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, on Saturday and had a 1-hour phone conversation, emphasizing that it is in everyone's interest to do everything possible to keep the conflict from spilling over into other countries. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Poland's incumbent Law and Justice Party was narrowly ahead in Sunday's general election, exit polls showed, but the liberal opposition appears to have secured a majority, raising the possibility of an end to 8 years of nationalist rule. If the outcome is confirmed by official results, the vote would mark a massive turnaround for Warsaw. The search continued on Sunday for the 167 people still missing after a boat capsized on the Congo River in the northwestern Democratic Republic of Congo on Friday. At least 30 people are known to have drowned. And Taylor Swift is setting records again. Her Eras Tour movie has earned over $95 million in its opening weekend, making it the largest grossing concert film of all time, and it's only been in the theater since Thursday.
Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you just made me. Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Missiles continue to fall on southern Israel as Israeli troops gather at the border for an anticipated incursion into Gaza. VOA's Celia Mendoza is there.
I am Celia Mendoza reporting from Sderot, Israel, on the border with Gaza, where today I am witnessing the Iron Dome in action after missiles fired from Gaza to Israel were intercepted by the sophisticated system. Hamas has maintained the capability to launch these strikes even after the constant shelling by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli government has cut off access to Gaza of electricity, water, food, and gas, leaving the civilians in a dire situation, according to the United Nations. The UN is warning against the strategy implemented in Gaza by Israel. As I left Sderot, the sound of explosions continued and thousands of troops are gathering along the border with Gaza in an area that has been evacuated. I am Celia Mendoza from Esderot, Israel, for Voice of America.
In Celia's report, we heard about the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, but what is it and how does it work? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry from the University of Cincinnati.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rockets, a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David Sling and the Arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of a defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it. And the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
So the new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the program, a look at the dysfunction inside the U.S. House of Representatives and an answer in Saturday's referendum in Australia to include Native peoples in the country's constitution. But before any of that, there's been another powerful earthquake in Afghanistan. This latest disaster follows a pair of strong earthquakes and aftershocks that recently killed thousands of people. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Afghans are once again bringing their injured to hospitals as the country suffers its third magnitude 6.3 earthquake in just over a week. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake's epicenter was about 34 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Herat. Authorities report a handful of people dead and at least 150 injured, according to the head of the emergency relief team, who cautioned that those numbers may rise as rescuers reach more affected areas. Some in Herat had already been sleeping in tents following last week's earthquakes that killed thousands and leveled buildings. They say they don't feel safe returning home. Herat resident Barat Ali speaking with Reuters.
We have been staying on the road for the last 5 or 6 days since the first quake struck because our homes are not strong enough. So we came out living here for fear of more quakes.
The United Nations says aid deliveries have been underway as of midweek, but they fall far short of Afghanistan's needs. Head of communications for the UN's World Food Program, Philippe Kropf.
This is a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. Currently, we have 15 million people who do not know where their next meal will come from. And the World Food Program is only able to support 3 million people due to a massive funding shortfall. So we're really calling on the international community to support the Afghan people, stand in solidarity, and also support the World Food Program.
Despite budget shortfalls, the UN says it may consider cash distributions in the coming weeks. Afghanistan's healthcare system widely relies on foreign aid, which has been drying up since the Taliban took control more than 2 years ago. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have nominated conservative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Friday in a chaotic third day of attempting to elect a Speaker of the House. As VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson reports, Jordan needs substantially more support to win a full floor vote, expected for this Tuesday, to become the person who will be second in the presidential line of succession.
The U.S. House of Representatives at a standstill, unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week to decide if conservative Republican Jim Jordan will become Speaker.
I think I can unite the conference. I think I can go tell the country what we're doing and why it matters to them.
Jordan won the Republican conference vote 124-81 in a secret ballot. He now has several days to build support to get to the 217 votes he needs to be elected. George Washington University's Casey Burgat.
The problem is that what satisfies one doesn't satisfy the other. And in that instance, you end up making a lot of different promises to other people, which can upset some of the other folks in the party. And so this is why it's always been a very fine line to walk for a potential speaker, and why we've already seen one kicked out of his office already.
Jordan, a 9-term congressman known for his investigations into the Biden administration, earned the endorsement of Kevin McCarthy, who was removed from power as Speaker of the House in a historic vote last week.
And I think Jim Jordan could do an excellent job.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to win the support of all 212 Democrats when the decision goes to a full House floor vote.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill, because his focus has not been on the American people. His focus has been on peddling lies and conspiracy theories and driving division amongst the American people.
Some Democrats have suggested a power-sharing agreement to reach the 217 needed for election. Republicans are also exploring giving temporary Speaker of the House, Patrick McHenry, more permanent powers to pass legislation for a period of several weeks. Casey Burgat.
With 218 votes, with a majority in the House, you can do almost anything, including change the rules, create new precedents. So if they did want to empower him, the Speaker pro tem, McHenry or otherwise, into basically a speaker in waiting kind of position, they could do that.
The House is expected to return to Washington for the full floor vote Monday. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
And finally today, following up on a story we first brought you last week. On Saturday, Australia decisively rejected a proposal to recognize Indigenous people in the Constitution. It's seen as a major setback to the country's efforts for reconciliation with its First Peoples. Reuters' Ilan Rubens has the story.
Australians had to vote yes or no in the referendum on the question of whether to alter the Constitution to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people through the creation of an Indigenous advisory body, the Voice to Parliament. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
At the outset, I want to say that while tonight's result is not one that I had hoped for, I absolutely respect the decision of the Australian people and the democratic process that has delivered it.
Australian media projected that at least 4 states would vote against altering the 122-year-old constitution, including New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland and South Australia. A successful referendum requires at least 4 of the 6 states to vote in favour, along with national majority. Because of Australia's time zones, voting in Western Australia was still underway as it became clear the referendum was lost. Emotions ran high in the Yes campaign camp. Auntie Shirley Lomas is an Indigenous leader.
I imagine today most of the visceral voters would have voted no, and that's because of an ingrained and deep-seated fear, and they wouldn't use their intellect to vote yes.
Australia's Indigenous citizens, who make up 3.8% of the country's 26 million population, have inhabited the land for about 60,000 years, but are not mentioned in the Constitution. They are, by most socio-economic measures, the most disadvantaged people in the country. Many Indigenous people favoured the change, but some said it was a distraction from achieving practical and positive outcomes. The political opposition has criticised the measure, saying it is divisive, would be ineffective and would slow government decision-making.
That's Reuters' Alon Rubens reporting. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The relationship with China is arguably the most consequential and the most complex of any that we have, said U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken during a conversation at Rice University in Houston, Texas. China, said Secretary Blinken, has the military, economic, and diplomatic means to pose a challenge to the current understanding of the rules of the road.
We don't shy away from the notion that we're in an intense competition. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong, and in fact, in many ways, everything right with competition, as long as it's fair and as long as we are properly resourced to succeed in that competition.
There are 2 foundations the Biden administration has put in place to deal with the challenges posed by China, Secretary Blinken said.
It starts at home, because our strength at home goes directly to our ability to have a strong standing around the world and to deal with competition from other states. The investments that we've been able to make over the past 2.5 years, truly historic in nature. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, which goes to 21st century climate technology and energy technology. This is a demonstration that America is determined to compete and America is determined to lead.
The second foundation is to work with other countries to build what Secretary Blinken calls convergence.
There's tremendous power in that convergence of approaches, because just take economic issues where we have differences with China. If it's only the United States that is opposing something that China's doing, well, that's significant, but we're 20% of world GDP. If we're aligned with European partners, with key partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, India, suddenly we're 50 or 60% of world GDP. And that is a weight that no country, including China, can ignore.
There are also areas where the United States is directly contesting China's activities, and Secretary Blinken said, "We will do whatever we have to do." However, he stressed the United States and China do have overlapping interests where there is opportunity for cooperation, including climate change, global health, and non-proliferation. "I don't think these things are in contradiction," said Secretary Blinken, "but the common denominator is approaching each of them from a position of strength."
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Good morning, Africa. Welcome to Daybreak Africa from the Voice of America. I'm Douglas Impuga in Washington. Today is Wednesday, October 4th, and here are some of the stories we are covering. The World Health Organization approves the second malaria vaccine.
This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Kenyan President William Ruto welcomes a new UN Security Council resolution authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti.
Joseph Beti Asomo is Cameroon's defense minister.
Son Excellence Monsieur Paul Biya, Président de la République du Cameroun.
Asomo says Chadian President Mahamat Idris Deby Itno and his Cameroonian counterpart Paul Biya have ordered militaries of the two states to jointly monitor and protect their borders from violence perpetrated by the Islamist radicals and armed gangs.
And defense ministers and security experts from Cameroon and Chad meet in the Cameroonian capital Yaoundé to map out ways of jointly combating growing security threats along their border. Those and more coming up on Daybreak Africa. For the first time in U.S. history, lawmakers voted Tuesday to remove the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives from power. Republican Kevin McCarthy was removed from his position as Speaker in a 2016-2010 vote triggered by a rare challenge from his own party. Republican Representative Matt Gaetz filed a motion late Monday to force a vote on removing McCarthy, expressing frustration with his leadership after McCarthy failed to pass a government funding bill last week with conservative spending priorities. The slim Republican majority in the House meant that Gaetz needed only a handful of Republicans to vote along with Democrats to oust McCarthy. The majority of Republicans voted to keep McCarthy in leadership. In West Africa, defense ministers and security experts from Cameroon and Chad are meeting in the Cameroonian capital Yaoundé to map out ways of jointly combating growing security threats along their border. Moki Edwin Kinzika reports from Yaoundé, Cameroon.
Defense ministers say a day hardly goes by without cases of either Boko Haram terrorist attacks or cross-border crimes, including armed gangs attacking civilians and wildlife, reported on both sides of the border between Cameroon and Chad. The two Central African states say they share a more than 1,100-kilometer porous land border that facilitates the escape of armed gangs and Boko Haram terrorists to either Cameroon or Chad when chased by government troops. Joseph Beti Asomo is Cameroon's defense minister.
Son Excellence Monsieur Paul Biya, Président de la République du Cameroun.
Asomo says Chadian President Mahamat Idris Deby Itno and his Cameroonian counterpart Paul Biya have ordered militaries of the two states to jointly monitor and protect their borders from violence perpetrated by the Islamist radicals and armed gangs. He says keeping Cameroon and Chad safe from rebels, terrorists and armed gangs is synonymous with contributing to stability in sub-Saharan Africa in particular and Africa in general. Asomo also said tens of thousands of Cameroonian citizens who fled bloody battles between fishers and herders in northern Cameroon last year are still in Chad. Chad's government says the displaced persons are refusing to return to their communities in Cameroon because of frequent conflicts between herders and fishers. Defense ministers from the two countries say the slaughter of elephants in Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic by criminal groups such as the Lord's Resistance Army, the Sudanese Janjaweed militia, and Cameroonian and Chadian poaching gangs has been reduced. But the proliferation of weapons left behind by rebels continues to be a threat to wildlife and civilians in the two countries, the ministers say. The ministers say elephants are slaughtered for their ivory, which is in high demand on Asian black markets. Daoud Yahya Brahim is Chad's defense minister.
Nos populations aux frontières sont quotidiennement victimes des menaces.
He says Chad and Cameroon have to immediately stop high waves of kidnappings for ransom along their border and cattle theft, the slaughter of elephants and cross-border criminality that continues to be a threat to peace and makes living conditions very difficult for civilians who are living on less than $1 a day. He says socio-economic development along the Cameroon-Chad border has been highly compromised by rampant insecurity. Chad and Cameroon say civilians are currently held hostage by armed gangs, but did not say how many of the civilians are being deprived of their freedom. Joseph Vincent Tuda Ebude is a lecturer in international security and defense at the University of Yaoundé-Soua. He also serves as director of the Yaoundé-headquartered Center for Research in Political and Strategic Studies.
Le Cameroun et le Tchad collaborent pour l'exploitation.
Tuda says he doesn't understand why it has taken up to 10 years for Cameroon and Chad to organize such a high-profile security meeting when Chad needs Cameroon to secure a multi-billion-dollar 1,000-kilometer pipeline that transports oil from the Doba oil field in southern Chad to the deep-sea port in Kribi, Cameroon, for exports. Tuda says the Cameroonian government also needs Chad to stop armed gangs, Boko Haram terrorists, militias, and rogue units of national armies from Chad, Sudan, and the Central African Republic from entering Cameroon. The defense ministers say they will enact the presidential plans to counter these various regional threats. They did not say when they will begin military operations. Moki Edwin Kinzeka for VOA News, Yaoundé, Cameroon.
Kenyan President William Ruto has welcomed a new resolution approved Monday by the UN Security Council authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti. Ruto says he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission his country is leading will provide a different footprint in the history of international interventions in Haiti. VOA Nairobi Bureau Chief Mariama Diallo has this story.
In a taped speech shared with the media on Tuesday, Kenyan President William Ruto said he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission, which his country is leading, will make a difference in the lives of Haitians.
I welcome the resolution as an overdue and critical instrument to define the multinational mission. This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Ruto said it is essential that resources as well as the operational scope available to the UN team be appropriately reinforced. This comes after the UN Security Council voted late Monday to authorize a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti a year after the Caribbean nation requested help to quell violent gangs. Kenya offered to lead the operation in Haiti 2 months ago, saying it's willing to deploy 1,000 of its police forces. On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we are in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others like Eugene Wamalwa, a former Kenyan defense secretary and the leader of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, told VOA he has some concerns.
Would expect the process to be transparent. First of all, starting with our National Assembly, our Parliament should approve this. We expected that this matter should also be discussed at the AU before being elevated to the UN. You know, the principle of subsidiarity should apply. But here, we first heard of it during UNGA in New York. Then we had the Americans praising us for offering our troops. We're not even aware we are sending our police officers in harm's way. We have not discussed it. We've not agreed as a country.
UN peacekeepers were deployed to Haiti in 2004 after a rebellion led to the ouster and exile of then-President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Peacekeeping troops left in 2017 and were replaced by UN police, who left in 2019. Amnesty International Kenya on Tuesday urged the UN member states, other human rights organizations and citizens to thoroughly examine the mission's human rights and humanitarian implications before the deployment. Meanwhile, Kenyans who spoke to VOA are divided on their police force possibly going to Haiti.
We have a lot of problems, not only in the country but also in Africa. We have problems in Sudan, we have problems in Somalia, we have security problems in several parts of Africa. If we wanted to solve any problem, security problem, we could have started with home or at least regionally.
It will help to cause them to have peace in that country. Number two, to show that this country is a peaceful country. We can exercise peace in other countries. That is a very powerful thing this country have learned. Okay, I support it with 100%.
The mission has been initially approved for 1 year with a review after 9 months. It was not immediately clear when Kenya will deploy its police contingent to Haiti, but senior government officials have suggested it could come as soon as early next year. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
The World Health Organization approved a second malaria vaccine Monday. It's hoped the new drug will quickly be rolled out in countries across Africa in the coming months. Henry Ridgewell reports from London.
A new malaria vaccine known as R21 was developed by Britain's Oxford University, along with the Serum Institute of India. It is already in use in Ghana and Burkina Faso. The World Health Organization approved the drug Monday, paving the way for its wider rollout. Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus is Director General of the World Health Organization.
Yes, with seasonal transmission, it reduced symptomatic cases of malaria by 75% in the 12 months following a 3-dose series of the vaccine. A 4th dose given a year after the 3rd was shown to maintain protection.
The WHO approved the first ever malaria vaccine in 2021, known as RTSS.
As a malaria researcher, I used to dream of the day when we would have a safe and effective vaccine against malaria. Now we have two.
The WHO says there is little difference in effectiveness between the two vaccines, but the new R21 vaccine is cheaper to make at around $2 to $4 a dose, with each patient needing 4 doses, about half the price of RTSS. The new vaccine can also be made in much greater volumes. The Serum Institute of India is already in line to make 100 million doses a year, with plans to double that output. Experts warn that it won't beat malaria on its own, and that other preventative measures are needed, including mosquito nets. Azra Ghani is an epidemiologist and professor at Imperial College London.
So this additional efficacy of the vaccine is in the presence of this really important intervention. The second is something known as chemoprevention. That's providing drugs to children in high-risk areas where malaria is particularly seasonal.
There were an estimated 247 million cases of malaria in 2021, a small increase on the previous year, and 619,000 deaths, mostly children, in sub-Saharan Africa. Ghani expects the new vaccine to have a major impact.
We do hope that by introducing this new vaccine, we can really make a dent in this and get us back on track to the goals which were set by the WHO to reduce malaria by 90% by 2030.
The WHO also approved a new vaccine Monday against dengue fever, another mosquito-borne disease common in tropical Latin American and Asian countries. The drug, made by the Japanese firm Takeda, was about 84% effective in preventing people from being hospitalised in clinical trials. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
Nigerian Workers' Union late Monday has suspended an indefinite strike action bill to commence Tuesday after new negotiations with government officials in the capital. The workers' unions for months have been protesting the removal in May of expensive fuel subsidy payments by President Bola Tinubu. Nigerian authorities during the meeting announced a temporary wage increase for civil servants, suspension of value-added tax on diesel and monthly stipend for 15 million vulnerable households. Timothy Abiezo reports from Abuja.
The suspension of the indefinite nationwide strike followed several hours of meetings among the leaders of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, the Trade Union Congress, TUC, and the government. The unions issued the strike notice last month to protest living challenges facing millions of people as a result of government reform policies that included the removal of fuel subsidies. But the government pledged a temporary wage increase of 35,000 naira or $45 for federal workers until a new national minimum wage is determined and signed into law. The wage increase is slated to last 6 months. The naira is Nigeria's currency. The government also announced a commitment of $130 million for the purchase of gas-powered buses to reduce the cost of transport. In May, President Bola Tinubu discontinued fuel subsidy payments as part of bold reforms aimed at boosting Nigeria's economy. But the price of gas more than tripled afterward, affecting transport and commodity prices. Simon Lalong is Nigeria's Minister of Labour and Employment. He chaired the meeting between the government and organized labor.
After much discussion, the following agreements were reached. The NLC and the TUC accept to suspend for 30 days the planned indefinite nationwide strike scheduled to begin Tuesday, the 3rd of October 2023. A minimum wage committee shall be inaugurated within 1 month from the date of this agreement.
Soon after ending the fuel subsidy, Tinubu floated the naira against other global tenders to eliminate multiple exchange rates. The decision also hurt the economy and citizens, causing the naira to fall to historic lows in recent weeks. Nigeria is one of Africa's top oil producers but relies on imports for its petroleum products, putting pressure on oil marketers to meet local demand. On Monday, Lalong said authorities were working to fix Nigeria's refineries and that the government will introduce tax incentives for private sector businesses to help them cope. He also said authorities will boost distribution of subsidized fertilizers to farmers. This week, Nigeria marked its 63rd independence anniversary, and Tinubu acknowledged the plight of the citizens. But in a televised address, he urged Nigerians to be patient.
At my inauguration, I said that bold reforms were necessary to place our nation on the path of prosperity and growth. I am attuned to the hardships that have come. Reform may be painful, but it is what greatness and the future require.
Samuel Danjuma is a civil servant. He says he expects to benefit from the wage award, but remains skeptical.
Even the 35,000 naira that the federal government approved, when you go through it, you discover that they had to take that decision when they discovered that Labour and TUC were serious. Whether the federal government will keep to the promise or not, it is God that can see. If the economy will not be better, at that 35,000 naira that they will pay for the next 6 months, I want to assure you that it will still go, it will go nowhere.
In August, workers' unions held massive street demonstrations over the issue, and in September held a 2-day warning strike. For now, many will be waiting to see if the government keeps its promise to ease the suffering of many Nigerians. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
You're listening to Daybreak Africa on the Voice of America. I'm Douglas Impoga in Washington. Today is Wednesday, October 4th. For more African news and features, visit our website at voafrica.com. Connect with us on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. A top U.S. legislator has asked the South African government to demonstrate its value for Washington as it courts other foreign powers like Russia and China. At a hearing on Capitol Hill last week, witnesses examined the current foreign policy between the two countries. VOA's Ignatius Arno has this report.
South Africa's growing partnership with Russia and China, U.S. officials say, has its long-standing partner, the United States, unnerved about its future bilateral relationship. That prompted a congressional hearing at the U.S. Capitol, where witnesses gave accounts of how South Africa's foreign policy and that of the ruling party, the African National Congress, or the ANC, does not reflect the position of the South African people. John James is chair of the U.S. Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa.
South Africa has a choice in what partners to prioritize, but so too does the United States. I believe it entirely appropriate to scrutinize the conduct of our important partner when the risks compromising our strong, dynamic, bilateral relationship are at hand. It's my belief that South Africa is currently at an inflection point, and I view the next several months as critical in demonstrating whether it will put our important partnership back on track.
Anthony Carroll is an adjunct professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies in Washington. He said, despite the Southern African nation boasting of a very vibrant multi-party democracy with a robust civil society, it is becoming, quote, a failing state, end of quote. He cited its failure to deliver critical public services like electricity and deadly xenophobia as examples. But Carroll said the African Growth and Opportunity Act, known commonly as AGOA, should not be impacted.
While I share the concerns of many about the direction of our relations with South Africa, I would oppose making it ineligible for AGOA. First, I do not believe that its embrace of Russia constitutes a direct threat to U.S. security. Second, goods exported to the United States provide critical jobs to South Africa and provide lower-priced goods for the U.S. consumers. Third, South Africa's removal from AGOA would only play into the hands of anti-U.S. elements within the ANC and the radical EFF party.
Reddy Klabi, a South African journalist, cited a recent survey that shows an increasing dissatisfaction of South Africans with democracy. She said South Africa's democracy must not be left to collapse because, according to her, Russia has been successful in countries where democracy is, quote, flimsy, end of quote. She mentioned Madagascar, Sudan, and the Central African Republic.
A strong economy keeps rogue nations out. We have seen Russia's aggressive return and re-engagement with the continent, and we must use the word return and re-engagement because it suggests that there was a time when Russia left Africa, which is not a message that it preaches.
Chris Maroulen is International Chief Executive Officer at Good Governance Africa, a Johannesburg-based non-profit organization focused on promoting good governance in Africa. He told the committee that South Africa's neutral position in the Russia-Ukraine conflict is in sharp contrast to the country's constitutional aspirations.
Many see strategic non-alignment as incongruent with our constitutional aspirations of human dignity, the achievements of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom.
The expert said the US and South Africa have far more in common than with Russia, such as a free press and an independent judiciary. That, they argue, could offer a roadmap to improve relations between the two countries. Ignatius Ano, VOA News, Washington.
And that's it for this Wednesday, October 4th edition of Daybreak Africa. We thank you for being our guests this morning. For more African news and features, visit our website at voafrica.com. Connect with us on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We are also on YouTube, where you can watch our TV shows, Africa 54, Straight Talk Africa, and Red Carpet. On behalf of the Daybreak Africa team, I'm Douglas Impoga in Washington, wishing you a very great day.
When a mother dies during childbirth, the future dies with her. That's according to a recent report by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. On the next edition of Our Voices, we take a closer look at the maternal and infant mortality rate and examine some initiatives that have been put in place to ensure the survival of mother and child. Join the conversation Wednesday.
On the show today, President Joe Biden continues to push for aid to Ukraine.
We're going to continue to certainly have those conversations with our partners and allies. But look, and I said this earlier, it does not help. It does not help what we see House Republicans doing.
Plus, the UN approves a multinational force to go to Haiti.
That many of our officers don't even understand. Don't even know French or Creole in terms of even communicating with the Haitians. It will be a problem.
And later, more than 100,000 people have fled Nagorno-Karabakh. VOA is there, and things just got wild in the U.S. House of Representatives. Today is Tuesday, October 3rd, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. Kenya is ready to send security officers to Haiti as the UN approves a multinational force. We'll have that story in a moment. We begin today, though, with Ukraine. The White House is determined to continue supporting Kyiv despite what appears to be cracks in Congress and the NATO alliance. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
Cracks are appearing in the wall of Western support for Ukraine as President Joe Biden beseeches congressional Republicans to grant the $24 billion he seeks to fortify Ukraine against Russia's invasion. Congress over the weekend passed a stopgap spending bill that keeps the U.S. government open for another 6 weeks. But that package did not include the Ukraine aid, leading Biden to appeal across the political aisle to legislators who have expressed concerns about accountability and exasperation that the war is still raging after more than 19 months. President Joe Biden.
I hope my friends on the other side keep their word about support for Ukraine. They said they're going to support Ukraine in a separate vote. We cannot, under any circumstance, allow American support for Ukraine to be interrupted. I fully expect the Speaker to keep his commitment to secure the passage and support needed to help Ukraine as they defend themselves against aggression and brutality.
On Monday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told VOA that the administration remains determined amid this domestic pressure and concerns from the newly elected leader of NATO member Slovakia, who campaigned that he would not send a single bullet to Ukraine from the state stocks. Jean-Pierre.
NATO alliance, it's the strongest that it's ever been because of what this president's leadership has been. We're going to continue to certainly have those conversations with our partners and allies. But look, and I said this earlier, it does not help. It does not help what we see House Republicans doing.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, hosting European foreign ministers in Kyiv on Monday, said unity is crucial.
Our victory explicitly depends on our cooperation. The more powerful and principled steps we take together, the sooner this war will end fairly, with the restoration of our territorial integrity and a reliable guarantee of peace for the whole of Europe.
And from Moscow, President Vladimir Putin's spokesman appeared to take a dig at the situation, saying Moscow sees tiredness among Western supporters. To which Jean-Pierre replied,
"And if Putin thinks he can outlast us, he's wrong. He's wrong." And so we will have another package of aid for Ukraine soon to signal our continued support for the brave people of Ukraine. And so that's our message. If he thinks he can outlast us, that is Mr. Putin, we believe he's wrong.
But military experts acknowledge that Zelensky's counteroffensive, which aimed to bite off chunks of Russian-held territory, has been slower than hoped. Mark Kansian is a retired U.S. Marine colonel, now at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
The results have been disappointing, and a number of people are asking the question, how does this end? What is Ukraine's theory of victory? I think President Zelensky is going to have to articulate that in the next couple of months in order to rally his supporters.
But the Ukrainian people remain determined. Over the weekend, the besieged capital held its first full marathon since the start of the invasion. 5,000 participants, many of them service members, some of them amputees, ran the 42-kilometer course to raise money for the nation's defense, step by painful step. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
And on Monday, in a show of support, some of Europe's top diplomats have gathered in Kyiv in a display of support for Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion. AP correspondent Charles de Ledesma has that story.
The foreign ministers from the EU's 27 member countries have converged on the Ukrainian capital for an unannounced informal meeting that officials say would review the bloc's support for Ukraine and discuss President Volodymyr Zelensky's proposed peace formula. The US, the EU and the UK have provided massive support to Ukraine, enabling it to stand up to the Kremlin's attack. But uncertainty has set in over how long Kyiv's allies will keep sending it billions of dollars. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Will the fighting within the Republican Party cost the Speaker of the House of Representatives his job? That story in a moment. Now, late Monday afternoon in New York, the UN Security Council voted to approve the deployment of a multinational security support mission in Haiti in an effort to bring peace and stability to the country. Meanwhile, the Kenyan government says that it's ready to send 1,000 members of its police force into Haiti to help tamp down gang violence. While some Kenyans say it's a good idea, others are expressing concerns. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief, Miriam Diallo, has the story.
Kenyans are divided on the issue of sending 1,000 members of its police force to help quell gang violence in Haiti.
There are countries much stronger than us who could have intervened who could have intervened first. Those criminal elements in Haiti, first of all, I think they don't need police. They need soldiers.
I think that the Kenyan police force is a force that we have. We have faith in it. And there's no reason why we should doubt their capacity.
The Kenyan government says Haiti's far-off location in the Caribbean isn't a deterrent.
We decided we are going to go and help Haiti.
Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Alfred Mutua recently announced Kenya is ready to lead the multinational police force.
We've got other African nations that are coming on board. We've got other nations from all the world. They're saying if Kenya is leading it, we think there's going to be success. So they're coming on board.
On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we're in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others, like former Kenyan Defense Secretary Eugene Wamalwa, disagree.
First of all, what interest would we have to be in Haiti as a third world country that is over 12,000 kilometers away, that many of our officers don't even don't even know French or Creole in terms of even communicating with the Haitians? It would be a problem. And even in terms of training and preparation to engage in such a complex security situation, where there's urban warfare with guns.
Vincent Kimosop is a Kenyan economist and policy analyst.
It's unprecedented. We only get to hear about Haiti if it is not natural disasters, the issues of insecurity, political instability. But you know, the people who are in Haiti have an African descent. And we have an Ubuntu philosophy in Africa. I am because you are, and because you are, I am. Yeah. So when you remove the political, eventually a decision to go help a neighbor who is struggling will be loaded within a broader conversation in the African context.
Kimosop says he supports the administration's decision, but also believes the government should be more transparent and communicate more with the Kenyan public. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
And here are other stories we're following from around the world. Indonesian President Joko Widodo Monday inaugurated a $7.3 billion high-speed railway connecting the country's capital with the city of Bandung to the southeast. The project was backed by China and is part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. Two rights groups, Amnesty International and the Media Institute of Southern Africa, have released reports saying Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa has failed to break with the past and isn't keeping his promise to allow freedom of the press and access to information. Zimbabwe's Minister of Information defends the government's actions. And Nigeria's biggest labor federations on Monday have agreed to suspend an indefinite strike that had been set to begin on Tuesday, this after last-minute talks with the government. Monday evening in Washington, Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz took the first step in removing Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, from his position. This is a rarely seen move and has the potential to turn politics as we know it on Capitol Hill on its head. For more on the situation, I'm joined by Catherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent.
So Republican Representative Matt Gaetz just filed a motion to vacate, which is a very rarely used procedural element in the U.S. House of Representatives that basically is like a no confidence vote in the Speaker of the House. Gaetz is basically saying that he wants to remove Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy from his leadership position. Of course, if he gets enough votes to make that move, but he has started the process this evening, Monday evening in D.C.
So this isn't actually a vote on McCarthy's job yet. This is a vote to have the vote for McCarthy's job.
That's a great way of putting it. That is how we do it in the U.S. Congress. Lawmakers state their intention to do something. They file a motion, they file legislation, and then there's a time of consideration. So in this instance, they get about 2 days until they have to make the final vote on the motion to vacate the speakership. And believe me, that is going to be a very busy 2 days up on Capitol Hill when Gaetz will be rallying Republicans and trying to get some Democratic votes, because as we saw, the Republican Party up on Capitol Hill is so divided right now that really he probably could use the help of Democrats.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. What's the Democrats' role in all this? This is what we're seeing is the Republicans fighting with each other, and the Democrats really don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak. So what do they do?
That's right. That's the most fascinating part of this whole thing as it develops. As you said, the Republican Party is at war with itself. That's why they needed Democrats to pass the continuing resolution last weekend to keep the government open and funded. And so now they're looking to get Democratic votes, and there's a lot of different trains of thought about what the Democrats should do. Some of them don't trust Speaker McCarthy, and they think that they should just step back and let Republicans fight it out, make it a bad look for the Republican Party in front of the American people. They think that only helps their cause. Others are making the argument that they can use this as a negotiating position to extract more concessions from the Republicans.
So if the Democrats vote to keep McCarthy in place, they might be able to get concessions from him. However, if the Democrats vote to let the Republicans oust McCarthy, we might see Congress come to even more of a dysfunctional standstill.
And that's absolutely right. You could have Democrats helping pick a new Republican speaker. They could put forward their own nominee if they won't have the votes to get their own Democratic nominee in the speakership chair, but they could do that as well. So a lot of different avenues open to them right now.
Catherine, you've been following the Hill for a long time. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, I have not. And from what I understood, the last time this happened was in 1910. So a really pretty unusual occurrence of 110-something years since something like this has happened. So it was really hard to predict what is going to be happening next.
Catherine Gypson is VOA's congressional correspondent. Catherine, thanks so much for your time this evening, and thanks for your reporting.
You're so welcome.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. We'll find out about the Nobel Prize for Medicine in a moment. Up first, nearly the entire population of ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh have fled to Armenia, and the one-time residents of the self-declared Republic of Artsakh are scattered. But as VOA's Heather Murdoch reports from near the Armenian border with Azerbaijan, many fear the war that drove them out is not over.
This is Stepanakert in 2020. The city that was the de facto capital of what, until last week, was the self-declared Republic of Artsakh, a majority ethnic Armenian nation within the internationally recognized borders of Azerbaijan. For decades, Armenia and Azerbaijan have fought bitterly over the enclave, best known as Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Karabakh region. And last week, after a fierce assault in mid-September, Azerbaijan won. More than 100,000 residents, almost the entire ethnic Armenian population, fled to Armenia. Ashat Arushanyan, a 45-year-old refugee, stops on the side of the road to fix the truck he borrowed to flee Nagorno-Karabakh. He says he left without clothes and valuables and left his car behind because he had no fuel. People abandoning Nagorno-Karabakh stopped in border towns in Armenia before scattering across the country, with many moving to scantily populated border villages. Others refused offers for free border village homes for fear the Azerbaijan-Armenia dispute would once again cross into Armenia proper as it did in 2020. Ani Aloyan, a resident of the Armenian border village Ishkhan Asr, says bombs crashed into town that year, burning fields and causing terrifying explosions. Azerbaijani officials sometimes call this part of Armenia part of the historical lands of Azerbaijan, provoking ire from Armenian officials. And even teenagers train in military tactics in this region, preparing for possible battles they believe could come to their towns and villages. But families who recently fled their homes also blame the governments of Artsakh and Armenia and Russian peacekeepers for failing to protect them and their land. This is Naila Grigorian, a 56-year-old refugee who settled in a border village a few days ago. She says the men in her family fought for Artsakh before officials gave the land away without a fight. Left behind on the land, former residents say, is far more than property. They left behind their cultural heritage, the graves of their parents, and the dream of having their own country, one that never quite came true. Ervik Sargsyan, 21, is Naila Grigorian's daughter. She says she fled the place of her childhood, her bloodline, and the water of her homeland. Like other Armenian refugees we meet, she says she has no hope of returning to Nagorno-Karabakh. But she says she does hope future generations learn the brief history of Artsakh, a place, she adds, that will always call her back. Heather Murdoch, VOA News, Ishkhanasar and Kornidzor, Armenia.
An American and a Hungarian scientist who jointly worked on the groundbreaking technology behind some of the most effective COVID vaccines have been awarded the 2023 Nobel Prize for Medicine. Henry Ridgwell reports.
mRNA technology was crucial in developing the Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech coronavirus vaccines. Hungarian-American scientist Katalin Karikó and her American colleague Drew Weissman began working on mRNA technology in the early 1990s at the University of Pennsylvania. The Nobel Prize Committee in Sweden said the discovery had helped defeat one of the greatest threats to human health in modern times. Rikard Sandberg is a member of the Nobel Prize in Medicine Committee.
mRNA vaccines, together with other COVID-19 vaccines, have been administered over 13 billion times. Together, they have saved millions of lives, prevented severe COVID-19, reduced the overall disease burden, and enabled societies to open up again.
mRNA, or messenger RNA, instructs cells to make proteins that match those found on the surface of pathogens like the coronavirus. The body sees these as invaders and makes antibodies and T cells to attack them, thus training it to deal with a real virus in the future. In 2005, Karikó and Weissman worked out a way to stop the immune system from attacking RNA made in the laboratory, previously seen as a major hurdle against its use. Karikó said Monday they made a good team.
I was the RNA person and Drew was an immunologist, and we educated each other. And together, we learned each other and developed mRNA.
Weissman said the future potential for mRNA was incredible.
We've been thinking for years about everything that we could do with RNA, and now it's here.
The coronavirus pandemic accelerated the development of mRNA technology, says scientist Paul Hunter.
Now that it's been shown to work probably better than many, if not most, other vaccine types, I think is a big boost to it. And there are a substantial number of potential uses of this technology.
It's hoped mRNA technology could one day be used to fight cancer. Gunilla Carlsson-Hedestam is chair of the Nobel Committee for Medicine.
Vaccines that are targeted towards specific kinds of tumors, maybe even to specific individuals or personalized cancers.
Karikó and Weissman share the prize of $1 million and will receive their medals at a ceremony in Stockholm later this year. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thank you for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
It did not take long for a court in Ho Chi Minh City to sentence prominent Vietnamese environmental activist Hang Thi Minh Hong to 3 years in prison. After a brief one-day trial, the founder of the now shuttered NGO Change VN, which focused on the dangers of pollution, wildlife trafficking, and climate change, is the 5th environmental campaigner to be sentenced to prison in Vietnam in the last 2 years. Hong was charged with tax evasion. She had closed Change VN in October of 2022 after the government of Vietnam arrested other environmental activists and charged them with the same crime. When Hong was arrested in May, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights said the chilling effect of such cases brought under tax laws is palpable among civil society in Vietnam and risks stifling debate on issues of importance to society as a whole. The United States is deeply concerned by the conviction and sentencing of prominent environmental activist journalist and NGO leader Hang Thi-Minh Hong to 3 years imprisonment, said State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller in a statement. We call on the Vietnamese government to ensure its tax law is enforced in a transparent, impartial manner that ensures non-governmental organizations can operate without fear of undue targeting or prosecution. Environmentalists are not the only members of Vietnam's civil society being targeted by the government. The State Department's most recent human rights report on Vietnam estimates that there are over 170 imprisoned political prisoners and activists in Vietnam, including journalists, academics, members of religious communities, as well as individual citizens exercising internationally recognized human rights, such as the freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. State Department spokesperson Miller said, "We reiterate our call on Vietnam to release all those unjustly detained and to respect the right of freedoms of expression and association for all persons in Vietnam. We further urge Vietnam to ensure its actions are consistent with the human rights provisions of Vietnam's constitution and its international commitments, including to consult with non-government stakeholders as part of the Just Energy Transition Partnership." NGO leaders like Hang Thi-Minh Hong, said spokesperson Miller, play a vital role in tackling global challenges, proposing sustainable solutions in the global fight against the climate crisis, and combating wildlife and timber trafficking.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visits the White House.
Russia hopes once more to use winter as a weapon against the people of Ukraine. But as I discussed with President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine are steeled for this struggle ahead. And the United States is going to continue to stand with you.
Plus, Kenyan troops are headed to Haiti.
Kenya will lead a multinational effort of at least 1,000 soldiers to help restore peace. So far, Jamaica and the Bahamas have offered to assist Kenya.
And later, the relationship between Beijing and Damascus is strengthening, while the Ottawa-New Delhi relationship is in trouble. Today is Friday, September 22nd, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. Timed to coincide with Zelensky's visit, the United States government on Thursday announced that it's sending an additional $325 million worth of weapons, including missiles, rockets, and artillery rounds to Kyiv for its defensive war against Russia. Details from VOA's chief national correspondent Steve Herman in Washington.
After stopping on Thursday on Capitol Hill and at the Pentagon, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky held talks at the White House with President Joe Biden, who said Russia alone stands in the way of peace in Ukraine.
Russia hopes once more to use winter as a weapon against the people of Ukraine. But as I discussed with President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine are steeled for this struggle ahead, and the United States is going to continue to stand with you.
The Ukrainian president expressed his appreciation for the latest package of U.S. military aid.
It has exactly what our soldiers need now.
Zelensky has also been pushing for the United States to supply his military with long-range guided missiles capable of striking behind Russian front lines. Those weapons, known as ATACMS, are not in this latest round of supplies. Meanwhile, some Republican lawmakers say they do not want to authorize an additional $24 billion in military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine, noting a lack of significant progress against Russia by the Ukrainian army. Zelensky is quoted as telling senators earlier in the day, "If we don't get the aid, we will lose the war." Steve Herman, VOA News, Washington.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. The official panel responsible for organizing elections in Pakistan announced on Thursday that the much-awaited national parliamentary polls will take place in the last week of January, ending uncertainty about the fate of the electoral process. Somali Prime Minister Hamza Abdi Bare said Thursday that his government is appealing for more international support in its long-running war against al-Shabaab militants. He told VOA that he will appeal to the UN General Assembly this weekend about removing an international arms embargo so that Somalia is capable of eliminating al-Shabaab. A contractor working for the U.S. government has been arrested on espionage charges, accused of providing a foreign country classified information. Abraham Teklu Lema, who is originally from Ethiopia, is accused of using an encrypted messaging application to transmit maps, photographs, and satellite imagery to that foreign government. This according to court documents. World leaders are hoping to soon send Kenyan troops to Haiti to quell gang violence there. Meeting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the issue with Kenyan President William Ruto. But the idea makes some Haitians uneasy. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Prosciutti brings us the latest.
Violence in Haiti. Gangs are said to control 80% of the nation's capital in Port-au-Prince. Homes burned, schools closed, Haitians displaced. But now, assistance from foreign troops. Kenya will lead a multinational effort of at least 1,000 soldiers to help restore peace. So far, Jamaica and the Bahamas have offered to assist Kenya.
Mr. President, so good to see you.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken walks across the room to shake the hand of Kenyan President William Ruto Thursday at the United Nations, just a few hours before Ruto said this before the UN General Assembly.
The cry of our brothers and sisters who were the first people to win their struggle for freedom from colonial tyranny has reached our ears and touched our hearts.
Also at the UN, an advisory group to discuss the economic and social impact of the violence. This just 2 days after U.S. President Joe Biden addressed the UN General Assembly with these words.
I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer.
But the idea of a UN multinational force worries some New York Haitians who remember the 2010 Nepalese UN force that brought cholera to their country. At a Creole restaurant in Manhattan, VOA spoke with Wesley Jean Simon.
The gang violence is resonating in Haiti, and Haitians created it, so we need to fix it ourselves.
And Rose Marilyn.
The thing that's going on with the country, there's no safety, especially after the president got assassinated, so nobody really feels safe.
Late Friday, Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry will address the United Nations General Assembly. At the same time, Haitians plan to protest his presence here in the city block that leads to the United Nations. The Security Council is expected to vote next week on sending the multinational force from Kenya to Haiti. Carolyn Prosciutti, VOA News at the United Nations.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. VOA is on the scene in the mountains of Morocco. We check in on a school after the devastating earthquake. That story coming up soon. Now, a look at news, where it comes from and how it's made. As Russia's war in Ukraine is discussed and even argued over at the UN General Assembly, reporters like Dmytro Apochenko have an important role to play in keeping Ukrainian audiences informed. VOA's Christina Casiedo-Smith caught up with him in New York.
Even with 5 years' experience as a foreign correspondent, Ukrainian journalist Dmitry Anopchenko says nothing could have prepared him for covering a war in his own country. With President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing the UN General Assembly in person, Anopchenko has a full day of work and a pressing question.
The main question for my audience, for all the Ukrainians, how Zelensky and how the US administration understands the moment when the war will stop. It is what I'm intending to ask President Zelensky and President Biden if I will have a chance.
The reporter works for Inter TV channel, but since the full invasion, 6 of Ukraine's main broadcasters, including Inter TV channel, have integrated to feed a non-stop news cycle. Back in Kyiv, Editor-in-Chief Victoria Naidionova describe their priorities.
Speaking for all journalists is, of course, information verification. To verify information, wait until final confirmation of any information.
Leading a newsroom at this time is tough.
For me as the editor-in-chief, the biggest challenge is trying to maintain a kind of balance between my duty to preserve the life and health of journalists and at the same time to cover events that are happening on the front line.
But covering the UN General Assembly is just one of many hats Anopchenko wears. The journalist also covers the Pentagon, U.S. State Department, White House, and Congress, and provides an antidote to the flood of Russian propaganda online.
The Russian sources, they try to hide themselves. They are reporting like it's Ukrainian media or some Ukrainian journalists. They are telling our army, our country, about Ukraine.
More than a year into the war, Moscow continues to deploy false and misleading information about the conflict, an Atlantic Council report found.
That is why I have to, not the double check, but triple check the information with the sources, with the officials, because I don't have to be like them.
Still, there is one story the Ukrainian journalist is looking forward to covering: the end of the conflict.
Gosh, it will be so emotional. I'm even afraid to think about this. I hope it will be soon. I hope it will be as soon as possible because everyone, I'll tell you, honestly, we're so tired living every moment and waiting that someone you love will not be alive tomorrow.
Until that moment, Anopchenko will keep doing what he does best, reporting on developments for his audience. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News, New York.
And in other news, Fox Broadcast Network founder Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as the leader of Fox and News Corp. The AP's Margie Zaraletta has that story.
Fox says 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch will become chairman emeritus of both Fox and News Corp. Murdoch started with one newspaper in Australia that he inherited, and he created the first network to successfully challenge ABC, CBS, and NBC. Murdoch also founded Fox News Channel in 1996. His son Lachlan will become chairman, as well as continue to serve as chief executive officer. Murdoch says he will be involved every day in the contest of ideas in his new role. Lachlan Murdoch says his father will continue to provide valued counsel to both companies. I'm Margie Zaraletta.
It's no secret that the relationship between India and China has been on the rocks the past couple of days. We'll get an update on that in a moment. One diplomatic relationship that appears to be strengthening, however, is the relationship between Syria and China. Both countries are skeptical of America and Western power, and as Syrian President Bashar al-Assad seeks to re-enter the international community, he goes to Hangzhou in China's east. Reuters' Rachel Judah has more.
Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has touched down in China, kicking off his first visit to the country since 2004, as he makes further strides to end more than a decade of diplomatic isolation under Western sanctions. While there, Assad is set to attend the opening ceremony of the Asian Games, along with more than a dozen foreign dignitaries. He will then lead a delegation for meetings in several Chinese cities. He will also meet President Xi Jinping. Being seen with China's president at a regional gathering should add further legitimacy to Assad's campaign to return to the world stage. Syria joined China's Belt and Road Initiative last year and was welcomed back into the Arab League in May. Faced with a crippled economy and little to show so far from his efforts to rebuild ties with Arab states, Assad is keen for financial support. But any Chinese or other investment in Syria risks entangling an investor in US sanctions under the 2020 CEFR Act that can freeze the assets of anyone dealing with Syria. China, like Syria's main backers, Russia and Iran, has maintained relations with Damascus, as others isolated Assad over his crackdown when protests first erupted in 2011. Assad's visit to China is one of his longest spells abroad since the civil war flared, which has claimed more than 500,000 lives. Syria, a small oil producer, holds strategic significance for China. It lies between Iraq, a major oil supplier to China, and Turkey, the terminus of economic corridors stretching across Asia into Europe. But analysts doubt Chinese firms are considering returning to Syria, given its poor security and dire financial situation.
Rachel Judah of Reuters with that story for us. And as I mentioned, the Canadian and Indian relationship is in peril. This after the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, accused the Indian government of assassinating a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. He was someone the Indians had said was a terrorist. In the latest escalation, India has suspended visa services for Canadian citizens as the rift between the two countries deepens. AP correspondent Karen Chamas reports.
The rise in tensions come after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this week said India may have been involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen. Trudeau believes India was involved in the assassination of Sikh separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who had been wanted by India for years. The bombshell allegation from Trudeau set off a diplomatic tit-for-tat, as each country expelled a diplomat. India denied the claim and called it absurd. Indian External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Arindam Bagchi confirmed a temporary suspension of all visa services for Canadians.
Accordingly, our High Commission and consulates are temporarily unable to process visa applications.
The suspension means that Canadians who don't already have visas will not be able to travel to India until services resume. I'm Karen Chamas.
Nigerian unions are threatening to strike, demanding the reinstatement of fuel subsidies the government ended in May. The Nigerian Labour Congress, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers, is asking the government to reverse its decision or introduce measures that would help citizens cope with the soaring food and transportation costs. Timothy Obezu reports from Abuja.
Pam Emmanuel opened his barbershop 12 years ago in his hometown in Central Plateau State. He relocated to Abuja a few years ago in a bid to expand his business. But recently, he says, he has been struggling to make a profit.
Since the government removed the fuel subsidy, the price of fuel has increased and everything in the market has also increased. So the only thing we can do is to meet up. So we have to increase our prices.
The Nigerian government had subsidized fuel prices for decades. In May, President Bola Tinubu shut down the program.
The first subsidy is gone.
That decision more than tripled the price of gas and sent food and transportation costs through the roof. The cost increase also made it expensive to run the generators that many Nigerian households and businesses depend on when the erratic power supply shuts off. Barber Pam Emmanuel wants the government to take action.
I'm just pleading the government to do something about it. They should look into it. First is the masses, not them themselves. So they should have conscience.
President Tinubu embarked on some of Nigeria's boldest reforms in decades to grow the country's struggling economy and address corruption. He also floated the national currency against the dollar and other global currencies to eliminate multiple exchange rates. But the naira has fallen to historic lows since then, and his policies are drawing strong criticism from Nigerian labor unions. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers, wants authorities to revert to the previous status quo, review salaries for its members, and introduce cheaper, gas-powered mass transport systems to reduce workers' transportation costs. Last month, the NLC led thousands to the streets in protest, calling the government's policies anti-poor. This week, a meeting between the National Executive Council of the Workers' Union and government officials ended in a deadlock. 2 weeks ago, the NLC gave the government 2 weeks to reverse its policies. NLC spokesman Benson Upa says the deadline is Friday.
Subsidy service is not a burden to the nation. It is those who exploit the window of subsidy to create, it is those people that create the burden. And the president in his speech graciously acknowledged the existence of a cabal. But instead of dealing with that cabal, he chose to deal with us, the innocent, in fact, the victims, if at the end of the 14 working day ultimatum, its lawful demands are not met, it will embark on an indefinite strike action. The NEC has now rescinded that decision.
Nigerian authorities are asking for more time to fix the problem. Simon Lalong is Nigeria's Labor and Employment Minister.
I must say that our meeting was very robust and we had a very, very fruitful meeting. But at the end of the day, many of those items that we left are still for consideration.
The World Bank says Nigeria could save $5.1 billion this year from its economic reforms. At the same time, it warns that more than 7 million citizens could be pushed into poverty if the subsidy removal is not properly managed. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
And finally, today, children are returning to class in Morocco's Atlas Mountains, less than 2 weeks after a massive earthquake killed and injured thousands of people and razed whole villages. With about 600 area schools destroyed, many students will be studying in tents or in the nearest city, Marrakesh. Lisa Bryant reports from the town of Amizmiz.
Less than 2 weeks ago, Atlas Primary School in Amizmiz was filled with children. Nearly 500 kids studied here. At least 8 died during the late-night earthquake as they slept in homes nearby. Lives and futures suddenly halted. Imad Moulay Othman's children studied here. His dad worked as a school janitor. Othman says he's hoping for a speedy solution for the kids to get back to studying. The family sleeps outside. They're fearful of another earthquake. Othman's children are still traumatized by the quake, which killed one of their classmates. In this poor mountainous region, education can be a ticket to a better life. Teacher Tissam Termi says kids are not dropping out of school like they used to. She says parents are aware of the importance of education. Tissam Termi teaches and lives at a remote village school. Her leg was broken when a classroom wall collapsed during the quake, which also killed 4 of her students. Some of the dead are buried at this cemetery in Amizmiz. He says what's important now is daily survival. Education comes after. Atlas Primary would have celebrated its 100th birthday in a couple of years. Now its pupils and the region face the difficult task of rebuilding and moving on. Lisa Bryant for VOA News, Amizmiz, Morocco.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The fighting in Sudan continues to severely impact South Sudan's resources and humanitarian needs due to more than 250,000 returnees and refugees seeking refuge in border towns and internally displaced persons camps, said U.S. Ambassador Robert Wood, UN Alternative Representative for Special Political Affairs.
An additional 26,000 South Sudanese displaced persons have fled violence and food insecurity in Ethiopia's refugee camps, further straining resources and food supply.
The United States remains gravely concerned over the congestion and overcrowding in border towns such as Renk and internally displaced persons camps, as well as the lack of adequate shelter and medical aid for displaced persons. Ambassador Wood strongly urged the United Nations mission in South Sudan, the transitional government, and humanitarian partners to strengthen efforts to provide returnees and displaced persons sufficient shelter, food, medical, and relocation services. He also urged parties to continue to provide assistance and services to host communities and those displaced less recently to ensure a balanced approach that takes into account the needs of all groups. The United States remains disappointed with the lack of progress by the transitional government of South Sudan's implementation of the 2018 peace agreement and the 2022 roadmap, said Ambassador Wood.
With only 15 months remaining until the December 2024 elections, it is not evident South Sudan will be prepared to hold elections under conditions consistent with President Kiir's commitments. Open political space for a genuine campaign free of intimidation and violence does not exist. The transitional government has failed to detail the budget revenue it will dedicate to electoral administrative tasks, and needed legislation has not been passed.
Sexual violence remains an ongoing issue that must be addressed, warned Ambassador Wood.
This reporting period highlighted 18 cases of conflict-related sexual violence, including 12 women, 8 girls, and 1 man. The United States strongly condemns any form of gender-based violence. We call on the government to take immediate steps to strengthen rule of law institutions and increase survivors' access to services.
The transitional government must seize this opportunity to give the South Sudanese people a hopeful future, said Ambassador Wood. The people of South Sudan deserve to live without violence, to feel safe, and to contribute to the betterment of their country.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
VOA1 The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
Today on the program, Jill Robbins answers a question from Luis in Brazil about grammar rules and popular music. Then Gregory Stockel and Gina Bennett tell us about the women weavers of northern Chile. We close today's program with a story by O. Henry. But first, Dan Novak looks at traditional Ethiopian coffee shops in London.
When Yared Marcos moved to London 25 years ago, he did not see any Ethiopian coffee shops. Now there are at least 12 around a city known for its tea drinkers. In Ethiopia, coffee is usually drank at the end of each meal. Drinking coffee is a communal activity for Marcos. When he first immigrated to London from Ethiopia 23 years ago, he did not understand the culture. They sell our coffee in Starbucks and other places, but they don't follow our traditions, said Marcos, who has owned Kaffa Coffee since 2004. The shop is now in an East London neighborhood. It holds coffee ceremonies every weekend in the summer. It also holds cultural events and fills special orders. Tourists will walk by and smell the coffee and come in asking questions, Marcos said. It makes people want to learn more about the culture. Among some of the most popular Ethiopian kinds of coffee are the flowery yirgacheffe, fruity limu, and nutty kochere. Marcos named Kaffa after the southwestern area in Ethiopia, where coffee beans are believed to have been discovered about 1,200 years ago. An old story says that an Ethiopian goat farmer once noticed his goats acting strangely one day after eating berries from a tree. He tried them himself and felt energized and awake. The farmer took the berries to a religious worker, a monk, who threw them in a fire, calling them the work of the devil. A strong smell was released, so the monks saved the burnt coffee, putting it in a container with hot water. When they drank the liquid, they realized it helped them stay awake during nightly prayers. Coffee contains a lot of caffeine, a substance that has the effect of keeping people awake and feeling energetic. Over the years, coffee making in Ethiopia has changed into ceremonies led by the women in households. The social value of the coffee ceremony is one of our biggest traditions, Marcos said. The London Coffee Festival started in 2011. It also provides a chance for coffee lovers to come together. Antene Mulu is one of the owners of the Ethiopian Coffee Company in central London. He said the festival has helped spread Ethiopian coffee to a new community. Mulu and his business partner Polly Hamilton opened their store in 2013. Like Kaffa Coffee, they import directly from Ethiopia, where beans are named for the area where they were grown. As Ethiopia's traditions spread outside the country, both Marcos and Mulu hope more people will be pushed to value their community over concerns about drinking caffeine in their coffee. I'm Dan Novak.
Hello, our question for today on Ask a Teacher comes from a reader in Brazil. I have an easy question. Why does Sir Elton John use don't and not doesn't in the song This Train Don't Stop There Anymore? Thanks. Louise, Brazil. Dear Louise, that's a great question. As an English teacher, I often hear things in songs that do not follow grammar rules. Sometimes I believe it is because the songwriter wants to speak in a way that is used by another community. Also, informal or everyday language is often not completely grammatical. Let's look at some of the words of This Train Don't Stop There Anymore. It appears in a collection of songs called Songs from the West Coast, published in 2001. The songwriter Bernie Taupin co-wrote this and many other songs with Elton John. Taupin wrote the words and John wrote the music. Taupin said he was always interested in Americana, the culture and history of America, and in country and Western music. That helps explain the images and language he put into this song. In the first part, the singer says he does not believe in miracles anymore and has lost strong feelings about romantic love. The second part brings in images of an old kind of train.
I used to be the Mail Express, all steam and whistles heading west, picking up my pain from door to door, riding on the storyline, furnace burning overtime. But this train don't stop. This train don't stop. This train don't stop there anymore.
The singer tells us of the strong emotions he once had by comparing them to a fast or express train. The high, sharp sound of a train warning people of its approach is called a whistle. Old trains used to be powered by steam engines that let out whistles as they passed through towns. If we connect these words to the earlier part of the song, we can get a picture in our mind of a lonely, isolated place. A town where the train no longer stops is usually a quiet place with little activity. We can suppose that town is like the singer's heart. My understanding of the song is that the singer is saying he no longer wants to be in love because the feeling is too strong. Continuing the image of the train, he sings,
It really means my engine's breaking down.
What do you think, Luis? Would the song be just as good if Elton John sang, That Train Doesn't Stop There Anymore? Maybe it would not have the quality of informal language Tapan was hoping for. And that's Ask a Teacher for this week. Do you have a question for the teacher? Write to us at learningenglish@voanews.com. I'm Jill Robbins.
In northern Chile, Teófila Chalapa learned to weave or make cloth surrounded by the high hills and sandy roads of the Atacama Desert. Spin the threads, girl, her grandmother told her 50 years ago. The 59-year-old Chalapa is Aymara, a native South American Indian people. She raises alpacas and llamas. The animals' hair can be cut off and turned into cloth called wool. We had no clothes or money, so we needed to learn how to dress with our own hands, said Chalapa. She lives in Caraquima, a town with fewer than 500 people near the Chile-Bolivia border. The knowledge of weaving passes from one generation to another, securing a Mara family's connection with their land. Chalapa prays before beginning her work. Mother Earth, give me strength, because you're the one who will produce, not me.
Among the 3 million Aymaras who live along the borders of Chile, Peru, and Bolivia, the earth is known as Pachamama. Acts to honor Pachamama and asks for Earth's blessings are a part of everyday life for the people. I believe in God, but the earth provides us with everything, Chalapa said. Pachamama inspires Chalapa's work in textiles. It provides means for survival, too. My animals are my mother, Chalapa said. Her alpacas and llamas were a source of meat, wool, and emotional support during the difficult years she spent as a single parent raising her children. Aymara weavers cut off their animals' wool in October when the weather is warmer. The llamas keep several centimeters of wool to keep them warm and ready for the floreo. During this ancient ceremony, celebrated in February, Aymaras tie wool flowers to their animals, identifying them as their property. They also thank Pachamama for providing them the things they need. Once the wool is collected and cleaned, the weavers use their fingers to pull threads out of it. The threads are grouped together and placed on a weaving machine called a loom.
Aymara women like Chalapa use the money they make from the sale of wool products to send their children to school. I thank God because I always told myself, I don't want them to be like me, said Marcelina Choque, another woman weaver who lives in the town of Pozo Almonte. This is my only profession. If I don't sell, I have nothing. Such generational progress comes with mixed emotions, however. I taught my daughters how to weave just like me, but now that they have other jobs, they don't weave anymore, Choke said. Several women weavers say the traditional work may end because younger Aymara are moving away from their hometowns. The weavers say there are few young Aymara women who know how to use a loom. In rural areas, there is a significant migration of young people, and the population is aging, said Luis Pizarro, who works at the Agricultural Development Institute of Chile.
The organization supports rural development for Chilean communities connected to the Aymara culture, Pizarro said. The goal is to increase the farming of alpacas and llamas and products through special events and online. Recently, the Institute held a fashion show inside a shopping center in the city of Iquique. Teofila Chilapa, Maria Choque, and other women had their daughters serve as models at the show and sold some of their work. We try to get daughters and granddaughters of artisans involved in their cultural inheritance, Pizarro said. Nayoreth Chilapa, no relation to Teofila, speaks proudly about her mother, who taught her how to pick the perfect plants for coloring the cloth. The colors of our textiles are related to nature, the earth, the sky, the hills. The land is sacred for us, the 25-year-old said. She said the work represents the maker's emotions, as well as the llamas, flowers, and mountains she wants to keep present. Nayoreth Chilapa moved to a city to attend university like so many others. But home is never far from her heart. When migrating, many forget their ethnicity and leave their roots behind, Chilapa said. But my family tries to avoid that. I'm Gregory Stockel.
And I'm Gina Bennett.
Hearts and crosses. Baldy Woods reached for a drink and got it. When Baldy wanted something, he usually got it. But this is not Baldy's story. Now he took his third drink, which was larger than the first and the second. Baldy had been listening to the troubles of a friend. Now Baldy was going to tell his friend what to do. So the friend was buying him the drinks. This was the right thing for the friend to do. "I'd be king if I were you," said Baldy. He said it loudly and strongly. Webb Yeager moved his wide hat back on his head. He put his fingers in his yellow hair and moved it about. It now looked wilder than before. But this did not help him to think better. Therefore, he also got another drink. "If a man marries a queen, it ought not make him nothing," said Webb. Here was his real problem. "Surely not," said Baldy. "You ought to be a king, but you're only the queen's husband. That's what happens to a man in Europe if he marries the king's daughter. His wife becomes a queen, but is he a king? No. His only duty is to appear with the queen in pictures and be the father of the next king. That's not right. Yes, Webb, you are only the queen's husband. And if I were you, I'd turn everything upside down and I would be king. Baldy finished his drink. Baldy, said Webb, you and I have been cowboys together for years. We've been riding the same roads since we were very young. I wouldn't talk about my family to anyone but you. You were working on the Nopalito Ranch when I married Santa McAllister. I was foreman then. What am I now? Nothing. When old McAllister was cattle king of West Texas, continued Baldy, you were important. You told people what to do. Your commands were as strong as his. That was true, said Webb, until he discovered that I wanted to marry Santa. Then he sent me as far away from the ranch house as he could. When the old man died, they started to call Santa the cattle queen. Now, I tell the cattle what to do. That's all. She takes care of all the business. She takes care of all the money. I can't sell any cattle, not one animal. Santa is the queen and I'm nothing. I would be king if I were you, said Baldy Woods again. When a man marries a queen, he ought to be the same as she is. Plenty of people think it's strange, Webb. Your words mean nothing on the Nopalito Ranch. Mrs. Yeager is a fine little lady, but a man ought to be the head of his own house. Webb's brown face grew long with sadness. With that expression in his wild yellow hair and his blue eyes, he looked like a schoolboy who had lost his leadership to another strong boy. Yet his tall body looked too strong for such a thing to happen to him. I'm riding back to the ranch today, he said. It was easy to see that he did not want to go. I have to start some cattle on the road to San Antonio tomorrow morning. Well, I'll go with you as far as Dry Lake, said Baldy. The two friends got on their horses and left the little town where they had met that morning. At Dry Lake, they stopped to say goodbye. They had been riding for miles without talking. But in Texas, talk does not often continue steadily. Many things may happen between words. But when you begin to talk again, you're still talking about the same thing. So now Webb added something to the talk that began 10 miles away. You remember, Baldy, there was a time when Santa was different. You remember the days when old McAllister kept me away from the ranch house. Remember how she would send me a sign that she wanted to see me? Old McAllister said that he would kill me if I came near enough. You remember the sign she used to send, Baldy? The picture of a heart with a cross inside it? Me? Cried Baldy. Sure, I remember. Every cowboy on the ranch knew that sign of the heart and the cross. We would see it on things sent out from the ranch. We would see it on anything. It would be on newspapers, on boxes of food. Once I saw it on the back of the shirt of a cook that McAllister sent from the ranch. Santa's father made a promise that she wouldn't write to me or send me any word. That heart and cross sign was her plan. When she wanted to see me, she would put that mark on something that she knew I would see. And when I saw it, I traveled fast to the ranch that same night. I would meet her outside the house. Well, we all knew it, said Baldy. But we never said anything. We wanted you to marry Santa. We knew why you had that fast horse. When we saw the heart and the cross on something from the ranch, we always knew your horse was going to go fast that night. The last time Santa sent me the sign, said Webb, was when she was sick. When I saw it, I got on my horse and started. It was a 40-mile ride. She wasn't at our meeting place. I went to the house. Old McAllister met me at the door. Did you come here to get killed? He said. I won't kill you this time. I was going to send for you. Santa wants you. Go in that room and see her. Then come out here and see me. Santa was lying in bed very sick, but she smiled and put a hand in mine, and I sat down by the bed, mud and riding clothes and all. I could hear you coming for hours, Webb, she said. I was sure you would come. You saw the sign? I saw it, I said. It's our sign, she said. Hearts and crosses. To love and to suffer. That's what they mean. And old Dr. Musgrove was there. And Santa goes to sleep, and Dr. Musgrove touches her face, and he says to me, You were good for her, but go away now. The little lady will be all right in the morning. Old McAllister was outside her room. She's sleeping, I said. Now you can start killing me. You have plenty of time. I haven't anything to fight with. Old McAllister laughs and says to me, Killing the best foreman in West Texas is not good business. I don't know where I could get another good foreman. I don't want you in the family, but I can use you on the Nopalito if you stay away from the ranch house. You go up and sleep, and then we'll talk. The two men prepared to separate. They took each other's hand. Bye, Baldy, said Webb. I'm glad I saw you and had this talk. With a sudden rush, the two riders were on their way. Then Baldy pulled his horse to a stop and shouted. Webb turned. If I were you, came Baldy's loud voice, I would be king. At 8 the following morning, Bud Turner got off his horse at the Nopalito Ranch House. Bud was the cowboy who was taking the cattle to San Antonio. Mrs. Yeager was outside the house putting water on some flowers. In many ways, Santa was like her father, King McAllister. She was sure about everything. She was afraid of nothing. She was proud. But Santa looked like her mother. She had a strong body and a soft prettiness. Because she was a woman, her manners were womanly. But she liked to be queen, as her father had liked to be king. Webb stood near her, giving orders to 2 or 3 cowboys. Good morning, said Bud. Where do you want the cattle to go? To Barber's as usual? The queen always answered such a question. All the business, buying, selling, and banking had been held in her hands. Care of the cattle was given to her husband. When King McAllister was alive, Santa was his secretary and his helper. She had continued her work, and her work had been successful. But before she could answer, the queen's husband spoke. You drive those cattle to Zimmerman's and Nesbitt's. I spoke to Zimmerman about it. Bud turned, ready to go. Wait, called Santa quickly. She looked at her husband with surprise in her gray eyes. What do you mean, Webb? She asked. I never deal with Zimmerman and Nesbitt. Barber has bought all the cattle from this ranch for 5 years. I'm not going to change. She said to Bud Turner, Take those cattle to Barber. Bud did not look at either of them. He stood there waiting. I want those cattle to go to Zimmerman and Nesbitt, said Webb. There was a cold light in his blue eyes. It's time to start, said Santa to Bud. Tell Barber we'll have more cattle ready in about a month. Bud allowed his eyes to turn and meet Webb's. You take those cattle, said Webb, to Barber, said Santa quickly. Let's say no more about it. What are you waiting for, Bud? Nothing, said Bud. But he did not hurry to move away, for man is man's friend, and he did not like what had happened. You heard what she said, cried Webb. We do what she commands. He took off his hat and made a wide movement with it, touching the floor. Webb, said Santa, what's wrong with you today? I'm acting like the Queen's fool, said Webb. What can you expect? Let me tell you, I was a man before I married a cattle queen. What am I now? Something for the cowboys to laugh at. But I'm going to be a man again. Santa looked at him. Be reasonable, Webb, she said quietly. There's nothing wrong. You take care of the cattle, I take care of the business. You understand the cattle. I understand the business better than you do. I learned it from my father. I don't like kings and queens, said Webb, unless I'm one of them myself. All right, it's your ranch. Barber gets the cattle. Webb's horse was tied near the house. He walked into the house and brought out the supplies he took on long rides. These he began to tie on his horse. Santa followed him. Her face had lost some of its color. Webb got on his horse. There was no expression on his face except a strange light burning in his eyes. "There's some cattle at the Hondo waterhole," he said. "They ought to be moved. Wild animals have killed 3 of them. I did not remember to tell Sims to do it. You tell him." Santa put a hand on the horse and looked her husband in the eye. "Are you going to leave me, Webb?" she asked quietly. "I'm going to be a man again," he answered. "I wish you success," she said with a sudden coldness. She turned and walked into the house. Webb Yeager went to the southeast as straight as he could ride. And when he came to the place where the sky and the earth seemed to meet, he was gone. Those at the Nopalito knew nothing more about him. Days passed, then weeks, then months, but Webb Yeager did not return.
And that's the Learning English podcast for today. Be sure to come back next week for the next part of the story. Thanks to all our VOA colleagues for their work on today's program.
Most importantly, thank you for listening. For more, visit our website at learningenglish.voanews.com. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel.
And this is VOA1, The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Dan Friedel reports on the Nobel Prize in Literature. Mario Ritter Jr. has a story about how immigrants in the U.S. are more hopeful about the future than American-born citizens. Brian Lynn reports on how many girls around the world are not using the internet. Next, Gina Bennett has a story on a project in Cuba that combines fishing and farming. Later, John Russell presents the Everyday Grammar lesson on grammar and uncertainty. But first, here is Dan Friedel.
The Swedish Academy awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Literature to a Norwegian known for considering life's basic choices in his 40 years of work. 64-year-old Jan Fosse was first published in the 1980s and became well known in the 1990s. His works include a play called Someone is Going to Come, which was performed to praise in Paris in 1999. Later, he wrote a series of books called The Septology, which he finished in 2021. The last part of Septology, called A New Name, was a finalist for the Booker Prize in 2022. Fosse created plays, books, and children's books. He also worked on a translation of the Bible into Norwegian. He is known for writing in the Nynorsk language, which is understandable to all Norwegians, but it is used by only 10% of the nation's 5.4 million people. Swedish Academy member Anders Olsson said Fosse's work has had a universal impact. The Academy also called his work innovative and noted his ability to give voice to the unsayable. The group explained that his books discuss life's deepest feelings about things like life and death. Fosse said he had been thinking he might be awarded the prize for the last 10 years, but he was still surprised to get the phone call on Thursday. He told a Swedish broadcaster, "I've been part of the discussion for 10 years and have prepared myself for 10 years that it could happen." He told a Norwegian broadcaster he has no more prizes left to win. Everything will be downhill from now on. He noted that he started writing as a boy, and his first work came out 40 years ago. "I don't plan to compete with myself," he said. The writer added he will celebrate the prize calmly with his family. Fosse said 1969 Nobel Literature Prize winner Samuel Beckett of Ireland influenced his writing style. Beckett wrote the play Waiting for Godot. Guy Pusey is a teacher of Scandinavian Studies at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. He called Fosse's writing sparse and said his simple expressions take on a lot deeper meaning. The Associated Press notes critics might call Fosse a safe choice for his highbrow writing only known to people in small literary circles. The Academy has been criticized for being too centered on men from Northern Europe and North America. That includes criticism from Annie Ernaux, last year's winner. Only 17 of 119 winners have been women. Recent winners who have been popular writers include Mario Vargas Llosa of Peru, Kazuo Ishiguro of Japan, and Alice Munro of Canada. The Academy got a lot of attention for choosing American musician Bob Dylan in 2016. Supporters say recent winners, including Dylan, show that the Nobel Committee is interested in writers who are both popular and praised by critics. Fosse's publisher says his work has been translated into 40 languages, and his plays have been produced over 1,000 times. And he is the fourth Norwegian to win the prize, but the first since 1928. I'm Dan Friedel.
Immigrants in America are more hopeful about the future than citizens who were born in the United States. That is what a recent opinion study of 3,358 immigrant adults found. The study, or survey, aimed to find out what the immigrant adults thought about a number of issues. Shannon Schumacher is a researcher at KFF, a non-profit organization based in San Francisco that works with health policy. It was formerly known as the Kaiser Family Foundation. She described what the immigrants told her this way. They said, "You know, I face challenges here in the U.S., but it's far better than where I came from, and I have this belief that things will be better for my children." Schumacher added, whether that's their education, their safety, their economic opportunities, they think that they're better off and their children are better off. The survey was a partnership between KFF and the Los Angeles Times newspaper. The organizations carried out the study between April 10th and June 12, 2023. The immigrants answered questions by telephone, mail, and online. The questions could be answered in any of the 10 most commonly spoken languages in the United States. They include English, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Haitian Creole, Arabic, French, and Tagalog. Schumacher said it is the most complete survey of immigrants in the U.S. today. The survey can really help inform the public more about immigrants and really bring their voices to the forefront, she said. Schumacher added, "We don't actually hear about immigrants often in their own voices." Immigrants make up 16% of adults in the U.S. They come from many different countries and are from many classes of people. Their belief in a better future remains, although they face many difficulties. Most of the immigrants in the survey have jobs. About half said they have experienced discrimination in the workplace. 3 in 10 said they had been paid less for doing the same job or have had fewer opportunities to get a better job or increased pay compared to their U.S.-born co-workers. Healthcare can be another problem. 1 in 5 immigrants delayed or did not get health care in the past few years. Often, the reason is lack of money or health insurance. And if they see a medical worker, the experience is not always good. The survey said that Black and Hispanic immigrants face the most discrimination. Researchers worked with activist groups within the different immigrant communities to find people to talk to. The researchers said the English word discrimination was a problem because it does not always mean the same thing in different cultures and languages. People aren't sure what that means, Schumacher said. She added that they might use different words, or they say something that maybe we as researchers would say, "Oh, that's discrimination," but they call it bullying, or someone just being mean. To deal with possible miscommunication, researchers asked direct questions to identify experiences that they defined as discrimination. They did this even if the survey subject did not call the experience discrimination. For example, the researcher might ask, "Have you ever been not paid for all the hours you've worked? Have you been harassed or threatened or been told to go back to your country?" I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
A new report suggests many girls across the world are not using the Internet because of online abuse, discrimination, or other issues. The report was produced by a non-profit group called Girl Effect. The organization carries out research and programs aimed at linking young girls to education, useful products, and technology. The effort was also supported by the Malala Fund, the United Nations Children's Agency UNICEF, and the Vodafone Americas Foundation. The report says many girls face numerous barriers to using the Internet, especially on mobile devices. Girl Effect describes a situation on the Internet that it says can favor boys over girls. It calls the situation a digital divide. The digital gender divide is real and is creating public spaces where women, especially girls, are being left behind, said Girl Effect Chief Executive Jessica Posner-Adede in a statement. She added that girls are often told they are vulnerable, less competent, and unable to protect themselves online. The group's report said these kinds of statements can reshape girls' beliefs and opinions and prevent them from fully taking part in numerous online activities. This can severely limit the information they see and can block educational and job progress. Online abuse and concerns about Internet safety have resulted in many girls setting up more protections and behaving more conservatively when connecting with others and sharing personal information online, the report said. The report is based on a public opinion study involving more than 10,000 boys and girls aged 14 to 21. A separate part questioned parents of the youth. Data was collected in 7 countries: Ethiopia, India, Jordan, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Comparative data came from Britain and the United States. The report noted that women across low- and middle-income countries are 7% less likely than men to own a mobile phone and are 19% less likely to use mobile Internet. The report suggests a digital gender divide exists, although governments worldwide have taken steps to prevent it. A UNICEF study released earlier this year showed that in 54 countries there is a median gender ratio of 71. This means that for every 100 young boys and men who use the Internet, only 71 young girls and women do. Recent studies have also shown that women experience more online abuse, persuading large numbers of girls to quit social media services such as Facebook and Instagram. The Girl Effect report found that among digitally connected youth, 12% more girls than boys said they feel self-conscious while using social media. The report also said girls are 11% less likely to place photos or comments online compared to boys of the same age. Mitali Nikor is a gender policy specialist at research group Nikor Associates based in New Delhi. She told the Thomson Reuters Foundation that girls who limit their online activity often carry this behavior with them into the workplace. This can lead to difficulties for women who might hold back in demonstrating their skills and building strategic connections, Nikor said. Nikor noted she thinks several things are needed to help solve the problems girls are facing. One is to improve the availability of mobile devices for girls and young women across the world. Other possible solutions include establishing more digital literacy programs and efforts to end gender-based discrimination. I'm Brian Lynn.
Cuba is undergoing economic crisis and shortages. This can make even simple efforts like fishing or farming complex. That is why 2 young Cuban businessmen decided to turn to aquaponics to get better results and increase the amount of food available on the island nation. Aquaponics is a practice that uses wastewater from fish farming to grow food plants in a soilless environment. It brings together fishing and farming in a way that is both efficient and environmentally friendly. Joel Lopez, co-owner of JoJo Aquaponics, said the practice is a perfect fit for Cuba. From fish to the production of food plants, everything is natural, he said, while showing visitors the building where JoJo Aquaponics farms outside of Havana, the capital of Cuba. At the end of the month, the harvest includes both a protein from the fish and a vegetable green, all without the use of expensive chemicals such as fertilizers and pesticides. Cuba is facing its worst economic downturn in many years. Shortages of food, medicine, and fuel have led the government to seek help from businesses in finding new solutions. But businesses face a difficult environment in Cuba. The trade ban enforced by the United States makes doing business complex. And the Cuban government only recently permitted private businesses. Jose Martinez is a co-owner of JoJo Aquaponics. He said aquaponics is costly and it has been difficult to raise money for the project. Martinez added that his business received some money from local government, though it was not enough. Even with the barriers, many Cubans increasingly believe private businesses will succeed in a country where the average person earns less than $20 a month. I'm Gina Bennett.
Consider an unusual time in your life. Perhaps your country was having a financial crisis or a political crisis. Perhaps one of your family members became sick. In other words, you were facing an uncertain situation. How do you talk about such situations? That question will be the subject of today's everyday grammar. You will learn about questions and answers. You will also learn about verbs and expressions used to talk about uncertainty. Let's start with some important terms and ideas. Uncertainty means that something is doubtful or unknown. And as the saying goes, life is full of uncertainties. We often ask friends, family, coworkers, or even strangers about their thoughts and expectations during uncertain times. There are two closely related questions we use in such situations. One involves will, and the other involves be going to. Although the questions have different wording, their meaning is the same. So, we have,
what do you think will happen? What do you think is going to happen?
The structures of these questions are complex. We have the question word, what, the helping verb, do, the subject, you, the verb, think, and then the future marker, either will or be going to, along with happen. We can also make our questions more exact by adding a noun or noun phrase after the word to near the end of the question. So you might ask, what do you think will happen to? What do you think is going to happen to? If your country has an uncertain financial situation, you might ask one of the following questions.
What will happen to the economy? What is going to happen to the economy?
If your brother becomes sick, you might ask a doctor one of these questions.
What will happen to my brother? What is going to happen to my brother?
These questions are open-ended. In other words, you are asking the person to give an answer that includes a lot of information. We have explored questions about uncertainty, but how do we give answers? Answers could involve expressions, some specific verbs and adverbs, as well as phrasal verbs. In terms of expressions, a person might say,
I don't know. I have no clue.
Verbs that we might use include hope, think, or doubt. Listen to these sentences.
I hope the economy turns around quickly. I think the political disagreement will be solved quickly. I doubt the economy will continue to fall apart.
And in the case of adverbs, we might use likely or unlikely, as in the following sentences.
It is likely that the economy will crash. It is unlikely that the economy will crash.
With phrasal verbs, we might use look like, meaning to seem to be something because of appearances. So you might hear a person say,
It looks like the government is going to shut down. It looks like that politician is going to win the election.
In the examples, look like suggests that the speaker has formed an idea about the situation. When you say, it looks like something is going to happen, you are saying that you think something is likely to happen, even if the situation is uncertain. The next time you read the news or watch a movie, pay careful attention to how speakers talk about uncertainty. Do the speakers use some of the terms and ideas we explored today, or do they use different terms? With time, you will notice that uncertainty and discussions about uncertainty make up a large part of our lives. I'm John Russell.
just heard this week's Everyday Grammar. John Russell joins us now to talk a little more about the lesson. Welcome, John.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me on the show.
So why did you choose uncertainty as the subject of today's lesson?
I can give a general answer and a specific answer. The general answer is that uncertainty and discussions about uncertainty play a big part in our lives. We have all faced uncertain situations. We have all talked about uncertain situations with friends and family.
Yeah, that's true. And what was the specific answer to the question?
Well, last week there were uncertain times in the United States. As a result of a disagreement over financing, it looked like the government was going to shut down.
I noticed that you used one of the phrasal verbs from today's lesson. Look like.
That's right. The examples in the report gave it in the present. It looks like. But we can use it in the past as well. It looked like.
And it looks like the disagreements will continue into next month, when government financing will again be the subject of a vote in Congress.
That's right. And the outcome of the vote is uncertain.
So much uncertainty. Thanks for coming on the show today, John.
Thanks for having me. See you next time.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Movie theaters too. VOA won the hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Dan Friedel has a story on the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Gina Bennett reports on a training program in Pakistan for Afghan women. Brian Lynn brings us the technology report on a study about AI tools in the workplace. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first,
3 scientists in the United States won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry on Wednesday. The 3 won for their discovery of quantum dots, a technology widely used today to make displays for electronic devices and medical imaging. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences awarded the prize to Monji Bawendi of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Louis Bruce of Columbia University in New York, and Alexei Yekimov of Nanocrystals Technology. The Academy said the 3 were honored for their work with particles that have unique properties and now spread their light from television screens and LED lamps. LED lights are electronic lights used all over the world, which use energy very effectively. Pernilla Wittung Stafschede, a member of the Nobel Committee that awarded the prize, said, "We have displays on TVs, in your cell phone, that use quantum dots inside." Quantum dots are extremely small particles called nanoparticles. They are said to be about 1/10,000th the width of a human hair. The dots glow blue, red, green, or other colors when exposed to light. The color they give off depends on the size of the particles. Larger dots look red and smaller dots look blue. The color change is caused by the behavior of electrons in these small spaces. Physicists had predicted these color change properties as early as the 1930s. However, it took 50 years of research and development to control the size of quantum dots correctly. Yakimov and Bruce were the early researchers of the technology, but Wendy is credited with developing the production of quantum dots being used today. But Wendy used the words very surprised, sleepy, shocked, unexpected, and very honored to describe his feelings. But Wendy added he was not thinking about the possible uses of his work when he started researching quantum dots. The motivation really is the basic science, a basic understanding, the curiosity of how does the world work. And that's what drives scientists and academic scientists to do what they do, he said. Bruce said the practical uses of quantum dots, like creating the colors in TV screens, are something he was hoping for when he started the work many years ago. Basic research is extremely hard to predict exactly how it's going to work out, Bruce said. It's more for the knowledge base than it is for the actual materials, but in this case, it's both. Yakimov is the former chief scientist at Nanocrystals Technology, a company based in New York where he started working in 1999. The Swedish Academy credited him with showing how the size of nanoparticles affected the colors in glass. I'm Dan Friedel.
In a small building in Peshawar, Pakistan, a group of Afghan women watch a teacher show them how to use a sewing machine. The training program was established last year by Mara Bashir, who saw an increasing number of women coming from neighboring Afghanistan. Since the Taliban took over in 2021, women in Afghanistan have faced growing restrictions and an economic crisis. Bashir created the program to provide choices for women to support themselves. She teaches sewing, digital skills, and beauty treatments. And Bashir quickly found hundreds of women wanting to join the program. If we get assistance, I think we will be able to train between 250 and 500 students at one time, empowering women who can play an important role in the community, Bashir said. Officials say hundreds of thousands of Afghans have traveled to Pakistan since the Taliban took over in 2021. Even before then, 1.5 million registered refugees were in the country. This is one of the largest such populations in the world, the United Nations Refugee Agency says. More than 1 million others are estimated to live there unregistered. Struggling with an economic crisis of its own, Pakistan's government is increasingly worried about the number of Afghan refugees. Many Afghans have been arrested in recent months. Lawyers and officials say they do not have the correct legal documents to live in Pakistan. Bashir said that her main aim was expanding operations for Afghan women. But she has also included some Pakistani women in the program to increase their choices in the conservative area. The training program lasts 3 months. When they complete the program, the women direct their attention to earning enough money to survive. Many women begin their own businesses. Fatima, a 19-year-old from Afghanistan, completed the training program. She said she wants to open a beauty salon in Peshawar. It is currently banned in her home country, just a few hours away. I'm Gina Bennett.
An experiment involving hundreds of office workers has found that artificial intelligence, AI, tools can greatly help but also hurt worker performance. AI tools designed to operate at human levels have greatly expanded in popularity over the past year. These include OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's Bard, and Microsoft's AI-powered search engine, Bing. Such tools, also known as chatbots or generative AI, are computer-powered systems. They are designed to interact smoothly with humans and perform high-level writing and creative work. In recent months, these tools have demonstrated an ability to produce high-quality work. This has led some technology experts to warn that generative AI systems could end up replacing workers in many industries. This year, researchers at Harvard Business School and other organizations carried out an experiment. It aimed to test how well AI tools could help workers perform their usual duties or tasks. It involved more than 700 business advisors, called consultants, from Massachusetts-based Boston Consulting Group. Harvard Business School recently published results from the experiment in a working paper. The main findings suggest that AI tools like ChatGPT can greatly improve worker performance. For example, researchers found that, on average, workers who used OpenAI's latest ChatGPT-4 tool completed 12% more tasks than non-ChatGPT users. Tasks carried out with help from the AI technology were completed 25% faster, and the team found the quality of work performed by consultants using ChatGPT-4 increased about 40%. Work tasks used in the study covered 4 main areas: creativity, analytical thinking, writing and persuasiveness. The team gave examples of worker tasks in each of these areas. One example for creativity was propose at least 10 ideas for a new shoe targeting an underserved market or sport. For writing, consultants were asked to write a press release with marketing copy for a new product. To show persuasiveness, workers were told to write a letter to employees that explained why a particular product would beat competitors. Harvard Business School's Fabrizio Delacroix was the paper's lead writer. He told technology website VentureBeat he thinks the results were especially important because they showed that AI tools can help even highly educated, experienced workers. The fact that we could boost the performance of these highly paid, highly skilled consultants from top elite MBA institutions, I would say that's really impressive, Delacroix said. However, the paper also noted areas where the performance of consultants using ChatGPT-4 dropped. The researchers said this was especially true with tasks the AI tool was not good at completing. Of tasks the AI was good at, the experiment showed it significantly improved human performance, the paper said. But for tasks ChatGPT-4 was not right for, humans relied too much on the AI and were more likely to make mistakes. The researchers reported that consultants who used AI for tasks it was not well equipped for were 19% less likely to produce correct solutions compared to those without AI. The experiment also showed how consultants used the AI tool differently to improve their work. The researchers said some workers purposely divided the tasks, with some being completely carried out by the AI tool, and others the workers themselves carried out completely. Other workers chose to use AI for all tasks while continually interacting with the technology. The team suggests one of the biggest barriers to companies effectively using AI is not knowing which tasks can be completed best with the technology. Finding this out will require businesses to carry out thoughtful research and training efforts in order to find the right mix of AI and human-level work. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn is here to talk more about his technology report. Thanks for being here again, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Glad to be here.
This week, you reported on an experiment that aimed to measure how AI tools can help workers with their jobs. What kinds of workers were involved in the research?
So in this experiment, one of the first of its kind actually to study the effects of ChatGPT-style tools in the workplace, researchers centered on professional workers, and they were consultants involved in marketing activities. So their jobs require them to sometimes be very creative and come up with new product ideas on their own. And this was one of the areas where the researchers noted the AI tool performed quite well.
And in what areas did the AI system struggle to produce human quality results?
So the researchers said there were certain areas where the AI tools did not perform very well. and these included tasks where the AI was asked to analyze specific problems a particular business was experiencing. So these tasks, which were more strategic in nature, were much harder for the AI to handle compared to creating, say, a list of ideas for a new product launch.
So, did organizers of the experiment offer any suggestions for companies on how to improve the ways their employees use AI?
Yes, one of the main suggestions was that businesses should fully research what specific tasks are best handled by ChatGPT-style tools, because they said this is the only way their workers will be able to effectively use the technology when they know the AI tool's exact capabilities across many different areas of the company.
Got it. Thanks again for being here, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In the lessons we have been watching lately, Anna has been trying new things at work. In Lesson 18, she tried reading the news.
And the best word to describe that experience is challenging. Miss Weaver asked Anna to read the news without showing her feelings. Anna is very expressive, so that was difficult.
I hope her boss gives her another opportunity in this lesson. Let's watch the beginning of Lesson 19, a lesson we call, When Do I Start? Anna is talking with her boss on the phone to explain why she is late coming to work.
Hi there. Summer in Washington, D.C. is hot and sunny. I always ride the metro to work. Riding the metro is cool and fast. But today, it's closed. So I am walking to work. Ms. Weaver, I am late this morning. The metro is closed, so I am walking to work.
That's too bad. It's really hot today.
Yes, it is.
When you arrive, please come to my office. I have important news to tell you.
Of course. Goodbye. My boss has news for me. The question is it good news or bad news?
This is a phrase you will often hear in jokes and daily conversation. We talk about something being good news or bad news and give our listener a choice to hear one of them first. What do you think she will hear, Andrew?
I think she might hear some bad news, since she had so many problems trying to read the news objectively, as we said in our last podcast. Let's watch and find out.
Hello, Ms. Weaver.
Anna, I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
The good news. No. Okay, the bad news.
Notice the way Ms. Weaver asked Anna to choose. She said, which do you want to hear first? If we have some difficult news or criticism to tell someone, we can add a more pleasant comment to make it easier to take.
A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, right? Let's see what the bad news is first.
The bad news is you are not good at reading the news.
Oh, I am very sorry to hear that.
So, starting next month, you will not read the news.
Next month is July. You are firing me in July.
No, I am not firing you in July, or in August, or in September. That is the good news.
Okay, you are not firing me. I am not reading the news. What will I be doing?
Once again, you're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins. If any of our listeners are not familiar with the word Anna uses here, firing, it means when someone is ordered to leave their job. Here we heard good news and bad news. The good news was that Anna will not lose her job. The bad news is Anna is not very good at reading the news.
I wonder what new position Anna will have. Did you notice how Anna summarized what Ms. Weaver says, or what she thinks she said? This is a skill we call summarizing. That means saying something you read or heard again in a shorter and simpler way.
A lot of school assignments involve summarizing. In fact, you could say a big part of our job here at VOA Learning English is summarizing. We take news stories and put them into simpler sentences. And Anna summarized what she heard Ms. Weaver say as a way of confirming her understanding.
Okay, you are not firing me. I am not reading the news. What will I be doing?
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith. Maybe Ms. Weaver should review Anna's skills and try to find something she's more able to do.
Great idea, Andrew. I think you'll be happy with the next clip then.
Well, you are good at asking questions. You are good at talking to people. You are good at showing your feelings. And you are great at being silly.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. But what does all that mean?
I have a new assignment for you. Your skills are perfect for a new show. A children's show.
A children's show. That is awesome. When do I start?
You start next month. Start thinking of ideas for the show.
That sounds familiar. I think she has tons of ideas for the show, too. But you're right. Ms. Weaver helps Anna to see her strengths and gives her a new assignment. She doesn't want to spend a lot of time discussing them, so she summarizes them this way.
Well, you are good at asking questions. You are good at talking to people. You are good at showing your feelings. And you are great at being silly.
Jill, have you ever changed roles at a job?
Yeah, lots of times. But I had one job where I started out with limited responsibilities, but gradually my supervisor saw that I had some skills in organizing projects, so I was given more responsibility.
Skills like that can be learned through experience or by working with someone who is more experienced than you are. I think you might also have some talent, which is a quality you're born with.
I've never thought about that talent in relation to career skills. How about you? What talents and skills do you think are most valuable in your job?
It's a good question. And I think that's kind of a chicken and egg question or chicken and egg idea. That means it's hard to say which one comes first. I think I've developed some of my natural talents, like being able to use my voice well, maybe being able to
sing a few simple songs or something like that. And those skills can help with broadcasting. I think other skills like writing have come mostly from my education and working to improve them.
I think you have great people skills too, like the soft skills we talked about in another podcast. I had to learn those skills myself because I was very shy when I was younger.
Yes, those soft skills sometimes take some time to learn, just like other skills. Now, I think before we go today, we should give our listeners a good news, bad news joke.
Are you sure? Most of those jokes are pretty dark. I mean, they deal with some serious issues like illness.
That's true, but don't worry. I have a good one. Here's the joke. There's a troop of soldiers out in the middle of the desert. The captain gets his men together and says, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is we have run out of food and there is nothing to eat but sand.
Oh, I know this one. The captain goes on to say, the good news is there's plenty of sand.
Oh.
So that's all for this lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith. Be sure to follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
VOA1, the hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Anna Matteo reports on a Vatican meeting on the future of the Catholic Church. Mario Ritter Jr. has a story on export restrictions causing food prices to rise around the world. Katie Weaver brings us the education report on how one rural American school system has been able to make gains in math. Later, Dan Friedel presents the English lesson of the day. But first,
Pope Francis, on Wednesday, is opening a gathering of bishops and others to discuss the future of the Roman Catholic Church. Some of the discussions include subjects that have never been considered before. For the first time, women and non-clergy can vote alongside bishops in what is called a synod of bishops. The change reflects Francis's belief that the church is more about its people than its leaders. The gathering, called a synod, starts on October 4th and will end on the 29th. It will be followed by a second gathering next year. The second synod is expected to put forward detailed proposals for Francis to consider in a future document. The synod will have 365 voting members, including the Pope, and 54 women. Their numbers are chosen by national bishops' organizations and religious orders. In addition, there are around 100 experts and facilitators who will help move the discussion along. But they will not vote on a final document. The working document for the gathering came after 2 years of listening to concerns from Catholics around the world. The aim has been to raise questions and start a debate. For example, the document calls for specific steps to promote women to decision-making positions in the church. And it calls for church members to have more influence in church governance. It also suggests the inclusion of LGBTQ+ Catholics and measures to prevent clergy from abusing their power. Some conservatives have raised questions about the synod since Francis announced it 3 years ago. They said that those questions have already been settled by church teachings. And raising the questions only risks division among church members. Just this week, 5 conservative cardinals from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas made their disagreement with Pope Francis public. In a letter, they put forward 5 questions, or dubia, asking Francis to affirm church teaching on these issues, including homosexuality and female clergy. They said the synod was creating confusion. Francis answered that changes in the world help the church to better understand and explain its teachings, and that the synod is a way to find the path forward. With much sincerity, I tell you, it's not good to be afraid of these questions, Francis told them. For 2 years, the preparation for the synod has been open to the public. However, the synod itself will be closed to outsiders. There will be no live stream of the gathering. Organizers say it will be a closed-door meeting, and those taking part have been told not to speak to reporters. No daily briefings are planned, as in earlier synods, although 5 briefings are expected to take place over the time of the gathering. Francis has defended the measures. The Pope said he did not want political gossip leaking out with news of attendees arguing over disputed issues. This isn't a television show, he told reporters in August. I'm Anna Mateo.
Important foods like grains and cooking oil again are growing more costly in many places around the world. Observers say that is because countries have put export restrictions in place to protect food supplies at home. They also blame the price rise on weather conditions and the Ukraine war. Caroline Kello is a 28-year-old who works at a hair salon in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. She experienced the rising cost of food while planning meals for her 2 children. The price of onions has risen by 200% since neighboring Tanzania restricted agricultural exports. Kyolo tried a different kind of onion, but those became too costly as well. Cooking oil and corn flour prices are increasing also. So, she said, I just decided to be cooking once a day. East Africa has fertile land and a large workforce, but the high cost of growing and transporting crops and a lack of rain have resulted in decreased local production. In the case of onions, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization found that in 2014, Kenya was getting half of its onions from Tanzania. Some traders have tried to get supplies from Ethiopia. Others have stopped selling onions altogether. But Timothy Kinua, who says prices have reached their highest level in 7 years, promised he would sell the crop. It's something we can't cook without, he said. Joseph Glauber is with the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington. He said Tanzania's onion limits this year are one example of the spread of food restrictions. He called it a contagion, or something that spreads like an infectious disease. His organization says that 19 countries have put 41 food export restrictions in place. The restrictions include bans or taxes. India banned the export of some rice earlier this year, cutting 1/5 of the world's export market. Myanmar answered with its own export bans. India has also restricted onion exports. The action sent prices climbing in Bangladesh. Dry weather in Spain has hurt its olive crop, causing European buyers to look to Turkey. But rising prices there led to export limits. Morocco, which suffered a deadly earthquake recently, has also stopped exports of crops including onions, potatoes, and tomatoes. Over a period of years, food prices change sharply. In 2007 and 2008, rice and wheat prices doubled. Glauber, who also is a former economist for the Department of Agriculture, said changes are likely to continue. I think increased volatility is certainly the new normal, he said. For example, both Russia and Ukraine are major suppliers of wheat, barley, sunflower oil, and several other foods important to developing nations. The conflict between them interferes with production by both. Changes in weather are also affecting agriculture, observers say. El Niño is a periodic warm current in the southern Pacific Ocean. It is linked to changes in weather in several places around the world. Some scientists say climate change could make the El Niño current more severe, affecting weather everywhere. For example, a lack of rain in India means export restrictions there might not end with the new rice harvest in October. Most at risk from weather changes are nations that depend heavily on imported food. The World Bank, for example, notes that the Philippines imports 14% of its food. However, recent storms could mean further crop deficits. Rice prices there increased 8.7% in August. That is double the increase from the month before. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
Many students across the United States fell behind in math during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many educators are seeking ways to bring students back up to usual math levels. Such efforts paid off for a rural school system in the southern state of Alabama. It has shown major improvement. A study called the Nation's Report Card shows that Alabama students led the nation in maintaining math learning during the pandemic. And the state's Piedmont City school system landed at the top in a comparison of scores from before and during the pandemic. Nationwide, students on average fell half a year behind in math, researchers say. The Piedmont school system has about 1,100 students. 7 out of 10 children receive reduced cost or free meals in the schools. The school system has stuck with a policy it established before the pandemic. Teachers use test scores to learn where students are struggling and then target teaching to each child. We made a total transformation about 5 years ago, said Mike Hayes, the school system's chief. We decided that we were going to let data make every decision. Targeted instruction for small groups of students has years of research and evidence to back it up, said Rebecca Dreyfus of the educational nonprofit TNTP. The short answer is that using data effectively and efficiently to plan and monitor instruction is always going to make instruction better for kids, Dreyfus said. Piedmont students were 35th in math skills for the state in 2017, when Hayes became the school system's leader. By spring 2022, Piedmont's students had moved to 12th position. Once we made that decision and stuck to it and made changes and allowed our teachers time to look at the data and dive into the data, it paid off, Hayes said. As part of the effort, the Piedmont school system made the school day longer. This permitted time every 4 weeks for data days, when educators get together to study the numbers. Cassie Holbrooks teaches 4th grade math. She said the data days help teachers see where the weaknesses are and target instruction. 6th grade teacher Lisa Hayes joined the school system 5 years ago. She said she was surprised to see how hard teachers worked during the data days. When I came here and we had a work day, she said, you don't sit in your room. You're in here, the media center, most of the day, digging through test scores. Teachers then use the information to decide how to divide the students into small groups for targeted instruction. Grouping 2 to 6 students together to work on a specific skill has long been used for reading instruction and in younger grades. There is less research on the use of targeted small group instruction in math. But researchers like Dreyfus say it involves the same idea of identifying students who need extra help, rather than simply pulling out children who are behind. While math teachers in Piedmont schools work with small groups, other students write in their math books, play learning games, or work on individual learning plans. At first, when Piedmont expanded small group instruction in math, teachers said they did not have enough time to do the work well, Hayes said. So the schools expanded math and English language study time to between 80 and 120 minutes each day. The longer math classes made a big difference, teacher Landon Pruitt said. In a 52 or 53-minute class, he said, there's no way you can consistently do small groups and work on getting through the standards that you have to cover. The schools also had to help teachers adjust classroom management techniques as small groups and independent work would be done at the same time. Hayes said one solution was to give teachers a program to monitor each student's screen. The district wants to make sure teachers have the support and resources to do the job well, he added. I'm not sure we have a secret sauce or anything, Hayes said, but he noted that the teachers believe in learning data and letting that data direct instruction. I'm Katie Weaver.
That was Katie Weaver with today's Education Report. Katie joins me now to talk more about the story. Today's report was about a school system in Alabama that led the nation in maintaining math learning during the pandemic. You talked about the finding of a study called the Nation's Report Card. Can you tell us more about that?
The Nation's Report Card is officially called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP. The National Center for Education Statistics, an agency of the Department of Education, carries out the study.
When did the Nation's Report Card begin?
The first assessment was in 1969. It's grown and changed over the years. The results of the testing help inform national education policies. The test is voluntary for every student, school, and state by federal law. However, if some states or school systems do not take part, they risk losing federal financial support.
What about private schools? Did they take part in the Nation's Report Card?
Sure. For each assessment, a sample of schools is chosen from the Private School Universe Survey, PSS for short. It collects and stores data on more than 33,000 non-public schools in the 50 states and the nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Very interesting. Thanks for coming on the show today, Katie.
My pleasure, Dan.
In this next report, John Russell tells us about a British artist who creates art on an unusual surface. Pieces of dried chewing gum that have been crushed into the ground. Pay careful attention to the word spontaneous. We will talk more about it after the report.
Lying on London's famous Millennium Bridge, British artist Ben Wilson paints on a piece of dried gum. It has been crushed flat into the ground. The important thing is the gum is below the metal tread, said the 60-year-old Wilson. The beauty of it is they're all different shapes and sizes, he continued, describing pieces of gum. Wilson sees possibility in things most people avoid looking at. The flattened gum is a chance to turn a piece of waste into something beautiful. The artwork also is a way to surprise walkers and get them to take a closer look at the path they are on. By painting a picture which is so small, those that see it then discover a hidden world beneath their feet, Wilson said. Back in his North London art room, Wilson paints on the surface of us. The images are more personal than the chewing gum works, Wilson says, and represent a kind of visual diary. The pictures are a celebration of my life and those that I care dearly about, he said. They are a process of visual inquiry, trying to make sense of the world, he added. Wilson was born in London to artist parents. He remembers working with clay from the age of 3. He had his first art show when he was around 10 or 11 years old. He began making sculptures and large pieces for display in nature settings. Then his interest turned to waste, also called trash. He has been painting gum and other pieces of trash for 19 years. The top surface of the dried gum is not subject to local or national laws. As a result, the dried gum surface creates a space where Wilson says he can paint without damaging public property. I found this little space where I could create a form of art where I could be spontaneous and do something which evolves out of the place in which it's created, Wilson said. Government officials have removed much of the artist's public street art, but the hundreds of gum paintings on Millennium Bridge remain for all to see. I'm John Russell.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word spontaneous. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the word in a quote from Ben Wilson. Let's listen again.
I found this little space where I could create a form of art where I could be spontaneous and do something which evolves out of the place in which it's created, Wilson said.
The word spontaneous is an adjective. It can be a tricky word. We spell it like this: spontaneous. Spontaneous dates to the 1650s, according to the online etymology dictionary. Spontaneous originally meant occurring without external stimulus, proceeding from an internal impulse. It comes from a Latin word meaning willing, of one's free will. In the quote from Ben Wilson, he said he wanted to create a form of art where he could be spontaneous, meaning He could create art in a natural and sudden way without a lot of planning. Google's Ngram viewer suggests that one of the most common ways English speakers use spontaneous is as part of a noun phrase that begins with the short word a. So, you might hear or read about a spontaneous decision or a spontaneous action. We also have a noun that is closely related to spontaneous. It is spontaneity, meaning a spontaneous character or quality. But Google's Ngram viewer tells us that spontaneity is much less frequently used than spontaneous. As a result, you can think of spontaneity and spontaneous as family members, but one, spontaneous, the adjective and star of this lesson, is more popular. Let's end with a short quiz. Fill in the blank in the following sentence. He described the artwork as blank blank expression of joy. Here is one possible answer. He described the artwork as a spontaneous expression of joy. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm Dan Friedel.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
This is VOA One The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the...
This is VOA One The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Katie Weaver has a story on Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States. Mario Ritter Jr. reports on China's plans to increase the size of its space station. Brian Lynn brings us the science report on a NASA spacecraft launched to study a metal asteroid. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first...
This Monday is Columbus Day in the United States. The U.S. government established Columbus Day as a national holiday in 1934 to honor the explorer Christopher Columbus. The day recognizes Columbus's arrival in the Americas in October 1492. Recently, critics have said that Columbus did not discover America since native people already lived there. His explorations helped open the way for a huge migration of Europeans to what they called the New World. This brought war, disease, and death to many native peoples. Some American states have since moved away from honoring Columbus and instead observe a day for Native American people. In 2021, President Joe Biden issued the first ever presidential proclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day. The day is to be celebrated along with Columbus Day. The May 2020 death of George Floyd, an unarmed black man in the state of Minnesota, led to nationwide protests against police use of force and racial injustice. Protesters directed some of their anger at statues and monuments honoring Confederate officials from the American Civil War. Many cities then removed the statues and monuments said to be connected to racial injustice, racism, and slavery. The anger led to protest attacks on memorials to Columbus around the country. Statues of the explorer were taken down in Boston, Chicago, and many other cities. In the Rhode Island capital of Providence, a statue of Christopher Columbus was also removed in June 2020. The removal came after protesters covered it with red paint and a sign reading, "Stop Celebrating Genocide." The statue was placed in storage and then purchased for about $50,000 by former Providence Mayor Joseph Paolino. After 3 years out of the public eye, the statue will return to a park in the city of Johnston, about 14 kilometers west of the capital. The statue will be officially uncovered on Monday. Johnston Mayor Joseph Polisena Jr. said people of his heavily Italian-American town are pleased to give the statue a new home. It's important, and not just for Italian Americans. It's American history. It's world history if you look at it from a historical perspective, he said. People should learn about him, the good and the bad. Not everyone is happy with the return of the explorer's statue. Harrison Tuttle is president of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island PAC. Tuttle said he understands the connection that many of Italian ancestry feel for Columbus, but he wished the mayor had spoken with members of the community who were offended by the decision to return the statue. My grandmother, who helped raise me, was Italian, and I grew up in a majority Italian neighborhood, he said. At the same time, there are better ways to celebrate your heritage and culture without celebrating someone who, in my opinion, is the exact opposite of what Italian culture is. Daryl Waldron, director of the Rhode Island Indian Council, is the son of a Narragansett father and a Wampanoag mother. He said he and others hoped that the statue would have been sold off and kept out of public view, with money going toward a new statue. I'm Katie Weaver.
Of its space station in the coming years. The station will offer astronauts.
This is VOA One The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed so we speak a little slower, phrases, especially written. Coming up on the program, Katie Weaver has a story on Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States. Mario Ritter Jr. reports on China's plans to increase the size of its space station. Brian Lynn brings us the science report on a NASA spacecraft launched to study a metal asteroid. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first,
this Monday is Columbus Day in the United States. The U.S. government established Columbus Day as a national holiday in 1934 to honor the explorer Christopher Columbus. The day recognizes Columbus's arrival in the Americas in October 1492. Recently, critics have said that Columbus did not discover America since native people already lived there. His explorations helped open the way for a huge migration of Europeans to what they called the New World. This brought war, disease, and death to many native peoples. Some American states have since moved away from honoring Columbus and instead observe a day for Native American people. In 2021, President Joe Biden issued the first ever presidential proclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day. The day is to be celebrated along with Columbus Day. The May 2020 death of George Floyd, an unarmed black man in the state of Minnesota, led to nationwide protests against police use of force and racial injustice. Protesters directed some of their anger at statues and monuments honoring Confederate officials from the American Civil War. Many cities then removed the statues and monuments said to be connected to racial injustice, racism, and slavery. The anger led to protest attacks on memorials to Columbus around the country. Statues of the explorer were taken down in Boston, Chicago, and many other cities. In the Rhode Island capital of Providence, a statue of Christopher Columbus was also removed in June 2020. The removal came after protesters covered it with red paint and a sign reading, "Stop Celebrating Genocide." The statue was placed in storage and then purchased for about $50,000 by former Providence Mayor Joseph Paolino. After 3 years out of the public eye, the statue will return to a park in the city of Johnston, about 14 kilometers west of the capital. The statue will be officially uncovered on Monday. Johnston Mayor Joseph Polisena Jr. said people of his heavily Italian-American town are pleased to give the statue a new home. It's important, and not just for Italian Americans. It's American history. It's world history if you look at it from a historical perspective, he said. People should learn about him, the good and the bad. Not everyone is happy with the return of the explorer's statue. Harrison Tuttle is president of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island PAC. Tuttle said he understands the connection that many of Italian ancestry feel for Columbus, but he wished the mayor had spoken with members of the community who were offended by the decision to return the statue. My grandmother, who helped raise me, was Italian, and I grew up in a majority Italian neighborhood, he said. At the same time, there are better ways to celebrate your heritage and culture without celebrating someone who, in my opinion, is the exact opposite of what Italian culture is. Darrell Waldron, director of the Rhode Island Indian Council, is the son of a Narragansett father and a Wampanoag mother. He said he and others hoped that the statue would have been sold off and kept out of public view, with money going toward a new statue. I'm Katie Weaver.
China plans to increase the size of its space station in the coming years. The station will offer astronauts from other countries a different choice for near-Earth missions. The International Space Station, ISS, led by NASA, is nearing the end of its service life. The China Academy of Space Technology, CAST, said the operational lifetime of the Chinese space station will be more than 15 years. The organization is China's main space contractor. Chinese officials made the estimate recently at the 74th International Astronautical Congress in Baku, Azerbaijan. The new operational lifetime would be more than the 10 years announced earlier. China's space station, known as Tiangong, or the Celestial Palace in Chinese, has been operational since late 2022. It holds up to 3 astronauts and orbits 450 kilometers above Earth. After an increase from 3 to 6 modules, Tiangong will be about 180 metric tons. Tiangong is 40% of the mass of the ISS, which can hold a crew of 7 astronauts. But the ISS, in orbit for more than 20 years, is expected to stop service after 2030. China has said it expects to become a major space power. Chinese state media said last year, as Tiangong became fully operational, that China would be no slouch as the ISS headed toward retirement. State media added that several countries had asked to send their astronauts to the Chinese station. But the European Space Agency, ESA, said this year it did not have the financial or political approval to take part in Tiangong. The announcement suspended a plan that had been developed over years for a visit by European astronauts. The Global Times, a newspaper linked to the Chinese Communist Party, wrote at the time, "Giving up cooperation with China in the manned space domain is clearly short-sighted," which reveals that the U.S.-led camp confrontation has led to a new space race. Tiangong has become a symbol of China's growing influence and belief in its space missions. U.S. law bans China from any work, direct or indirect, with NASA. Russia is highly involved in the ISS and has similar space diplomacy plans. Russia suggested that its partners in the BRICS group, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, could build a module for its new space station. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
The American Space Agency, NASA, is preparing to launch a spacecraft designed to observe an asteroid made mostly of metal. The launch of the vehicle, called Psyche, is set for October 12th from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The spacecraft will fly to an asteroid also called Psyche. It orbits the Sun between Mars and Jupiter. NASA says the asteroid was discovered by an Italian astronomer in 1852. Since it was the 16th asteroid discovered, it is sometimes also called 16 Psyche. Psyche will be NASA's first trip or mission to an asteroid that contains a large amount of metal. Past missions explored asteroids made mostly of rock or ice. Astronomers say the asteroid Psyche is about 280 kilometers at its widest point. They believe it may be part of a center or core of a planetesimal. This is an object thought to be the metallic remains of an early rocky planet. Scientists think Psyche is made up mostly of iron and nickel, similar to Earth's center. NASA believes the asteroid could have separated during violent crashes that happened during our solar system's early creation. Scientists think data collected on the asteroid could provide new details about how rocky planets, including Earth, formed. But NASA says the object could also turn out to be something else, such as a different kind of iron-rich body that formed from metal-rich material somewhere in the solar system. The space agency expects Psyche to travel about 3.6 billion kilometers over 6 years to reach the asteroid. If the spacecraft reaches its target as planned in August 2029, it will then start orbiting the object for at least 2 years. Once in orbit, the mission team will examine data gathered by several science instruments aboard the spacecraft. Psyche will take pictures, map the asteroid's surface, and collect data on what materials are contained in the object. NASA says once Psyche separates from its launch vehicle, it will use a different kind of propulsion system never tried in missions beyond the Moon. The system to be used is called solar electric propulsion. Large solar panels will be extended outward from the main part of the spacecraft to collect light from the sun. The panels then change or convert this sunlight into electricity that powers the spacecraft's thrusters. Psyche will depend on solar electric propulsion to reach its target. NASA describes the thrust as gentle but strong enough to push the spacecraft through its long trip. The spacecraft is also set to get a gravitational push when it passes by Mars in May 2026. NASA said experiments have shown that solar electric propulsion can be highly effective. Scientists estimate Psyche's thrusters could operate nearly non-stop for years without running out of fuel. In addition, NASA says Psyche will be carrying nearly 1,000 kilograms of propellant, xenon gas, in its tanks. Xenon is also used in automobile headlights and some televisions. Agency engineers have estimated the mission would need to burn through about 15 times that amount of propellant if the Psyche spacecraft used traditional chemical thrusters. Lindy Elkins-Tanton with Arizona State University is the lead investigator for the mission. She said NASA had always planned on having Psyche use an electric propulsion system. Without it, we wouldn't have the Psyche mission, Elkins-Tanton said. NASA says the Psyche mission also includes a technology demonstration involving a laser-based data communications system. This experiment is designed to test the ability of lasers to transmit data at increased rates beyond the moon. The technology to be tested, the radio communication systems long used by NASA to transmit data between Earth and space. NASA says a laser-based communication method will permit the agency to send and receive data faster and more effectively. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan. Glad to be here.
In this week's report, you previewed an upcoming NASA mission that will send a spacecraft to study a metal asteroid. This is one of several NASA projects involving asteroids, right?
Yes. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we reported on a NASA mission that returned the first samples collected from a distant asteroid in 2020. They were dropped in the Utah desert by the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft, and about 1 year ago, the DART spacecraft crashed into an asteroid in a planetary defense experiment. And another one, the agency's Lucy spacecraft, launched about 2 years ago. It aims to observe 8 different asteroids over a 12-year period.
Why do you think NASA is so interested in studying asteroids right now?
Well, it does certainly seem like NASA has been putting more resources into asteroid exploration. In the case of the DART mission, space officials said it was clearly a test of whether a spacecraft could change the path of an asteroid that might threaten Earth. And that experiment showed a spacecraft can do this, and NASA plans similar tests in the future.
Thanks again for answering my questions, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Ana Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In Lesson 18, Ana tries something new at work, reading the news. Her boss, Miss Weaver, is coaching her on how a professional journalist should read. She wants Ana to give the facts without showing any emotion.
But we all know Ana. It's hard for her to do that because she becomes so excited about each story she reads. Let's hear some of the lesson.
Hello from Washington, D.C. Today at work, I am reading the news for the first time. I am really nervous, but my boss, Ms. Weaver, is here to help me.
Now, Ana, remember, when we read the news, we are always reading facts. We never show our feelings.
Sure thing, Ms. Weaver.
Great. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Let's try the first story.
Hello, and welcome to The News. A new book is very popular with children and families. This is it. It is about a lost duckling. The duck's mother cannot find him.
Stop. Ana, when you say the words duck and duckling, you look really sad.
I do?
Yes. Sad is a feeling.
Sad is not a fact. Sorry. Let me try again.
I see. Ms. Weaver is trying to teach Ana to read objectively. That means to tell and in her voice.
Andrew, you know, our listeners might think the opposite of the adjective objective is subjective. In some cases, that's true. But there's another word we use when we talk about reporting news. When someone presents the news in a way that makes it seem worse or more shocking than it really is, we call it sensationalist.
Subjective means we show our personal feelings or opinions about something. When we do that with the news and make everything seem terrible, you would call it sensationalist. Now I see why Ms. Weaver wants Ana to read the news objectively.
Yes, we've all seen what happens when the news is sensationalized. People get worried. So Ana gives it another try. Let's listen and see if she can do it better the next time.
Okay, she's trying again. And go.
Hello, and welcome to The News. A new book is very popular with children and families. This is it. It is about a lost duckling. The duck's mother cannot find him, but a family gives him a home.
Stop, Ana. You are doing it again.
This story is very sad.
Well, that didn't go so well. Did you notice that Ana changed the way she said one word, him? The second time she read it? Listen to that again.
The duck's mother cannot find him.
I think that's because she's feeling so strongly about the story. But we hear a shorter form of pronouns quite often in American English.
One example of shorter forms is that phrase we use to encourage someone trying something new. Go get 'em. Here, em is a short form of them. But we never shorten me, it, or us because those words are already short.
If I was in the studio with Ana, I'd tell her, go get 'em, when she tries reading the news again. Maybe she can get it right the third time. Let's find out if Miss Weaver gives her another chance on a different story.
I have an idea. Let's read the second story. She's reading the second story. And go.
Okay, let's try the first story.
She's reading the second story.
and welcome to the news. In Indiana, a grandmother is the first 80-year-old woman to win the race car 500. That is awesome.
Stop. Anna, please. No feelings.
Right. But it is awesome that an 80-year-old grandmother wins a car race.
Just the facts, Anna.
Right. Hello, and welcome to the news. In Indiana, a grandmother is the first 80-year-old woman to win the race car 500. She rarely talks to reporters, but when she does, she often says, "Nothing can stop me now." I am very happy for her.
Stop. Anna, you cannot say you are happy.
But I am happy.
But you can't say it.
Why?
This is the news. Happy and sad are feelings. You can't have them in the news.
Okay, I got it.
There's another useful expression. Anna says, "I got it," to show she understands Ms. Weaver. It's a little informal, and it's a shorter form of "I have got it."
If you listen to the rest of the story, you'll find that she finally does understand what Miss Weaver's trying to teach her. And her boss uses the same expression, too.
What can I do, Ms. Weaver? Take out my feelings and put them here on the news desk?
Yes, that's right. Now you've got it.
Once again, I'm Andrew Smith, and you're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. To review, we've learned some short forms for pronouns like im or em.
Can you think of any others, Andrew?
There are situations when I don't know someone's gender. That is, I don't know if they are male or female. So I say something like, "I'll give it to him." I think there's just enough time for a little chant with our reduced pronoun forms. Are you ready, Jill?
Let's give it to him. Listeners, try to repeat after we say the lines.
Can you find him?
I can't find him.
Can you see her?
I can't see her.
Did you tell them?
I didn't tell him.
Did you get it?
I got it.
Well, that's all for the lesson of the day today. You can learn more on our website, learningenglish.voanews.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And thanks for listening to the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
And this is VOA1, The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, I report on a Ghanaian student who biked across Africa to get to school in Egypt. John Russell has a story on Southeast Asian nations considering sharing energy supplies. Gina Bennett has today's health and lifestyle report on why U.S. officials voted against approving an ALS treatment. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first, Mamadou Safeo Berry lives in the West African nation of Guinea. He wanted to study Islamic theology at a top school in Cairo, Egypt. Without money to pay for transport, Berry drew a map of Africa and headed out on a used bicycle for the trip across the continent. Carrying only a change of clothes, a flashlight, and a small tool, the 25-year-old rode through jungles, deserts, and conflict areas in the hope of getting accepted to the school and finding a way to pay for it. 4 months and 7 countries later, he is in Cairo with a full scholarship to Al-Azhar University. That is one of the world's oldest and most respected Sunni Muslim learning centers. If you have a dream, stay with it and be strong, Berry said. God will help you. Thousands of West Africans, like Berry, take risky journeys across the Sahara Desert each year, searching for a better life. But many never make it. Nearly 500 people died or disappeared on West African migration routes last year, data from the International Organization for Migration shows. Berry decided the risk was worth the reward. I had to fight, Berry said last August in Chad. Berry rode about 100 kilometers each day. He rode through Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, and Niger. He had to stop in N'Djamena, the Chadian capital, because of the ongoing conflict in Sudan. He said he had already been detained 3 times, twice in Burkina Faso and once in Togo. There, security forces held him for 9 days without charge before releasing him for $56. That was all of his money for the rest of the trip, he said. I often slept in the bush because I was afraid of people in the cities, Berry said. I thought they would take my bike and hurt me. Berry's luck changed again in Chad. There, a local philanthropist, who had read about his trip online, offered to fly him directly to Egypt and avoid the fighting in Sudan. Berry arrived in Cairo on September 5th and days later received a full scholarship to Al-Azhar. He intends to return to Guinea when his studies are complete to spread the faith that has taken him so far. When I return to my country, I would like to be someone who teaches Islam and tells people how to do good things, he said.
Southeast Asian nations are increasingly looking to share power as a result of concerns about climate change. Malaysia and Indonesia signed a deal in Bali, Indonesia, in August to study 18 possible areas where cross-border power lines can be set up. Those links could eventually create power equal to what 33 nuclear power plants would produce in a year. The links are economically and technically possible and now are supported by regional governments, said Benny Suryadi, a power expert at the ASEAN Center for Energy in Jakarta, Indonesia. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is a political and economic group of 10 countries across a large area. The group includes small countries such as Brunei and Singapore, as well as larger ones such as Indonesia and Vietnam. Cross-border power purchases accounted for just 2.7% of the region's capacity in 2017, says the Global Interconnection Journal. But those were between two countries, such as Thailand and Laos. Now, more countries are looking at power sharing as a way to move their economies away from coal and other fossil fuels. Vietnam would like a regional grid so it could sell clean energy from offshore wind to its neighbors. And the Malaysian area of Sarawak is looking to sell its hydropower to neighboring Indonesia. The plan for a regional grid between the 10 ASEAN members was developed 20 years ago, but progress has been slowed by problems including technical barriers and political mistrust. The region now recognizes it must move faster. Climate change could reduce the region's economic growth by more than a third by the middle of the century. A report presented at the 2021 UN Climate Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, says, demand for electricity is rising, and governments have realized the move away from fossil fuels requires an interconnected grid, Suryadi observed. It has become a crucial need for every country, he said. In the past, countries in the region paid more attention to energy security. They used fossil fuels and often built more capacity than they needed. But renewable energy costs are falling, making hydroelectric, solar, and wind power more affordable. All ASEAN countries apart from the Philippines have promised to stop adding carbon to the atmosphere by 2050. So, arguments in favor of an interconnected grid appear to be winning. But issues remain. One of ASEAN's central policies is non-interference, which means members are less likely to do joint projects. Energy needs within a country sometimes conflict with the interests of an interconnected grid. Nadila Shani, another expert at the ASEAN Center for Energy, said that this creates a difficult position for some countries. The countries could sell clean energy to neighbors for the region to move away from fossil fuels, or they could use those resources to meet their own climate targets. The region's lack of a legal agreement for such things as setting submarine power cables is another difficult issue. Not all the technical problems have been solved. Voltages used by each country can differ, as do the capacities of their grids. Even countries whose grids cross borders, like Thailand, need to upgrade them, said Harold Link, president of Thailand's Association of Private Power Producers. You need a huge amount of electricity, and they want it green. And where do you get it from? For some countries, it is more difficult to make it green, Link said. I'm John Russell.
States health advisors voted against an experimental treatment for ALS disease last week. The vote came after years of efforts by ALS patients and their families in support of the unproven medical treatment. ALS, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Patients with ALS slowly lose the ability to control muscle movements, the ability to speak, eat, move, and breathe. The U.S. National Institutes of Health says people can get the disease at any age. It most commonly develops between the ages of 55 and 75. Last Wednesday, a group of health advisors for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, voted 17-1 against the treatment from Brainstorm Cell Therapeutics. The Israel-based company's treatment, NurOwn, uses stem cells. These are cells that can develop into many kinds of body cells. The group found the treatment was not effective for patients with ALS. A member of the group representing ALS patients was the only vote in favor. One expert did not register a vote. Lisa Lee, a health expert from Virginia Tech University, voted against the treatment. She said creating false hope can be considered a moral injury, and the use of statistical magic or manipulation to provide false hope is problematic. The FDA is not required to accept the group's vote. However, the agency's own scientists said earlier in the week that Brainstorm's treatment was scientifically incomplete. Brainstorm and the ALS community wanted to use the meeting to change the FDA's thinking about the NurOwn treatment. Brainstorm's 200-patient study failed to show that NurOwn extended life, slowed the disease, or improved patients' ability to move. But the FDA agreed to bring outside advisors together after ALS patients and supporters submitted 30,000 signatures seeking a public meeting. In the last year, the FDA has approved 2 new experimental drugs for ALS, Relivrio and Qalsody. The approvals followed intense campaigns from the ALS community, although there have been a limited number of scientific studies of the treatments. The FDA has used the term regulatory flexibility when considering experimental treatments for some conditions, including ALS and Alzheimer's. But the agency appears unwilling to overlook the results of Brainstorm's approval effort. Important information about manufacturing and quality control was missing. Dr. Kenneth Fischbeck of the National Institutes of Health said it really is a disease that needs a safe and effective treatment, and there are a lot of other prospects out there that we need to encourage. Approving one like this would get in the way of that. At last week's meeting, ALS patients, their family members, and doctors spoke in support of Brainstorm's treatment. Several presented before and after videos that showed patients who had taken part in Brainstorm's study. The videos showed the patients walking, climbing stairs, and doing other activities. Mitzi Klingenberg spoke for her son Matt Klingenberg, who doctors found to have ALS in 2018. She said, when Matt is on Neuron, it helps him. When he's off of it, he gets worse. The FDA is expected to issue its decision on the treatment by December 8th. I'm Gina Bennett.
Gina Bennett joins me now to talk more about today's health and lifestyle story. Welcome, Gina.
Thanks, Dan. This is my first time to be on the podcast, so I'm really excited about it.
Glad to have you on. Your story today is about an experimental treatment for ALS. The story says U.S. health advisors voted against this treatment. But this came after years of efforts by ALS patients and their families to support the treatment.
That's right, Dan. The ALS community really supported this treatment. The community got 30,000 signatures to allow the public meeting for health advisors to consider the treatment. But the only advisor to vote yes was one representing ALS patients.
Did the group say why they voted against the treatment?
Yes, the article does talk about why the group voted against the treatment. Some scientists have said that a study using the treatment was scientifically incomplete. There was information about manufacturing and quality control missing from the study.
Is there any good news we can take away from the story?
Yes, even if the FDA vote doesn't turn out in favor of the ALS patients, the good news from the story is other intense campaigns from the community have caused the FDA to approve 2 other new experimental drugs for the disease in the past year. So there's some hope.
Interesting. Thanks for answering my questions, Gina. Hope to have you back soon.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure to be here.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In our last lesson of the day, we listened closely to the pronunciation of a small but important word, the verb can.
And this is VOA1, The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, I report on a Ghanaian student who biked across Africa to get to school in Egypt. John Russell has a story on Southeast Asian nations considering sharing energy supplies. Gina Bennett has today's health and lifestyle report on why U.S. officials voted against approving an ALS treatment. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first, Mamadou Safeo Berry lives in the West African nation of Guinea. He wanted to study Islamic theology at a top school in Cairo, Egypt. Without money to pay for transport, Berry drew a map of Africa and headed out on a used bicycle for the trip across the continent. Carrying only a change of clothes, a flashlight, and a small tool, the 25-year-old rode through jungles, deserts, and conflict areas in the hope of getting accepted to the school and finding a way to pay for it. 4 months and 7 countries later, he is in Cairo with a full scholarship to Al-Azhar University. That is one of the world's oldest and most respected Sunni Muslim learning centers. If you have a dream, stay with it and be strong, Berry said. God will help you. Thousands of West Africans, like Berry, take risky journeys across the Sahara Desert each year, searching for a better life. But many never make it. Nearly 500 people died or disappeared on West African migration routes last year, data from the International Organization for Migration shows. Berry decided the risk was worth the reward. I had to fight, Berry said last August in Chad. Berry rode about 100 kilometers each day. He rode through Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, and Niger. He had to stop in N'Djamena, the Chadian capital, because of the ongoing conflict in Sudan. He said he had already been detained 3 times, twice in Burkina Faso and once in Togo. There, security forces held him for 9 days without charge before releasing him for $56. That was all of his money for the rest of the trip, he said. I often slept in the bush because I was afraid of people in the cities, Berry said. I thought they would take my bike and hurt me. Berry's luck changed again in Chad. There, a local philanthropist, who had read about his trip online, offered to fly him directly to Egypt and avoid the fighting in Sudan. Berry arrived in Cairo on September 5th, and days later received a full scholarship to Al-Azhar. He intends to return to Guinea when his studies are complete to spread the faith that has taken him so far. When I return to my country, I would like to be someone who teaches Islam and tells people how to do good things, he said.
Southeast Asian nations are increasingly looking to share power as a result of concerns about climate change. Malaysia and Indonesia signed a deal in Bali, Indonesia, in August to study 18 possible areas where cross-border power lines can be set up. Those links could eventually create power equal to what 33 nuclear power plants would produce in a year. The links are economically and technically possible, and now are supported by regional governments, said Benny Suryadi, a power expert at the ASEAN Center for Energy in Jakarta, Indonesia. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is a political and economic group of 10 countries across a large area. The group includes small countries such as Brunei and Singapore, as well as larger ones such as Indonesia and Vietnam. Cross-border power purchases accounted for just 2.7% of the region's capacity in 2017, says the Global Interconnection Journal. But those were between two countries, such as Thailand and Laos. Now, more countries are looking at power sharing as a way to move their economies away from coal and other fossil fuels. Vietnam would like a regional grid so it could sell clean energy from offshore wind to its neighbors. And the Malaysian area of Sarawak is looking to sell its hydropower to neighboring Indonesia. The plan for a regional grid between the 10 ASEAN members was developed 20 years ago, but progress has been slowed by problems including technical barriers and political mistrust. The region now recognizes it must move faster. Climate change could reduce the region's economic growth by more than a third by the middle of the century. A report presented at the 2021 UN Climate Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, says, demand for electricity is rising, and governments have realized the move away from fossil fuels requires an interconnected grid, Suryadi observed. It has become a crucial need for every country, he said. In the past, countries in the region paid more attention to energy security. They used fossil fuels and often built more capacity than they needed. But renewable energy costs are falling, making hydroelectric, solar, and wind power more affordable. All ASEAN countries apart from the Philippines have promised to stop adding carbon to the atmosphere by 2050. So, arguments in favor of an interconnected grid appear to be winning. But issues remain. One of ASEAN's central policies is non-interference, which means members are less likely to do joint projects. Energy needs within a country sometimes conflict with the interests of an interconnected grid. Nadila Shani, another expert at the ASEAN Center for Energy, said that this creates a difficult position for some countries. The countries could sell clean energy to neighbors for the region to move away from fossil fuels, or they could use those resources to meet their own climate targets. The region's lack of a legal agreement for such things as setting submarine power cables is another difficult issue. Not all the technical problems have been solved. Voltages used by each country can differ, as do the capacities of their grids. Even countries whose grids cross borders, like Thailand, need to upgrade them, said Harold Link, president of Thailand's Association of Private Power Producers. You need a huge amount of electricity, and they want it green. And where do you get it from? For some countries, it is more difficult to make it green, Link said. I'm John Russell.
United States health advisors voted against an experimental treatment for ALS disease last week. The vote came after years of efforts by ALS patients and their families in support of the unproven medical treatment. ALS, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Patients with ALS slowly lose the ability to control muscle movements, the ability to speak, eat, move, and breathe. The U.S. National Institutes of Health says people can get the disease at any age. It most commonly develops between the ages of 55 and 75. Last Wednesday, a group of health advisors for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, voted 17-1 against the treatment from Brainstorm Cell Therapeutics. The Israel-based company's treatment, Neuron, uses stem cells. These are cells that can develop into many kinds of body cells. The group found the treatment was not effective for patients with ALS. A member of the group representing ALS patients was the only vote in favor. One expert did not register a vote. Lisa Lee, a health expert from Virginia Tech University, voted against the treatment. She said creating false hope can be considered a moral injury, and the use of statistical magic or manipulation to provide false hope is problematic. The FDA is not required to accept the group's vote. However, the agency's own scientists said earlier in the week that Brainstorm's treatment was scientifically incomplete. Brainstorm and the ALS community wanted to use the meeting to change the FDA's thinking about the Neuron treatment. Brainstorm's 200-patient study failed to show that Neuron extended life, slowed the disease, or improved patients' ability to move. But the FDA agreed to bring outside advisors together after ALS patients and supporters submitted 30,000 signatures seeking a public meeting. In the last year, the FDA has approved 2 new experimental drugs for ALS, Relivrio and Qalsody. The approvals followed intense campaigns from the ALS community, although there have been a limited number of scientific studies of the treatments. The FDA has used the term regulatory flexibility when considering experimental treatments for some conditions, including ALS and Alzheimer's. But the agency appears unwilling to overlook the results of Brainstorm's approval effort. Important information about manufacturing and quality control was missing. Dr. Kenneth Fischbeck of the National Institutes of Health said it really is a disease that needs a safe and effective treatment, and there are a lot of other prospects out there that we need to encourage. Approving one like this would get in the way of that. At last week's meeting, ALS patients, their family members, and doctors spoke in support of Brainstorm's treatment. Several presented before and after videos that showed patients who had taken part in Brainstorm's study. The videos showed the patients walking, climbing stairs, and doing other activities. Mitzi Klingenberg spoke for her son Matt Klingenberg, who doctors found to have ALS in 2018. She said, when Matt is on Neuron, it helps him. When he's off of it, he gets worse. The FDA is expected to issue its decision on the treatment by December 8th. I'm Gina Bennett.
Gina Bennett joins me now to talk more about today's health and lifestyle story. Welcome, Gina.
Thanks, Dan. This is my first time to be on the podcast, so I'm really excited about it.
Glad to have you on. Your story today is about an experimental treatment for ALS. The story says U.S. health advisors voted against this treatment. But this came after years of efforts by ALS patients and their families to support the treatment.
That's right, Dan. The ALS community really supported this treatment. The community got 30,000 signatures to allow the public meeting for health advisors to consider the treatment. But the only advisor to vote yes was one representing ALS patients.
Did the group say why they voted against the treatment?
Yes, the article does talk about why the group voted against the treatment. Some scientists have said that a study using the treatment was scientifically incomplete. There was information about manufacturing and quality control missing from the study.
Is there any good news we can take away from the story?
Yes, even if the FDA vote doesn't turn out in favor of the ALS patients, the good news from the story is other intense campaigns from the community have caused the FDA to approve 2 other new experimental drugs for the disease in the past year. So there's some hope.
Interesting. Thanks for answering my questions, Gina. Hope to have you back soon.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure to be here.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In our last lesson of the day, we listened closely to the pronunciation of a small but important word, the verb can. We also listened to the verb's negative forms, cannot and can't. In today's lesson, we're going to connect this small word to something important Anna wants her friend Pete to know.
In Lesson 20 of Let's Learn English, Pete looks sad. Anna wants to know why, and then she gives him some important advice. Let's listen to the beginning of Lesson 20.
Hi there. Washington, D.C. is a great place to work. Many people here work in government and politics. But there are many other jobs. You can work at a hospital, a university. You can work in a coffee shop. Wait a minute. I think I see a friend of mine. Pete, is that you?
Hi, Anna.
You look different. Your beard is really big.
You don't like it, do you?
No. You just look different. So what's wrong? You look sad.
I don't have a job.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I do not have a job.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pete.
I don't have a skill.
Everyone has a skill. You need to find yours.
Anna said something really important in those last two sentences. Let's hear them one more time.
Everyone has a skill. You need to find yours.
Your skills are special knowledge and abilities that help you do something well. For many skills, you need time and training to develop them. For example, doctors, engineers, lawyers, teachers, musicians, and athletes all have special skills that take time to develop.
In Lesson 20, when Pete is not feeling good about himself, he doesn't think he has any useful skills. Jill, I think this is a feeling that perhaps some of our listeners can relate to. Maybe they have felt the same way from time to time.
Yeah, me too. And what's interesting to me is that sometimes people cannot really see the skills they do have.
That's right. It takes another person to help them see what skills they have. And that's what happens in Lesson 20. Anna helps Pete realize that he does have some skills. Let's listen.
No, I can't code. I can't teach. I can't cook. Anna, I can't do anything. This is sad. I'm going to write about my feelings in my blog.
You write a blog?
Yeah, I write a blog.
How many followers do you have?
I don't know. 59,538?
Pete, that's a lot of followers. You can make money writing.
Writing is easy. Everyone can write.
Not everyone can write well. You can be a writer.
I can be a writer? I can be a writer. I can be a writer! Thanks, Anna!
It can feel good to realize that you have a skill that is useful. But some skills are more obvious or easy to see than others. For example, an airline pilot has the obvious skill of knowing how to fly a plane.
And we generally call these kinds of obvious skills hard skills. Other examples of hard skills are computer coding, engineering, painting, construction, automotive repair, and cooking. Hard skills are generally actions that you can see, or actions that produce a product like a new computer program.
But there's another category of skills, and we call these soft skills. Soft skills tend to be a bit more difficult to see because they relate less to actions and things like, fixing a car or a bicycle. Instead, soft skills relate to the way people think and behave with other people.
For example, a soft skill can include being a good listener. The person who is a good listener might not get much attention from others or produce a product like a new computer program, so sometimes other people do not realize how important soft skills can be.
I'm Jill Robbins, and you're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Andrew, in addition to being a good listener, what are some other soft skills?
The ability to communicate well, to keep things well organized, to manage conflict or disagreements, to be creative, to keep a positive attitude, to help people connect with each other, and to think carefully to help solve problems. All of these are soft skills.
I can see how all of those soft skills are important, but I can also see how people might not even realize they have them, or they might not realize how important those skills are.
And if you think about it, universities do not give degrees in things like being a good listener. That means it can be harder to show that you have these soft skills when you are trying to get a job.
But HR departments look for both hard skills and soft skills. So you should list those soft skills on your resume or CV.
HR stands for Human Resources. That's the area of a business or organization that deals with hiring people to work. Your resume, or CV, is a list of your education and work experience. Jill, what can we say about skills for learning a language?
Well, there are obvious skills like speaking, reading, listening, and writing. But there's another whole category of skills that help with language learning. And these skills involve understanding different cultures and sometimes changing the way we communicate based on those cultures.
Do you have any examples?
Sure. In some cultures, it's normal or okay to say no in a very obvious or direct way. For example, French people disagree a bit more directly than Americans. But Japanese culture is less direct. Instead of just saying no, they might pause for a few seconds or say something like, maybe. The listener is supposed to understand that the pause means no, even though the Japanese person did not say it directly.
Communicating across cultures is another big and interesting topic we can talk more about in another lesson of the day. In the meantime, we invite our listeners to think about the skills they have.
And if you are feeling like Pete in Lesson 20, remember that you might have skills that you are not aware of. Talk to your friends and family, the people who know you best. They might be able to tell you something about yourself that you did not know before.
And it takes skill to learn English and to understand everything from the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. So we hope you feel good about your own language learning and keep developing your skills with all of the programs from VOA Learning English.
Thanks for listening to our program. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
The hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, John Russell and Anna Matteo have a story on new research into the genetics of Neanderthals and Denisovans. Brian Lynn has this week's science report about the deorbiting of the International Space Station. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first,
Neanderthals live on within us. These ancient human relatives, and others, called Denisovans, once lived alongside our early Homo sapiens ancestors. The groups mixed and had children. As a result, some of the Neanderthals and Denisovans live on in our genes. And science is starting to show just how much that shapes us. Mary Prendergast, a Rice University archaeologist, said, "We're now carrying the genetic legacies and learning about what that means for our bodies and our health." In the past few months, researchers have linked Neanderthal DNA to a serious hand disease, the shape of people's noses, and other human traits. They even placed a gene carried by Neanderthals and Denisovans into mice to investigate its effects on biology. The researchers found that the gene gave the mice larger heads and an extra rib. Much of the human story remains a mystery, but Dr. Hugo Seberg of the Karolinska Institute in Sweden said new technologies and research are helping scientists begin to answer the questions: who are we? Where did we come from? And the answers point to a deep reality. We have far more in common with our ancient cousins than we ever thought.
Until recently, the genetic legacy from ancient humans was invisible. But there has been a number of discoveries from ancient DNA, an area of study developed by Nobel Prize winner Svante Pääbo. He was first in creating a Neanderthal genome. Research shows some African populations have almost no Neanderthal DNA, while those from European or Asian backgrounds have up to 2%. Denisovan DNA is rarely found in most parts of the world, but makes up 4 to 6% of the DNA of people in Melanesia. This Pacific Ocean area extends from New Guinea to the Fiji Islands. That may not sound like much, but it adds up. Even though only 100,000 Neanderthals ever lived, half of the Neanderthal genome is still around, in small pieces scattered around modern humans, said Seberg, who works closely with Pääbo. It is also enough to affect us in very real ways. Scientists studying the subject say the DNA can be both helpful and harmful. For example, Neanderthal DNA has been linked to autoimmune diseases, like Graves' disease and rheumatoid arthritis. When Homo sapiens came out of Africa, they had no immunity to diseases in Europe and Asia. But Neanderthals and Denisovans, already living there, did. Chris Stringer is a human evolution researcher at the Natural History Museum in London. Stringer said that by mating with Neanderthals and Denisovans, Homo sapiens got a quick fix to our immune systems, which was good news 50,000 years ago. Stringer added, the result today is, for some people, that our immune systems are oversensitive, and sometimes they turn on themselves. In 2020, research by Seberg and Pääbo found that a major genetic risk factor for severe COVID-19 came from Neanderthals. We compared it to the Neanderthal genome, and it was a perfect match, Seeberg said. The next year, they found a set of DNA variants along a single chromosome inherited from Neanderthals had the opposite effect, protecting people from severe COVID. Much less is known about our genetic legacy from Denisovans. Although some research has linked genes from them to fat processing and better performance at high altitudes. Manasa Raghavan, a human genetics expert at the University of Chicago, said Tibetans carry an amount of Denisovan DNA. She noted that the population continues to live and do well in low-oxygen environments today.
John Hawks of the University of Wisconsin-Madison said that human evolution was not about survival of the fittest and extinction. Instead, he suggested, it is about interaction and mixture. Researchers expect to learn more as the science continues to develop. Even when ancient bones are not available, scientists today can get DNA from soil where ancient humans once lived. And there are less explored places in the world where researchers hope to learn more. Seeberg said biobanks that collect biological materials will likely be established in more countries. As researchers go deeper into humanity's genetic legacy, scientists expect to find even more evidence of how much we mixed with our ancient cousins and all they left us. Perhaps, Seeberg said, we should not see them as so different. I'm John Russell.
And I'm Anna Matteo.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
The American Space Agency, NASA, has a new plan for deorbiting the International Space Station, or ISS. The plan involves developing a new spacecraft to safely guide the ISS during its final re-entry through Earth's atmosphere. NASA cooperates with 4 other space agencies on the station. These include the Canadian Space Agency, the European Space Agency, Japan's Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Russia's Roscosmos. The ISS began serving as a space research center more than 22 years ago. It has been widely praised as a scientific success, but NASA and its international partners say the ISS has a limited technical lifetime. NASA has said it will keep operating and sending astronauts to the ISS until 2030. After that, the U.S. Space Agency plans to use privately developed space laboratories for its space research needs. NASA says this will permit it to pay space station operators only for the goods and services it needs. NASA has already chosen several American companies to develop future space stations. These privately operated stations will aim to serve the science needs of NASA as well as other nations' space agencies and other organizations. In a report to the U.S. Congress last year, NASA established its plans for the ISS. The report said the agency aims to make the station's final years its most productive. Among the goals NASA declared to support deep space exploration and continue to return medical and environmental benefits to humanity. The agency recently announced its new deorbiting plan for the ISS after considering other options to retire it. A past plan or option involved the use of several Russian spacecraft, but NASA officials rejected that plan and decided a new specially designed spacecraft would better serve the needs of the deorbiting operation. Other options included a plan to take apart the space station in space and transport its pieces back to Earth. Another plan would have seen the ISS sent to a higher orbit where it would remain out of service. A third option involved a non-controlled re-entry operation. NASA said none of these met its requirements for safety and effectiveness. The agency recently released a request for proposals to companies interested in building the new spacecraft. NASA calls it the U.S. Deorbit Vehicle, or USDV. It says it can be a completely new vehicle or an existing design that is changed to meet all needs of the deorbiting process. The agency said it is seeking proposals now because the effort will take years to develop, test, and certify. NASA has said when it is time to retire the ISS, it will begin taking the first steps to slowly lower its operating altitude. This part of the process can likely be carried out by the ISS and its systems without the need for additional spacecraft. But the final part of the operation, re-entry, will center on guiding the ISS through Earth's atmosphere to a pre-chosen target in an unpopulated area in the ocean. NASA says this final part is expected to require a new or modified spacecraft using a large amount of propellant. The targeted landing spot has been identified as a place called Point Nemo in the South Pacific Ocean. This is a stretch of open water between New Zealand and the southernmost part of South America. The U.S. National Ocean Service identifies Point Nemo as the point in the ocean that is farthest from land. NASA predicts that most ISS equipment will burn up or vaporize during the intense heating that happens during atmospheric re-entry. But it says some denser or more heat-resistant elements are expected to survive and land in the targeted ocean area. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Glad to be here.
In this week's report, you looked at a new plan NASA has for deorbiting the International Space Station. The space station is, of course, currently fully operational and seems to be busier than ever. So why does NASA think it is necessary to retire it?
Yes, you are correct about the current status. And as noted in the report, NASA plans on still operating the Space Lab until 2030. But agency officials have said they knew when the space station was launched more than 22 years ago, it would not last forever. And there are technical systems that simply cannot be replaced at this point. And even if they could, a so-called remodel of the station would also not be possible in space.
We know from the report that NASA has decided to turn over the development and operation of a new space station to private companies. What can you tell us about that?
So, yes, NASA has already chosen 3 American companies to develop future space stations. And agency officials have said the plan is to have multiple orbiting labs in the years to come. So the idea is that NASA itself would pay for use of these stations for its scientific research, along with space agencies from other countries and other organizations. And there are also expected to be more visits by non-astronauts to these future stations.
And do we know when those new stations are expected to be completed?
Well, at least one team working on a station it calls Starlab says it plans on it being fully operational as soon as 2027, so in plenty of time to replace the current one.
Very interesting. Thanks again for being here, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
My name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
Let's jump right in with a short clip from Lesson 20 of the series. We'll play the clip 3 times in a row. Listen to Anna ask a question and then make a statement. And listen for how she pronounces the small word can.
Can you teach? You can be a teacher in a school. Can you teach? You can be a teacher in a school. Can you teach? You can be a teacher in a school.
There's a difference between how she pronounces the word can when she asks the question, can you teach? And how she pronounces it when she makes a statement. Listen one more time.
Can you teach? You can be a teacher in a school.
With her statement, you can be a teacher in a school, she says the word can a bit faster. And the vowel sound changes from a, like in apple, to the schwa, This change of vowel sound is something that happens when we talk faster.
That's a funny word, schwa, isn't it? When English speakers do not put any stress on a vowel, it sounds like this. We write it with the upside-down E.
Why do you think we have a special word for this sound, Jill?
I think we need a special word for it because it can be written using A, E, I, O, U, or Y in words. It is the most common vowel sound in English because it represents unstressed vowels. Lesson 20 of Let's Learn English has a pronunciation practice video that explains this change of vowel sound. Let's listen. In slow speech, can sounds like can. In fast speech, it often sounds like can. Listen to Anna talking to Pete about being a teacher.
Can you teach? You can be a teacher in a school.
But now, let's listen to the negative forms of the verb can. These, of course, are the words cannot and can't.
Well, it might seem simple. We want you to know how and when native speakers use each form. When we want people to clearly understand that we are unable to do something, we sometimes use the longer form cannot.
For example, when you talk on the phone and you have to explain a problem, you want to be sure that the other person understands you. So you might choose to use the form cannot. For example, if you are locked out of a room or locked out of a building, you might say, I've tried the key over and over and I cannot open the door.
Yeah, cannot gives emphasis to the meaning. As we explained in a previous lesson of the day, emphasis is spelled E-M-P-H-A-S-I-S. It means extra importance and is similar to the word stress.
Another reason we might choose to say cannot when speaking on the phone is because there is only a small difference in pronunciation between the positive form can and the negative form can't. Sometimes you can hear the letter T when we say can't, but other times it is harder to hear, and it just sounds like this, can't. In American English, we call that a held T. Instead of pronouncing the T, your tongue just comes to a stop against the hard part of the roof of your mouth just behind the upper front teeth.
Maybe we'd better say that location one more time.
Good idea. I'll repeat that. The tongue comes to a stop against the hard part of the roof of your mouth just behind the upper front teeth. In the pronunciation video of Lesson 20, you can hear Pete first pronounce can't with the letter T. And then the next time, you hear him pronounce it with the held T, can't. Let's listen.
No, I can't code. I can't teach. I can't cook. Anna, I can't do anything.
I noticed that when people send text messages, they often send a message saying I can when I'm sure they mean I can't. I think that's because they're using their voice to write or dictating, The text and the phone software cannot tell the difference between the two words. How can we help our listeners hear and say the forms correctly?
Listen to these examples. I can, I can't. I can, I can't. When we say the positive form, we pronounce the letter N longer. The N sound, n, lasts longer than in the negative form. In fact, in the negative form, because the tongue and voice stop, there is almost no sound of the letter N. Can't. So again, listen to the difference. I can, I can't. I can, I can't.
There is a difference, but it is small. If you cannot hear the difference, don't worry. Usually, you will know that it's the negative form just from the situation, from all the other information you get from the conversation.
And if you are speaking and want to be very clear, simply pronounce the letter T, like can't.
I'm Jill Robbins, and you're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Andrew, earlier in the lesson, you said you were going to give the listeners more examples.
That's right. We're going to give examples of how we pronounce the verb can when we speak quickly. Jill, you can just ask me a question, and I'll answer it.
That sounds pretty easy. Are you ready?
Ready.
Can you do it?
Yeah, I can do it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you come over?
Yeah, I can come over.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Can you hear a difference?
Yeah, I can hear a difference.
Can you smell it?
I can smell it.
Can you put it in the oven?
I can put it in the oven.
Can you open the door?
I can open the door.
Can you give me a hand?
I can give you a hand.
Can you give me a minute?
I can give you a minute.
Can you give me all your money?
I don't think so. I cannot give you all of my money.
Just checking to see if you were really listening. What can you give me?
Good question. I can give you, let's see. I can give you free advice.
Advice? You mean you can give me suggestions for how to fix a problem?
Sure.
Well, I don't have any problems.
You don't have any problems?
Not today.
Well, lucky you. I think maybe you should give me advice. So, how about this? I can thank you for helping me and our listeners with the Learning English podcast.
It's the high point of my day. But I can't believe we spent the whole lesson talking about this one little word.
I can. Getting all the details of American pronunciation takes time, and people need lots of examples.
And there's much more our listeners can learn from Lesson 20 of Let's Learn English. In our next lesson of the day, we'll talk about an important topic from Lesson 20, having skills and knowing how to use them.
That is a great topic. I look forward to speaking with you about it. Until then, thanks for listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
On the show today, Israel declares war on Hamas.
Israel continued pounding targets in Gaza on Sunday in retaliation for a surprise incursion on its territory a day earlier by the militant group Hamas.
Plus, the UN Security Council meets. VOA is there.
I think what we heard from diplomats is, while peace talks could be down the line, they're just really not on the horizon right now. Right now it's about Israel regaining its sovereignty over its territory and rescuing its citizens.
And later, a look at the devastation in Afghanistan following multiple earthquakes, and a look at the special role of female teachers in Zambia. Today is Monday, October 9th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. On Saturday morning, Hamas launched a surprise attack on Israel, firing hundreds of missiles, invading villages and military bases, as well as murdering civilians and taking hostages. At least 700 Israelis have been killed, with thousands injured. Israel retaliated swiftly, attacking Hamas command centers in Gaza, as well as engaging with militants on the battlefield. Hundreds of Palestinians have also been killed, and a hospital and mosque were damaged by shelling. The UN Security Council met Sunday evening in New York to discuss the ongoing situation. We'll hear from VOA's UN correspondent in a few minutes. Up first, though, the reaction in Washington has also been swift. U.S. President Joe Biden has directed additional support for Israel following the surprise attack. Here's VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias with more on efforts to de-escalate tensions.
As its cabinet confirmed a declaration of war, Israel continued pounding targets in Gaza on Sunday in retaliation for a surprise incursion on its territory a day earlier by the militant group Hamas. The U.S. Embassy in Israel warned American citizens that the situation continues to be unpredictable. But Washington continues its efforts to de-escalate it, said Secretary of State Antony Blinken during an appearance on ABC's This Week show.
I was on the phone with the Israeli president, the foreign minister. The entire government has been engaged throughout the region and well beyond, both to build support for Israel and to make sure that every country was using whatever means it has, whatever influence it has, to pull Hamas back, and also to make sure that we don't see conflict erupt in other areas.
Already, more than 20,000 people have sought shelter in schools run by the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. Meanwhile, relatives of Israeli civilians allegedly being held hostage by Hamas visited police stations to provide DNA samples that could aid the investigations. Washington has also been working on verifying reports that Americans are among those killed or are being held hostage by Hamas. U.S. Secretary Antony Blinken.
Any American anywhere who's being detained or held hostage, that is going to be a priority for this government, for this administration.
Details on how the surprise attack on Israel was conducted are still slow in coming. But Republican presidential candidate and former UN ambassador Nikki Haley said the U.S. can't afford not to pay close attention, even in the middle of its own political challenges.
America needs to wake up. We need to put this negativity and division behind us, and we need to focus on national security for ourselves and for our friends.
Republican Representative Matt Gaetz, who recently succeeded at ousting House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, appeared on NBC's Meet the Press. He expressed optimism that the subsequent congressional political vacuum that some worry could delay aid packages for Israel will be filled in the near future.
I think we're actually going to come together quite soon. I think we've got two great choices.
For its part, the White House announced that President Joe Biden has directed additional support for Israel and will remain in close contact with the Israeli government. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
The Israeli army said it was working Sunday to clear out Hamas fighters who remained in the country a day after their surprise attack on Israel. VOA's Steve Miller spoke with Libby Weiss. She's a major in reserve and spokesperson for the Israel Defense Forces.
The world woke up to the news of the Hamas attack on Saturday morning. You're there in Israel. What was it like as the events were unfolding?
It was truly a nightmare. I don't know that there is another way to describe what the entire country saw and what the entire country was experiencing. I mean, this is the worst massacre of Israeli civilians in Israel's history. And to watch Hamas terrorists invade the country, truly butcher men, women, children, the elderly on the streets of Israel, see them drag civilians into the Gaza Strip, the hostage situations that were taking place in Israeli communities along the southern border yesterday and that have continued to today. It's truly horrific. It's a nightmare for us on an individual level and certainly as a nation.
You describe this nightmare situation, the horrific visuals that have been playing out on television screens and video screens throughout the world. What is, I guess, a day and a half later, what are people, experiencing and expressing in the streets throughout Israel?
There's incredible devastation on one hand, of course, of the magnitude of the loss. And they're also within the military, there's a focus at this stage on really securing the southern border with Gaza, making sure that Israeli civilian communities are protected. The military has now started evacuating civilians living along the border with the Gaza Strip to remove them from the danger that's taking place. And looking down the road, really the focus will be on making sure that Hamas does not have the military capabilities of doing this again. And I think that we all understand that is an absolutely necessary step and something that in any country would be in the expectation of the military at this stage.
You're a major in the reserves, and Prime Minister Netanyahu said that reservists would be called up. So how is that taking place?
Well, it's already started. So reservists have been called in. Really, the entire military is operational at this stage. So reservists have been called in across all different units within the military. It's very much a national mission at this stage. And people really feel that they're fighting for their homes. When we see Hamas terrorists slaughter people on the streets and we see them take hostages in civilian communities within Israel, then there's, I think, no greater sense that everybody is fighting for their home, fighting to defend their families and their loved ones. And we're really seeing that in the last 36 hours, nearly 36 hours.
Major in Reserve Libby Weiss is a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Major Weiss, thank you very much for your time.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
The Hamas attack on Saturday took not only Israel, but the whole world by surprise. The UN Security Council met to discuss the situation on Sunday evening. VOA's Margaret Bashir was there.
So it was a closed-door meeting. It was just the 15 council members. Israel and the Palestinian ambassador were not invited. They were there to discuss the situation. They were briefed by Tor Venesland, who's the UN's Middle East Peace Process Special Coordinator. He gave them a very grim briefing from what we hear. And basically, council members condemned what's happening in Israel, Hamas's attacks. And there was no formal statement from the council. Usually you would see some sort of a statement. It takes all 15 to agree it. There must be unity. What we heard from diplomats afterwards is that most council members, were condemning, not everyone, and no formal statement was put forward.
A Security Council meeting aside, I understand there were individual ambassadors as well outside, including from Israel and the Palestinian side. Can you tell us what they had to say?
Sure. Well, Israel's ambassador was, understandably upset. He came and told reporters that this was Israel's 9/11, reference to the al-Qaeda terrorist attacks on the United States in 2001 that killed nearly 3,000 people. I mean, we know hundreds of Israelis have been killed, injured, or kidnapped by Hamas on Saturday. He said from now on, nothing will be as it was. And he called what Hamas has done war crimes, and he said they must be unequivocally condemned by the Security Council. We also heard from the Palestinian ambassador, Riyad Mansour. He said that the Palestinian Authority has requested an emergency meeting of the Arab League at the foreign minister level later this week in Cairo. And, he said, look, the Palestinian people have endured one deadly year after another under Israeli occupation. And Israel cannot wage a war against these people, their land, their holy sites, and expect peace in exchange. And he said there is a way for a different path where neither Palestinians or Israelis are killed. And he did urge peace. But I think what we heard from diplomats is, while peace talks could be down the line, they're just really not on the horizon right now. Right now, it's about Israel regaining its sovereignty over its territory and rescuing its citizens.
Now, Margaret, I know it's a busy day at the UN. I know the Security Council meeting wasn't public. What's next? Will there be more public meetings? Will the General Assembly discuss this? Are there plans for more discussions or possibly some action as we go forward?
Well, I think all of those are possible. We just have to see where it's a fluid situation. We just have to see where the situation goes on the ground, where the UN and the UN Security Council can be useful if they pronounce on it. It's only useful if it makes a good difference, right? So they need to see what they can do. But honestly, the Security Council is a bit limited in its tools at the moment. And, the Secretary General has called for restraint, for calm, for release of the hostages. So has Mr. Venneslan, his Middle East envoy. But until parties are ready to hear that, I think we're going to see a continuation of the ground war. I think Prime Minister Netanyahu said this weekend that it would be a long war.
VOA's Margaret Bashir is at the United Nations in New York. Margaret, thank you for your reporting on this.
Sure, thanks for having me.
And here's more stories we're following from around the world. A delegation of U.S. lawmakers led by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer arrived in China on Saturday. It's the first congressional visit to the country since 2019. The trip comes amid sharp deterioration in relations between the two countries and as Chinese and U.S. officials try to lay the groundwork for a possible meeting between Presidents Joe Biden and Xi Jinping in November. On Sunday, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey inaugurated the first church built with government backing in the overwhelmingly Muslim country's 100-year history as a post-Ottoman state. Previously, Erdogan drew condemnation for converting ancient churches into mosques and making Islamic conservatism into a leading social force. And South Sudan's government on Friday admitted to having censored the media and removing articles it deemed to incite hatred after a UN-backed inquiry detailed pervasive restrictions on free press in the troubled country. More than 2,000 people have died in western Afghanistan following earthquakes and aftershocks. The UN says hundreds of homes have been destroyed. As VOA's Arash Arabasadi reports, those numbers are expected to rise.
Rescuers pull a living child from under debris following multiple 6.3 magnitude earthquakes that struck Afghanistan on Saturday. It was a bright moment on an otherwise solemn day that one Taliban official said resulted in more than 2,000 deaths and more than 9,000 injuries. Mullah Janan Saik, Taliban spokesperson of the disaster ministry, speaking at a news conference in Kabul as provided by Reuters.
We have tried our best to treat victims. 10 rescue teams have been formed from different national and international institutions, in addition to the evacuation and rescue operations. The blood distribution process is going on too, and water and shelter have been provided for people in the district.
According to CBS News, the Taliban expect the death toll to rise. Families have taken to sleeping in the streets away from structures that could collapse at any moment. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says the earthquake affected 8 villages and destroyed more than 1,300 homes. Despite official claims of delivering aid for some now living outside, little has come their way. Area resident Nek Mohammed speaking with AFP.
We came home and we saw there was nothing left. Everything had turned to sand. We started to work with shovels and whatever we had to take out the women and children from the rubble. We have 20 to 30 people who died. We have nothing, no blankets or anything else.
Afghanistan is a mountainous country prone to earthquakes. According to the Reuters news agency, diplomats and aid officials say the ruling Taliban's strict restrictions on women and human rights in general have led to donors and aid agencies backing out of the country. The Washington Post reports first responders compared the damage of these recent quakes to one from 2022 that killed at least 1,000 people, one of the deadliest natural disasters in Afghanistan in decades. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Coming up on the program, a look at native languages in the United States. But first, in recent years, UNICEF and UNESCO reports have emphasized that female teachers are making a big difference when it comes to educating girls in Africa. VOA visited Lusaka, Zambia, to see the impact they're having there. Kathy Short filed this story.
Josephine Mwaba has been a teacher for 22 years. She teaches biology at Lusaka's Kablonga Girls Secondary School. Mwaba says her students love learning, but the young girls here face challenges.
So the challenges are that girls fall pregnant, and sometimes they get married at an early stage. But being a female teacher, I encourage them not to get married early, not to fall pregnant, but to concentrate on school. Because only when they get educated, then they will be able to make proper decisions and live an independent life.
Rebecca Kaira is a student at the school, one of the many taught by female teachers like Mwaba.
Female teachers mostly encourage us girls because they act as mothers as we are here at school. So they mostly encourage us girls to focus on education.
According to Zambia's Teaching Service Commission, or TSC, there are more than 190,000 teachers in the country, but at least 150,000 more are needed to ensure quality and effective education. The TSC is a government body in charge of human resources, policy guidance, accreditation and validation of teachers' qualifications. Sonakshi Sharma, an education research specialist at UNICEF Innocenti Global Office of Research and Foresight, works on the organization's Women in Learning Leadership Research. Sharma says evidence shows that for girls, female teachers play a positive role in learning.
So school leadership is an important vector to enhance student learning because they play a critical role in creating a high-quality teaching and learning environment within schools, and this can contribute to overall student learning outcomes and well-being.
The Basic Education Teachers Union of Zambia, which represents teachers in the public service in the country, says female teachers are driving forces in Zambia's education system. One of the country's biggest challenges is serving students in rural areas. Another is paying teachers what they deserve, says Mwangala Mulako, the union's director of gender-related issues.
We have more of women presentation in our union than the male. And then these teachers, most of them, the women that we have, they have upgraded themselves. What I mean is they've feathered in their studies from maybe a certificate holder to a diploma holder or a degree holder, even as far as masters in different fields of education. So the situation which is there is they're all crying for an upgrade. They need to be moved from the lower salary scales to higher salary scales.
According to UNICEF, African countries, including Zambia, are facing the world's worst teacher shortage. The continent still needs 17 million more teachers if it is to achieve universal primary and secondary education by 2030, and more female teachers are needed now more than ever. Kathy Short for VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
And finally today, Monday in the United States will be celebrated as Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. When Christopher Columbus made contact with the native inhabitants in the Caribbean in 1492, there were more than 500 languages spoken across the Americas. In the land that became the United States, the remaining number of such languages has dwindled to about 100. Most now only have a handful of speakers. The story from VOA's chief national correspondent, Steve Herman.
Alex Fire Thunder in South Dakota is teaching his two young boys the Lakota language because he wants them to have a strong sense of their Oglala Lakota nation identity.
Language is everything. That's something that nobody can take away from them.
Fire Thunder is optimistic. His sons, ages 3 and 2, along with a newborn daughter, will have others besides themselves to converse in Lakota when they grow up.
There's immersion schools. There are other second language learners learning the language and teaching their children.
That was not the case for decades.
My mom is a speaker, but she didn't transmit the language to my siblings and I.
Native American children in North America for generations were sent to boarding schools where they were punished for speaking their own languages and were immersed in American culture. The chairman of the Language Conservancy, Wilhelm Meyer, says that had a devastating effect.
There's only about 10 to 15 languages left in the U.S. that have any viable chances in terms of moving forward beyond the next 50 years.
When the languages lose their last fluent speakers, it can also mean the demise of their indigenous songs and prayers, explains Meyer.
In the U.S. right now, the average speaker age is about 75 years old. The children are, for the most part, not learning the language. So there's a lot to do in order to try to get these languages back on their feet.
Hundreds of indigenous linguists, educators, and scholars are to gather this week for a conference in Bloomington, Indiana, to share knowledge and inspire language revitalization efforts. Steve Herman, VOA News.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Over 2.5 years ago, the military seized power in Burma in a bloody coup. The regime has left Burma in ruins, with 4 out of 5 townships affected by armed clashes between the military and those that oppose its rule. The results have been devastating, said USAID Deputy Administrator Michael Schiffer in recent congressional testimony.
Today, due to the military's brutality, there are over 1.9 million people displaced in Burma and nearly 1 million refugees in Bangladesh and Thailand. The internally displaced communities are facing increased threats of violence from the military and facing ongoing trauma due to a conflict, a bungled COVID response, epic mismanagement of the economy, high food prices, and frequent displacement that has severely impacted the coping mechanisms of the internally displaced communities.
Through USAID, the United States has led the international community's humanitarian response to Burma and the Rohingya refugee crisis in Bangladesh by providing nearly $2.1 billion since 2017, said Deputy Administrator Schiffer.
We deliver humanitarian assistance to the displaced, conflict-afflicted, and other vulnerable groups by leveraging our partnerships with humanitarian organizations that deliver assistance to beneficiaries based on verifiable need.
And although at times this work has required engagement with governing authorities in Burma, said Deputy Administrator Schiffer, we do so with humanitarian principles first and foremost in mind. In Bangladesh, USAID supports emergency preparedness and response capacity of host communities in Cox's Bazar district, including funding for humanitarian coordination, nutrition, protection, and risk management. USAID also provides emergency support to pro-democracy activists and ethnic support organizations, civil society leaders, journalists, and human rights defenders, explained Deputy Administrator Schiffer. This ongoing assistance provides a critical safety net and includes temporary safe houses, subsistence living expenses, emergency medical needs, digital and physical security, legal aid, and psychosocial support, enabling individuals and entities to continue their work for a democratic future for Burma. The road ahead in Burma remains challenging, warned Deputy Administrator Schiffer. Nevertheless, USAID remains committed to provide the people of Burma with the support they need during this crisis, prioritizing humanitarian assistance, civilian protection, including early warning and early response, and support for the development and growth of governance institutions to advance U.S. policy objectives of a just, peaceful, inclusive, federal, and democratic Burma.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Ukraine expresses solidarity for Israel following deadly weekend attacks.
Ukrainians understand very precisely what's happening in Israel and how Israeli people feel at this point.
Plus, with Congress in turmoil, U.S. aid for Ukraine is still in limbo.
I think the drip-by-drip approach that we've used has been very damaging. It has drawn out the war. It has caused greater loss of life. It has given the Russians time to build these massive defenses in the south that they have built.
And later in the program, the growing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine worsening by the day as Russia ramps up its assaults on civilian targets. Today is Monday, October 9th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, flashed Israel's national flag on advertising boards on Sunday, signaling support after a surprise Hamas attack on Israel that was unraveling into full-scale violence in the region. This as Ukraine itself saw another weekend of Russian bombardment in a number of regions. I talked to Anna Chernikova in Kyiv for an update on all of it.
Russian forces continue shelling of the Ukrainian cities, and over the weekend, we have reports from Zaporizhia, Odessa, and Kherson region, with most of the shelling happening there. What's important to mention that Russian forces used Onyx missiles to attack Odessa. Onyx missiles were previously used once as well, but these missiles normally are not used for on-land attacks. From Odessa, we know about 4 victims and the heat at the recreation facility, as well as damages of the grain storage in private buildings. In the Zaporizhia region, 5 private buildings were damaged, with 1 local resident killed and 2 injured. In the Zaporizhia region, Russian forces used cluster munitions to launch their attack over the weekend. And Kherson region, again, was under the fire. We know about 11 people injured, including a 9-month-old baby and a medical worker of the Red Cross. On Sunday morning, during the morning service, one of the cathedrals in Kherson was under Russian attack as well. There are damages of the cathedral facilities and 2 people were reported injured. This is one of the big cathedrals in the city.
And with all of this happening, and now a lot of the media attention has been turning to Israel with what has been happening there with the Hamas attack over the weekend. At the same time, I understand that Ukraine is keeping a close eye on this. President Zelensky has shown his support for Israel. He spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I understand there may be Ukrainian officials seem to think there may be some connection to the Hamas terrorists in Russia.
This is actually true, and this was discussed here in Ukraine a lot, that Ukraine definitely sees Russian role in this recent escalation of war in Israel. And what's important, what the main aim, according to Ukrainian experts and Ukrainian politics, is basically Russia is trying to turn world's attention away from Ukraine. A similar opinion actually was also expressed by President of Poland and in the recent report by the Institute for the Study of War, as well as there are also talks about Russian military support of Hamas and Iranian support as well. But again, this we cannot discuss. It was no official reports on that at this point. However, Ukrainian Ministry of Defense reports that Russia handed over to Hamas trophy weapons captured during hostilities here in Ukraine, which were manufactured in the US and EU. And according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, Russia plans to launch a disinformation campaign to accuse the Ukrainian military of selling these Western weapons to the terrorist organization. And this is something that was discussed today. We can also say that for Ukraine, this escalation in Israel has a very important angle because a lot of Ukrainians are living in Israel and a lot of Ukrainians were going to Israel when full-scale invasion happened. So basically, they are refugees to Israel. And at this point, there are reports of at least 2 Ukrainians killed during this latest escalation in Israel.
And I understand there are billboards and flags.
Actually, on Sunday in Kyiv, particularly, all electronic billboards were representing support to Israel with Israeli flags on it. And this was in a cooperation with local authorities. So Kyiv is definitely showing its support to the people of Israel. Ukrainians understand understand very precisely what's happening in Israel and how Israeli people feel at this point. So we'll see what the next day will bring us.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. Congress's failure to include aid for Ukraine in a recent continuing resolution to fund the U.S. government has raised concern about future support for Ukraine's ability to defend itself from Russia's invasion. Now, with aid also promised to Israel following the deadly weekend attacks by Hamas militants, will that further complicate efforts to support Ukraine? I spoke with Ambassador Kurt Volker, a distinguished fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. He served as U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations from 2017 through 2019 and as the former U.S. Ambassador to NATO.
A lot of concern over future funding for Ukraine from Democrats, from the Republican, from European allies, given that the continuing resolution on September 30th that kept the U.S. government open left out aid for Ukraine. It was literally the reason that it was being held up by a small group of Republicans in Congress. Now, we know the bill was only temporary, so the debate will be back up again in a couple of weeks. And it seems that there's a lot of uncertainty as to what happens if we don't provide funding for Ukraine. What happens to our relationship with our allies? What happens to Ukraine? What happens with our own national security? What is your perspective on this?
I think everyone is obviously watching this, but even in all the things that you just listed, there are a number of positive things. First off, I think it was helpful to pass a clean continuing resolution and take Ukraine aid out of that, because the overall issues on the budget are very controversial. And also the way that this was passed, which was overruling the far-right minority in the Republican Party, which then caused this rebellion against McCarthy. All of those things were happening on their own, independent of aid to Ukraine. And I think that's useful because now we're going to have a situation where they come back to pass a regular budget, even if it's another continuing resolution. They're going to have to choose a new speaker. That will probably result in a change of this rule that only one member is required to file a motion to vacate. And as a result of all that, I think then you can come back to voting on Ukraine aid, and it has a better chance of passing as a standalone item. And you have to remember as well that in both the Senate and the House, you have vast majorities in both parties that support aid to Ukraine. The trick is getting it to the floor.
Without a House Speaker, there won't be a vote.
That's right. And I think they will get a speaker. Their first votes to do so will be tomorrow, but it's probably not going to go in one round. They're probably going to have a lot of negotiation over this. But I think there will be a speaker eventually. It will be a Republican. It will somehow adjust the rules that led to this crisis to begin with. I don't think they're going to tee it up so that this could happen all over again.
But some of the hardliners are saying that they don't want money going to Ukraine, period. Not just, they want it to go to the U.S. border security. They're just sort of digging in. Going to be able to overcome that. And what happens if we don't support Ukraine?
You're absolutely right that there are some people with that view. And it is also right that many, many more people want to see more attention to the southern border. They're not incompatible, helping Ukraine and helping get control of our southern border, that you can do both. And as far as the votes go, there's only a dozen or so people who take that very hardline view against aid to Ukraine. The vast majority of all the representatives are in favor. There are these hardliners, but they only have a dozen or so vote. It would be very odd for them to be able to dictate the policy over such a vast majority in favor. There were a lot of debates over a lot of issues, Ukraine, of course, among them. And the thing that they were able to get done was a clean continuing resolution, no special supplemental funding or anything. And remember that Ukraine is supplemental. It's not part of the regular budget. So they had to do that just to keep the government running without any additional elements in there. Now they have time to pick a new speaker. They have to deal with the further continuing resolutions or budget that will come basically beginning in mid-November. And then I think they will come back to the question of Ukraine aid.
Concerning the actual support for Ukraine and why it matters, President Biden is planning to speak to the American people at some point to lay out why he believes support for Ukraine is in our own national security interests. Obviously, support is still there for Ukraine, but it's, in recent polls, seems to be slipping a bit. What do you think the president needs to say, and why is aid to Ukraine so fundamental to American national security interests?
Right. Well, first off, it's great that the president is coming out to give a speech like that. In fact, I would say it's long overdue. We've been spending a lot of money. We've been engaged in this effort to help Ukraine for well over a year. And this is the first time that the president is coming out to address the American people this way. I think what he needs to say is that it is an American interest to see Ukraine succeed and Russian forces defeated. It's not only about charity, it's about serving our own interests. And the reason that it's an American interest is because Vladimir Putin is now on the goal, on the program of trying to rebuild the Russian Empire, to take territory in Europe that does not belong to Russia in order to rebuild a sense of empire. And the risk is that he will do this with other countries that are now NATO members, countries that were in the Russian Empire previously or the Soviet Union previously, that he may now want to take back. This could include the Baltic states, which are members of NATO, could include Finland. He is threatening the security of Europe as a whole. If he does attack a NATO member or widen the war, it will draw the U.S. into it directly. And we certainly don't want to be forced into that position. And we're far better off if his forces are actually defeated in Ukraine, and then we see some kind of acceptance by Russia to live within its own borders.
And do you think it would be better for us to just give them the support they need to just conquer this, or to continue to give it in doses?
Yeah, I think the drip-by-drip approach that we've used has been very damaging. It has drawn out the war. It has caused greater loss of life. It has given the Russians time to build these massive defenses in the south that they have built. And it has contributed to this sense of fatigue or this sense of questioning, how long is this going to go on, which is making it harder to pass additional aid in the House. So I think we do have to lift the restrictions, give them the weapons that we would want if we were going to be doing this, so that they are able to do it themselves.
With the U.S. now focused on Israel and the world watching what's happening in Israel, that's something Congress is also going to need to take up. Will that change the equation at all as far as Congress and the Americans, or for that matter, willing to support Ukraine? Will that sort of shift the focus or take a priority?
Well, it's certainly going to grab the headlines for a while now. The attacks against Israel are absolutely horrific. And of course, Israel is now going to fight back, and that will grab attention. But ultimately, I think what we see is that these are two sides of the same coin. You have, in one case, Hamas, in another case, Russia, engaging in terrorist attacks, deliberate targeting of civilians, really something that no one can accept. And I think as we look at the way that Israel is fighting back, as it must, I think we have to realize that Ukraine needs to fight back as well. They're just up against a much more powerful adversary.
Ambassador Kurt Volker, a distinguished fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, who also served as U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations from 2017 to 2019 and as the former U.S. Ambassador to NATO. With divisions growing from Western allies, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Monday spoke to NATO's Parliamentary Assembly and called for Western unity in the face of global events.
This is not the time to withdraw from the international arena into internal disputes. This is not the time to isolate ourselves. This is not the time to remain silent or pretend that terror on one continent does not affect global affairs. Everyone can help prevent the chasm between the world and peace from widening.
He also expressed gratitude for the defense support allies have provided, while stressing the need to continue for the sake of all.
And I thank all of you who are working with us to implement the peace formula. All areas of our cooperation lead to one thing: to ensure that the UN Charter is fully effective in protecting Ukraine and our entire Europe from terror and aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge your states and parliaments to be even more active for the sake of global unity. Let everyone who sponsors terror feel the power of our rest. And let everyone who needs help defending themselves against terror feel the power of our solidarity. We must all be able to promise our children that we will leave them a world ruled not by blood shed by evil, but by freedom guaranteed by law.
Meanwhile, Russia may be paving the way to conduct a nuclear test, a move that would sharply raise tensions with the West and likely prompt other world powers to resume testing for the first time this century. President Vladimir Putin last week said Russia's parliament should consider withdrawing Moscow's ratification of the 1996 Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which prohibits tests involving nuclear explosions. Parliamentary leaders were due to discuss the issue on Monday. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Russia's government said on Friday it had lifted a ban on pipeline diesel exports via ports, removing the bulk of restrictions installed on September 21st. Francis McGuire with Reuters reports.
Russia lifted a ban on pipeline diesel exports through ports on Friday. It removes the majority of restrictions put in place last month in a bid to tackle shortages and stem rising prices. The move will force markets to take notice as Russia is the world's top seaborne exporter of diesel. The fuel is also Russia's biggest oil export at about 35 million tons last year. Almost 3/4 of that was shipped via pipelines. Restrictions on fuel exports from the country have raised global prices and forced some buyers to find other sources of gasoline and diesel. Russia has fought shortages and high fuel prices in recent months, and that's especially hurt farmers during the harvesting season. Since the ban was introduced, wholesale diesel prices on the local exchange have fallen by 21%, while gasoline prices are down by 1/10. Even though rules have eased for diesel, gasoline exports still have restrictions in place. Russia exported 4.8 million tons of gasoline in 2022.
Francis McGuire reporting for Reuters. With the war now in its second year, the humanitarian needs resulting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine are continuing to mount. I spoke with Achille Dupre, spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Ukraine.
What we're seeing is that, as you said, it's something that has been going on for over 18 months, that this armed conflict between Ukraine and Russia is going on, and this is taking such a heavy toll on civilians and on civilian infrastructure. And that highlights something that for us as the Red Cross is so unacceptable. It's the fact that civilians should not be the ones suffering from armed conflict. As according to international humanitarian law, according to the Geneva Conventions, civilian infrastructures should be protected, and the belligerents must take all protections to spare them. And unfortunately, we see so often that this is sadly not the case. And when this isn't the case, it means that we see just shocking and appalling levels of loss of civilian lives. It's just communities that have been suffering for months because they live close to the front line, because sometimes the front line is moving closer to them. Sometimes they are from remote communities where it's really difficult for a humanitarian organization to access them, and they're the ones suffering the most. And so it's just very shocking and appalling, really.
You're saying it's really difficult the way they're living and the infrastructure. Can you be specific about how they are living? Are they living in bomb shelters? What about the homes and schools and all that?
So the thing that we have to understand is that these communities living very close to the front line, sometimes they have seen literally their villages become the front line. So they have had to live sometimes for weeks underground in shelter. Even when their village isn't stricto sensu the front line itself, it means that they're seeing aerial strikes that are going above their heads. Obviously, this takes a toll also on their mental health, on their psychological well-being. So the way they're living is that a lot of these communities, if you're so close to the front line, most people who were in a position to leave, they have left. So this means that the ones that are remaining are typically some of the most vulnerable. For example, the elderly or people with disabilities or children. So they're living in very, very dire conditions. And it's so important that humanitarian organizations like the International Committee of the Red Cross, or also our partners of the Ukrainian Red Cross, are able to go in these communities regularly and bring them the essentials, really: water, food, hygiene products. And also now the temperatures are getting quite cold already in Ukraine, but it's going to get much worse in the winter. So all these communities, they're already preparing for the winter. They're repairing their houses when they have been damaged. They have to redo insulation of their houses. So all of these things that need to be done before it gets too cold. So they're really living in very dire conditions.
And so you guys are actually going into these communities and bringing emergency assistance to the people living in the conflict zones or are displaced? Are we talking about food, medical? Are you providing housing? How does that all work as far as helping these people find a way to survive through all of this?
So for us, our main focus is on bringing humanitarian relief to people who are close to the front line because they are the ones that are the most vulnerable and the most affected. What we bring them can be drinking water when they need it. Also, one very important thing is that we come to these communities and we bring repair materials that we donate to these communities so that they can repair, for example, their windows that have been shattered, or they can repair the roofs that have been destroyed. So all these things that make it so that they can keep on living as normal a life as possible in these circumstances. We are also going to these communities to help the local authorities because the local authorities are always operating. So we're supporting, for example, the medical infrastructure, the health facilities. We're giving them war-wounded kids to treat injuries from missile strikes, this sort of thing. So we are really helping people directly so that they can sustain a living, but also we're helping the authorities around them that are doing everything possible for life to continue in these terribly difficult circumstances.
How many staffers do you have on the ground in Ukraine?
For us, for the International Committee of the Red Cross, our humanitarian response in Ukraine is our largest operation globally. We have a workforce of around 800 staff, a bit under that, across the country. So that means that we have staff that goes very regularly to all the communities that need humanitarian assistance all across the country. The front line is extremely long, so we have several offices with colleagues going into the communities. Sometimes it's hard to reach communities because the roads are very difficult. So we are working also hand in hand with our partners from the Ukrainian Red Cross, and they have thousands of volunteers across the country, and they're also helping us tremendously in reaching the people that need us to reach them.
Sounds like the needs are extremely intense for food and drinking water. And you mentioned mental health. Obviously, this has taken a serious toll on the mental health of the people of Ukraine. You guys are also addressing that issue, aren't you?
Absolutely. In Ukraine, as in any other country that is affected by armed conflict, of course, you see first the visible scars, the people that are injured, the physical injury. What people often don't see is the mental health toll that it takes on regular people, including children.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us about all of these important aspects of this ongoing war that continues to devastate the people of Ukraine.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to speak to you, Laura.
Akhil Dupre, spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Ukraine. Thank you so much for speaking with us. The head of the UN Refugee Agency, meanwhile, said Monday the organization was facing one of the most difficult moments in its more than 70-year history, with some 110 million people displaced around the world and a major funding shortfall.
Given this backdrop, I'm extremely worried about the underfunding of UNHCR and, broadly speaking, humanitarian operations. More worried than I have been in almost 8 years in which I have held this office.
In an address to the UNHCR's governing body, Filippo Grandi urged countries to respect the rights of those fleeing conflict or persecution guaranteed under the 1951 Refugee Convention the body was created to oversee. Conflicts from Ukraine to Sudan have pushed displacements to record levels around the globe at a time when some governments face growing pressure to get tougher on asylum seekers. And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
Coming up on the show today, the death toll in Israel and Gaza continues to rise.
The bodies of more than 260 young music festival goers were discovered Sunday.
Plus, the geopolitics of Saturday's attack.
Decisions to engage in war by these groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and others can only happen with explicit prior direct agreement from Iran.
And later, we're in New York City for a rally in support of Palestinians in Times Square and a rally for Israel on the east side. And a look at what to do with some 350 luxury vehicles in Gabon. Today is Tuesday, October 10th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We'll take a look at some of the larger geopolitical implications of Saturday's invasion of Israel by Hamas. But first, an update on the fighting. Israel has announced a complete siege of Gaza. That means it'll cut off food, water, and electricity. The death toll in both Israel and Gaza continues to climb as fighting continues for a third day. Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
Palestinian health officials said several dozen Palestinians, including women and children, were killed in an Israeli airstrike on the Jabalia refugee camp Monday in Gaza. The health officials said more than 500 people had been killed and 120,000 had fled their homes to schools and other areas of Gaza. Ibrahim Nofal is a resident of Jabalia.
More than 4 homes in the Al-Trans area in Jabalia were destroyed without warning. More than 50 or 60 martyrs, a lot of casualties, unbelievable devastation. Oh my God, they are pulling out people now. Oh my God.
In Israel, the country remains in shock over the largest death toll in 50 years. The bodies of more than 260 young music festival goers were discovered Sunday. Hamas gunmen kidnapped more than 130 Israelis, many from the festival, and took them to Gaza. One of those missing is 21-year-old Adi Maisel. Her mother, Ahuva Maisel, spoke to journalists Monday.
It was our last call in which we heard a lot of noises and shootings and bombing and chaos, total chaos. And that was our last call with Adi. And since then, we have no exact, accurate position of her, where she is, in what condition she is. We don't know if she's alive or not. We don't know if she's somewhere bleeding. We don't know if someone abducted her. And we're just helpless.
Israel says it has now taken over all 22 communities where hundreds of Hamas gunmen had infiltrated and killed civilians. Israel is now on the offensive, and officials have vowed to make sure Hamas no longer has a military capability. Analysts say Israel will have to work hard to regain its deterrence. David Wormser is the former Middle East advisor to former U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney.
The image of weakness that Israel now suffers under because of the catastrophe of the last 48 hours is something that it cannot come out of the war from. If it does, it will affect both peace and war and in the future. Those in the region who want to make peace with Israel fully understand what Israel has to do here. It has to essentially achieve a strategic victory on a level that erases and overpowers, transcends, so to speak, the strategic defeat.
Israel has called up hundreds of thousands of reservists, and many expect a ground invasion of Gaza in the coming days. Israeli officials have told the public to prepare for a long confrontation of at least several weeks. Linda Gradstein, VOA News, Jerusalem.
Iran's support for the Palestinian group Hamas is in the spotlight after Hamas militants crossed into southern Israel on Saturday, attacking civilians and soldiers. Several hundred Israelis and Palestinians have been killed as the conflict rapidly escalates. Henry Ridgwell has more from London.
The Hamas attack on Israel Saturday took most regional powers by surprise. But many analysts say Iran would have approved the assault in advance. Lina Khatib is director of the Middle East Institute at SOAS University of London.
Iran has been for several years supporting Hamas through funding and through training and through military equipment. Decisions to engage in war by these groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and others can only happen with explicit prior direct agreement from Iran. But this is very different from saying that Iran ordered these groups to do these attacks.
Iran has described Hamas's actions as the manifestation of resistance, but denied any responsibility. Israel's President Isaac Herzog blamed an evil axis whose base is in Iran. Israeli officials say there is no direct evidence that Tehran directed the attack. Khaled El-Gindi is from the Middle East Institute in Washington.
This is an operation that was launched by a Palestinian group for its own Palestinian reasons. Hamas is not an operative or a proxy of the Iranian regime. Although there may be convergences of interests.
What interest would Iran have in renewed conflict between Hamas and Israel? Geopolitical alliances are shifting fast. Saudi Arabia and Israel are attempting to normalize diplomatic relations, supported by the United States. The Palestinian Authority, a domestic rival to Hamas, is taking part in the talks. Again, analyst Lina Khatib.
The deal involved Saudi Arabia talking to the Palestinian Authority. Hamas was not part of this discussion, and therefore Hamas felt, first of all, that it needed to be part of any solution to the Palestine-Israel conflict. And so we're talking about a geopolitical context in which Hamas and also its backer Iran want to set the political agenda.
Meanwhile, Tehran's negotiations with the West over a return to the 2015 Iran nuclear deal and a lifting of sanctions have stalled. Khalil Jashan is the executive director of the Arab Center, Washington, D.C.
Troublemaking is negotiating by other means. And I believe that this is applicable to this situation. I'm not sure Iran is seeking a larger confrontation. As I said, it's probably seeking attention and seeking basically to convince the big powers involved in the region, particularly the United States, to take Iranian role in the region seriously.
Washington should reassess its Iran policy, argues Khatib.
U.S. foreign policy has focused on Iran's nuclear file and has, in a way, pushed Iran's regional role to the margins. I think there is now no denying that Iran's regional role needs to be central to U.S. policy.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Sunday he had not yet seen direct evidence of Iranian involvement in the Hamas attack. Meanwhile, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Monday his country's response would change the Middle East. He did not elaborate on what this meant. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
And as we just heard, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said he saw no evidence of Iranian involvement in the attacks. With another view is Jonathan Spire. He's Director of Research at the Middle East Forum based in Jerusalem.
Because the U.S. administration has a very definite view of the kind of policy it wants to promote vis-a-vis Iran. And that is one where it tries to give Iran some of what it wants in return for Iran keeping quiet. And as a result of that, it seems to just be not willing to accept new evidence of what Iran is actually up to. And this is the only explanation I can find for the latest statements by Secretary Blinken, because it is not a secret that Hamas's military capabilities are absolutely dependent on Iranian support. They don't have any capacity without the Iranian support. So why that is not being admitted by America, I think it relates to the broader policy regarding Iran, which the United States wishes to pursue and which it is not willing to abandon, even in the face of very strong evidence that the policy is not producing good results.
That's Jonathan Spire of the Middle East Forum. He was speaking with VOA's Dakhil Elias. And here are some more stories we're following from around the world. Longtime environmental lawyer and anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said on Monday he will run for president as an independent and not as a Democrat. It adds a wrinkle to a 2024 race headed towards a likely rematch between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. Security concerns have been raised in Liberia following the deaths of at least 2 people in pre-election violence. Political watchers say campaign messaging has deepened political divides, and they're calling on the national police to be more proactive during the presidential and legislative elections set for Tuesday. And U.S. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Monday that he was grateful for a strengthened statement from China condemning the killing and kidnapping of Israeli and foreign civilians by Hamas issued during a bipartisan congressional visit to Beijing that included a lengthy meeting with President Xi Jinping. With Saturday's attack on Israel saturating the global news media, people around the world are reacting with large-scale rallies. Aaron Rannan has the story from New York.
Free Palestine!
2 separate protests engulfed the streets of New York City on Sunday afternoon. In the first, hundreds of pro-Palestinian demonstrators assembled in Times Square to express their support for the Hamas attack on Israel that has claimed hundreds of lives. The attack, they argue, was justified. Munir Atala is a New York City resident.
I think anything that we see has to be viewed in its historical context, right? It has to be viewed in the context of 75 years of ongoing Israeli ethnic cleansing, displacement, and violence against Palestinians.
Free Palestine!
Maria Gill is a New York City resident.
To blame them for reacting is absolutely horrific. I'm not pro-violence for anyone, but this is horrific. And I want people to understand Palestinians are people, and they deserve to be free.
On the other side of the city, in front of the United Nations headquarters, hundreds of demonstrators gathered to demonstrate solidarity with the people of Israel. Shimon Carney is a New York City resident.
The point to be here is to support the Israeli government against the crimes of the Hamas regime and to support the Israeli people, my people. I'm here, I'm crying with them. Soon or later, we will hunt them, each and every one of them.
Many expressed incomprehension of the Hamas militants' raid. Ellen Wiseman is a New York City resident.
They're kidnapping small children and babies right out of their beds in their homes. And they're using them as pawns to try to free terrorists. This is insane.
Against the backdrop of street protests, Mayor Eric Adams of New York City affirmed his steadfast support for Israel on Twitter. In a moment when innocent people are being slaughtered and children kidnapped in Israel, it is disgusting that this group of extremists would show support for terrorism. I reject this. Do not use our streets to spread your hate. As the conflict is still in its initial stages, demonstrations like the ones in New York City Sunday will likely continue. Aaron Rannan, VOA News, New York City.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. There's a plan for some pretty hefty wealth redistribution in Africa. We'll hear about that a little later in the program. Up first, though, some news from Washington. President Joe Biden was interviewed as part of an investigation into his handling of classified documents by special counsel Robert Hur, the White House counsel's office reported on Monday. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland in January named Hur as special counsel to probe the improper storage of classified documents at Biden's Delaware home and at an office set up for Biden after his 2009 to 2017 vice presidency. A wider-ranging inquiry into handling of classified documents has also been directed at Biden's main Republican potential rival in the 2024 elections. That's former President Donald Trump, who has been indicted in his case. And now VOA's Kim Lewis has the latest from Afghanistan, where an estimated 4,500 people were killed in earthquakes over the past few days.
Saturday's magnitude 6.3 quake hit a densely populated area in Afghanistan's western province Herat and was followed by strong aftershocks. That's Mullah Jan Sayek, spokesman for the Ministry of Disaster Management. The quake also trapped hundreds, and people have been digging with bare hands and shovels to pull victims, both dead and alive, from under the rubble. The U.S. Geological Survey said the quake's epicenter was about 40 kilometers northwest of the city of Herat, the provincial capital. Kim Lewis, VOA News.
In opening the UNHCR's annual refugee conference, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees warned that aid fatigue is growing at a time when a record number of people are fleeing conflict, persecution, human rights violations, climate change, and grinding poverty. Lisa Schlein reports for VOA from Geneva.
United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees Filippo Grandi says the Hamas attacks against Israeli civilians and Israel's response in the past few days will cause more suffering for civilians on both sides and increase instability in the region. He describes the violence as another dangerous piece in a growing mosaic of crises. At the start of the UNHCR Refugee Conference Monday, he noted it is mainly conflict that has driven forced displacement to a record 110 million people, the highest in decades. As conflicts grow, he warns, so does disrespect for international humanitarian law. During a visit to Egypt, South Sudan, and Chad this summer, he says he met refugees fleeing the devastating conflict in Sudan who spoke of the destruction, death, torture, and rape they left behind.
They recounted how they had to run from the brutal violence that erupted without warning on the 15th of April. Their lives upended as suddenly as were those of the Ukrainians the year before and of many Ukrainians now facing every day the death and destruction resulting from the Russian invasion.
Grandi says these stories are those of all 110 million people around the world who have been forced from their homes by conflict, violence, and persecution. He says the global situation is dire and getting worse. He notes violence continues in many places, such as in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where nearly 1.5 million people have been displaced this year alone. The High Commissioner says he's extremely worried that underfunding hampers UNHCR's operations. For example, he notes the $1 billion plan to help refugees from Sudan was just 25% funded. He adds this is only one of many humanitarian operations that are short of cash this year, and we're forced to make drastic cuts in food rations, protection needs, and other services. Lisa Schlein for VOA News, Geneva.
Gabon's military-appointed government says it will invest about $11.6 million and distribute close to 350 luxury vehicles said to be part of ill-gotten wealth recovered from the family and friends of ousted President Ali Bongo since the military junta took power about 6 weeks ago. The government says the money will be used to provide public social amenities such as water, electricity, and education. Moki Edwin Kinzeka reports from neighboring Cameroon.
Gabon's military junta says the government appointed by transitional president General Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema has begun consultations to determine how best to use the items recovered from state functionaries and business executives under the rule of ousted President Ali Bongo. Raymond Donsima is Gabon's prime minister.
Sima
says Nguema instructed him to meet with all government ministers before investing ill-gotten wealth recovered by the military junta since it seized power on August 30. He says Nguema has launched an irreversible battle against impunity and corruption, and the military junta's government wants to recover all ill-gotten wealth. Sima said on Gabon State TV on Monday that the junta has recovered about $11.6 million and close to 350 luxury vehicles over the past 45 days. Nguema told Gabon's state TV that he has issued guidelines on how to distribute the recovered vehicles. Nguema says the 344 vehicles his government recovered from current and past senior state functionaries and partners of former President Ali Bongo should be distributed to government institutions, especially schools, universities, hospitals, and water and electricity companies that need them to improve the conditions of citizens. Joseph Marie Efodo is a lecturer in political science at the University of Yaoundé. He says Nguema does not want to be seen as someone who betrayed the public in Gabon, which appears to support the August 30 coup. Before the coup, the Bongo family ruled Gabon for 56 years.
C'est la question de que faisons-nous maintenant?
He says Nguema is carrying out historic changes less than 45 days after he seized power to prove to the international community that the military junta he leads saved Gabon from a long iron-fisted rule that impoverished civilians of the oil-producing nation. By doing so, he says Nguema expects the international community to lift sanctions imposed to press for a return to civilian rule in Gabon. Gabon's opposition and civil society groups say the government also needs to investigate real estate empires and huge amounts of money hidden in foreign banks by the Bongo family and their close aides. They say bringing back the money could ease high levels of poverty. Moki Edwin Kinzeka for VOA News, Yaoundé, Cameroon.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
During a recent conversation at Rice University, Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized the world is at an inflection point.
We have the end of an era, the post-Cold War era. We have an intense competition that's underway to actually shape what comes next. One of the competitors is Russia and Putin's Russia. And the actions that he's taken are a demonstration that he rejects the order as it's been, or for that matter, the maintenance of the basic premises, the basic principles that define the order: territorial sovereignty, independence.
Secretary Blinken said in the face of Russia's full-blown invasion of Ukraine, people understand if Putin is allowed to act with impunity, then the message to would-be aggressors anywhere and everywhere is we can get away with it too. And that's an invitation to a world of conflict. Putin, Secretary Blinken said, is operating under an illusion.
His objective is to outlast, and he believes that he can outlast the Ukrainians, he can outlast all of those supporting Ukraine. But he's already made a profound miscalculation, and that has played out in a way that's been historically detrimental to Russia and its interests, because I think he believed from the outset that no one was going to stand up to the aggression.
Not only are the Ukrainian people and the United States proving Putin wrong, so are the dozens of countries around the world that are assisting Ukraine with humanitarian, economic, and military aid.
Often in these situations, Americans get a little bit frustrated because it seems like we're carrying so much of the load. We are, but in terms of burden sharing, in this particular instance, the rest of the world is doing a remarkable job. In fact, the assistance being provided by other countries exceeds the assistance that the United States has provided, as significant as that's been.
The fundamental problem is Putin's belief he can outlast, said Secretary Blinken. But on the part of those standing up to Putin, Mr. Blinken declared, there remains a tremendous determination to see this through, not only to make sure that Ukrainians come out on the right side, but that all the rest of us do too, because if we let this go, then we're opening a world of hurt for many years to come.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Coming up on the show today, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel.
The president has deployed, as you know, the world's largest aircraft carrier group to the region to make very clear our intent to deter anyone contemplating any further aggression against Israel.
Plus, Kenya's plan to send a peacekeeping force to Haiti hits a snag.
The whole thing is very unprocedural. It is unconstitutional.
And later, the families of Hamas's hostages. And in Australia, a referendum to recognize First Nations people in the Constitution. What effect will it have on inequality? Today is Thursday, October 12th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Carish. We're on the ground amidst the devastation in Israel in a moment. First, though, Secretary of State Blinken is in Israel. He's there to send a strong message of solidarity and support as the country responds to cross-border attacks by Hamas, the bloodiest in Israel's 75-year history. Blinken is expected to meet with senior Israeli officials to inquire what else Israel needs as it seeks to free hostages held by Hamas, regain control of its border with Gaza, and to destroy Hamas's operational capacity. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain has the story.
Residents of Kibbutz Masada in northern Israel took refuge in a shelter after a warning siren sounded twice. The Israeli army said it suspected an aerial infiltration from Lebanon into northern Israel, although it later said it had not identified any aerial intrusions from the north. More than 2,300 people in Israel and Gaza have been killed, with thousands of others injured, since Hamas militants launched brutal attacks on Saturday, prompting Israel to declare war and to form an emergency government. U.S. President Joe Biden reaffirmed that he and his national security team are working day and night on the conflict, and said he and Vice President Kamala Harris had spoken again Wednesday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
And this moment, we have to be crystal clear. There is no justification for terrorism, no excuse, and the type of terrorism that was exhibited here was just beyond the pale, beyond the pale. As I said yesterday, my commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable.
Biden dispatched his top diplomat, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, to Israel as a sign of solidarity. Before departing to the conflict region, Blinken had this to say to any country that might try to take advantage of the situation.
The president has deployed, as you know, the world's largest aircraft carrier group to the region to make very clear our intent to deter anyone contemplating any further aggression against Israel.
Blinken said that the U.S. is also focused on its own citizens, that 22 Americans have died, and that number could go up. The White House said 17 Americans were still missing, and the administration had no information on their condition. At the United Nations in New York, Secretary General Antonio Guterres said he is in constant contact with leaders in the Middle East and is worried about a spillover of the conflict in the region.
I am concerned about the recent exchange of fire along the Blue Line and recent reported attacks from southern Lebanon. I appeal to all parties and those who have an influence over those parties to avoid any further escalation and spillover.
Guterres also called for Hamas to release all Israeli hostages. emphasizing that civilians must always be protected and that international humanitarian law must be upheld. He said that about 220,000 Palestinians are now sheltered in 92 UN facilities across Gaza, and that UN premises and hospitals, schools, and clinics must never be targeted. Later Wednesday at the White House, Biden joined a roundtable with Jewish community leaders to express his condolences and his unwavering support for Israel following the Hamas terror attacks. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
In addition to the ongoing diplomacy, VOA's Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb is reporting that an A-10 squadron of fighter planes has arrived in the Middle East from Arizona, and another squadron from Georgia that is already in the region will be staying longer than previously planned. The diplomatic responses and pledges of support are but one part of this multidimensional conflict. An important part to be sure, but one that often misses the day-to-day realities for the people who live in the area now ravaged by war. The death toll in the Israel-Hamas conflict continues to soar, with more than 2,300 people killed in Israel and Gaza, as bombs pummel Gaza and rockets still target Israel. And as VOA's Jan Boyschat reports, the battles appear to be escalating.
Right now, the Iron Dome here in southern Israel is hitting some missiles that were shot from Gaza. We can listen to the sound. It's very, very loud, and we can see it crossing the sky. I'm in Ashkelon right now, and the city is absolutely empty.
Today, 2 rockets hit this city as the death toll on both sides of this conflict rises. About 7 kilometers from Gaza, ambulances stand by as bombs crash in and out. We can also hear gunfire, and Israeli soldiers are on edge. Some say Hamas will continue ground assaults. Bombs pound the Gaza Strip day and night, where 2 million civilians live. They have no way out, and people we spoke to today inside Gaza say humanitarian aid is not getting in. In the West Bank, Palestinian men from Gaza say they can also not go home because the war began while they were working outside the Gaza Strip. Some say when Hamas attacked Israel on Saturday, they knew it would be a disaster for their families. Now, in less than a week, more than 2,300 people are dead. Thousands more are injured. Hundreds are held hostage or missing, and the war continues to escalate. Jan Boyschat, VOA News, Ashkelon, Israel, and the West Bank.
Families of Israeli hostages are desperately seeking answers regarding the safety of their loved ones. As Israel continues to pound the Gaza Strip, Heather Murdoch, VOA regional correspondent and Istanbul bureau chief, was on the ground outside of Jerusalem when she spoke with Kim Lewis about the desperate situation of civilians.
For civilians in where I'm standing right now, the Israeli side, a lot of the southern Israel has been evacuated, and people who are still there are living mostly inside, sometimes underground if they can, and quite afraid and quite tense. I mean, there is just near constant battle. We just came from a bit further south, closer to Gaza, and there was fire from both sides that, I mean, we were there for an hour and it pretty much didn't stop. A lot of the fire from the Gaza Strip coming into Israel is caught by the Israeli Iron Dome, their famous air defense system, but not all of it. There were rockets that landed in a nearby city, Ashkelon, today, and the death toll continues to rise to more than 1,000 on both sides. So civilians are basically afraid and so angry. I've covered a lot of wars. I've been covering wars for 14 years now, and I have never been in a war where civilians were so angry at the civilians on the other side and using language of annihilation for their enemy.
What are people saying about the hostage situation?
The situation of hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza has changed a bit today because there were about 150 known hostages or believed to be hostages yesterday. Now some of the people that were believed to be hostages are now confirmed dead. There was a man we spoke to yesterday whose niece was missing from a kibbutz right next to the border with Gaza, and She went missing, and her friend and neighbor was taken hostage and later was set free for no reason. And so they assumed the niece was with them, but actually they found her body when they uncovered many other Israeli bodies and the bodies of Hamas fighters in the kibbutz today. The hostages that are believed to still be in Gaza and still be hostages are still missing with very little information. And, every day the prospect of getting out alive is worse, and the prospect of getting out untraumatized, of course, is not even a possibility at this point. There's also a lot of anger and fear of that. But I also don't want to forget that the people inside of Gaza, the civilians there, and we spoke to some of those today too, while they're not hostages in the traditional sense, they are literally trapped inside the area. And while the Israeli government says to the civilians, you should leave, this is what you should do, there's nowhere to go. There's no border that's open. So they are also trapped in this terrible situation as well.
Yes, and also President Biden confirmed that U.S. citizens are among the hostages captured by Hamas. What is reaction on the ground to the U.S. hostages?
Well, from the Israeli side, when they talk about the hostages and the so many nationals from so many countries being among them, it in some ways boosts the claim of righteousness. Both sides in this war feel like they are in the moral right. And when something like this happens, then not just to Israelis, but people all over the world have been taken hostage, it stands as proof that these actions were terror and not military. However, this is, a really unfortunate part of this war in that the civilians aren't really fighting the war. And they really, I spoke to a bunch of men from Gaza today, and they really wish that hadn't happened. Why do they have to do things that are just anger and destroy the conscience of people all over the world? It's actually, a horrific act for people on both sides.
That was Heather Murdoch, VOA's regional correspondent and Istanbul bureau chief. She spoke with VOA's Kim Lewis. And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Award-winning Indian author Arundhati Roy is facing prosecution after giving a speech 13 years ago, disputing the idea that Kashmir is an integral part of India. The decision has faced disapproval from proponents of free speech and those opposing the current administration of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which has drawn criticism for its record on free speech. Leaders in Chad are pleading for help as the Central African nation is struggling to meet the humanitarian needs of 2 million foreign and displaced people seeking refuge there, many of them women and children fleeing violence and increasing hardship in neighboring Sudan. And Republicans in the House of Representatives Wednesday nominated Steve Scalise for Speaker of the House, a role formerly held by Kevin McCarthy, who was ousted last week. Scalise must now gain approval of the full House, where Republicans hold a slim majority. An update on a story we've been following here on International Edition. A Nairobi court this week temporarily suspended a Kenyan government plan to deploy 1,000 police officers to Haiti. The case was brought to court by 3 petitioners, including opposition politician and constitutional lawyer Ekuru Akut, who told VOA the proposed deployment was unconstitutional. Analysts say there may be a way for the government to argue its case. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief Miriam Diallo has the story.
The ruling by the High Court of Kenya puts a hold on the deployment of police officers to Haiti or any other country pending another hearing scheduled for October 24th. This will allow government officials to respond to the arguments made against them in the petition, the ruling shared with VOA says. The petitioners include opposition politician and constitutional lawyer Ekuru Aukot. He told VOA that although he cannot really discuss a matter that is actively in court, he maintains that the government's plan to send 1,000 of its police to Haiti is not in line with the Constitution.
The whole thing is very unprocedural. It is unconstitutional. And for me, as a person who sat in the committee of experts as the CEO to direct the writing of our current constitution, of course, it behoves me to be able to actually point out and constitutional decisions.
The UN Security Council last week approved a Kenya-led multinational security force aimed at helping the troubled Caribbean nation. While many in Kenya question their country's lead role in this mission, some have been supportive of President William Ruto. He says it's a mission for humanity and is of special significance and critical urgency for Kenyans. A representative from the Ruto government told us on Tuesday that the government will argue its case and abide by the court's decision. Meanwhile, in the petition shared with VOA, AUCAT cites 2 articles in the Kenyan Constitution. They say that only Kenya Defense Forces can be deployed to another country and that the National Police Service will only function throughout Kenya. But
there is sort of an inkling in a Section 107 and 108 of the National Police Service Act. And it says the National Police may, it's very discretionary, may be deployed, but it has to be upon a request from a reciprocating government. And that's one of the gist of the question that we are raising, which I don't want to discuss in details because it's a matter for determination.
Haiti did ask for help, but didn't ask Kenya specifically, and there is no reciprocal agreement between the 2 governments. Francis Hayundi, assistant professor of international law at the United States International University Africa in Nairobi, told VOA. Hayundi says the court's decision is in line with the petitioner's argument on what processes had not been followed.
For me, looking at the petition and looking at what the laws provide, it makes sense because as it is, procedure was not followed, or better yet, not all information is being given that would make us know why Kenya is getting involved.
But Hayundi notes there may be a way for the government to make its case.
Actually, there's provision for the police force to be deployed outside the country. However, this is a decision that has to be taken by the National Security Council, and it is informed by Article 240 of the Kenyan Constitution. So far, we have not heard of any decision being taken by the National Security Council to deploy the police. So I think that is where the issue is.
He says the NSC is a body established by the Constitution that includes the President, his deputy, a few cabinet secretaries, the Attorney General, the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, and the Inspector General of the National Police Service. And so far, they've only mostly heard from the President and a few cabinet secretaries, making the case for deployment. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Coming up, we'll hear about a referendum in Australia that seeks to change the lives of First Nations people. But will it really do what its advocates say it will? Now we're in Brussels, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has taken his pitch for more military aid directly to dozens of defense leaders. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani reports.
For the first time, Zelensky appeared in person as the Ukrainian Defense Contact Group met in Brussels, noting next week will mark the 600th day of his resistance against Russia.
And today, no one can say for sure how many more days we will have to defend our independence.
His presence underscored growing concerns about cracks in what has been strong international backing for Ukraine. Zelensky noted allies are now under pressure to also send weapons to Israel for the Hamas war.
We can do both, and we will do both.
Pentagon Chief Lloyd Austin says support for Ukraine remains strong. Sagar Meghani at the White House.
And finally today, Australia will hold a referendum on Saturday recognizing First Nations people in the Constitution. The proposal would set up a powerful advisory body called the Indigenous Voice to help the federal parliament shape laws and policies. Critics of the move insist it would be divisive and have little to do with addressing disadvantage in Aboriginal communities. From Sydney, Phil Mercer reports.
Will I grow up in a country that hears my voice? Will I live as long as other Australians? Will I get to go to a good school? Will I be able to learn my people's language?
Australia's constitution doesn't recognise its original inhabitants.
Supporters of reform want to change the nation's founding document to set up the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. It would be a committee of First Nations Australians that would advise federal parliament to help to shape the laws and policies that affect disadvantaged communities. Indigenous people comprise just over 3% of the Australian population, but they suffer disproportionately high rates of ill health, poverty, unemployment and imprisonment, despite decades of policies costing many billions of dollars. On average, First Nations Australians live 8 years less than other groups. Some campaigners believe previous policies have been based on paternalism rather than partnership. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the voice would make a positive and practical difference to the lives of Australia's original inhabitants. However, the Yes campaign that Albanese has championed is behind in the opinion polls. But the Prime Minister told local media that he was confident of victory.
It is certainly winnable. This is the right thing to do. This is consistent with the Australian principle of a fair go.
Not all agree.
I'll be voting no, because this will not unite us. This will divide us.
The No campaign is comprised of a broad range of dissenters. It includes radical Indigenous groups that want the voice to have real, not symbolic authority and to have the power of veto over government decisions that the current voice proposal doesn't contain. Other critics insist the proposal could create delays and dysfunction within government, while criticising the absence of specific details about the size, role and function of the advisory panel. Some opponents say that by enshrining a permanent Aboriginal presence in the heart of government, there's a presumption Indigenous people will always be disadvantaged and need special treatment. Voting in Australia is compulsory. About 17 million people are registered to vote. Only 8 out of 44 referendums have been passed since 1901. The last referendum was held in November 1999. When Australians rejected the plan to sever their constitutional ties to the British monarchy and become a republic. Phil Mercer, VOA News, Sydney.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Carish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
When the head of the Norwegian Nobel Committee recently announced the 2023 winner of the prestigious Peace Prize, Berit Reiss-Andersen uttered the slogan, "Woman, Life, Freedom," as she declared Iranian human rights defender Narges Mohammadi the winner. That slogan rang throughout the nationwide protests following the tragic death of Mahsa Amini in the custody of Iran's morality police in September 2022. Narges Mohammadi has stood up to the Iranian regime for decades, fighting for those principles on behalf of Iranian women and men, including religious minorities and political prisoners. And she has paid a heavy price. First arrested in 1998, Ms. Mohammadi has been repeatedly imprisoned. Currently, she is serving a lengthy sentence in Tehran's notorious Evin prison. In a statement, President Joe Biden congratulated Narges Mohammadi and spoke of her unshakable courage. She has endured repeated arrests, persecution, and torture at the hands of the Iranian regime, yet Ms. Mohammadi's advocacy and determination have only grown stronger, he said. The world still hears the clarion voice of Narges Mohammadi calling for freedom and equality. He urged Iran to release her and her fellow gender equality advocates from captivity. President Biden noted that the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to Ms. Mohammadi the same week that horrifying reports emerged about Iran's so-called morality police assaulting 16-year-old Armita Garavand in Tehran for not wearing a hijab. The people of Iran refuse to be silenced or intimidated as they fight for a free and democratic future for their nation, and their peaceful movement, Woman, Life, Freedom, demanding respect for their human rights, has brought hope to the people of the world, he said. President Biden pointed out that the United States is leading a diplomatic initiative at the United Nations to highlight and promote accountability for the Iranian regime's abuses. The U.S. has also deployed anti-censorship tools to make it easier for Iranians to access the Internet and has sanctioned more than 100 Iranian individuals and entities responsible for supporting the regime's oppression. The United States, President Biden declared, will continue to stand with Ms. Mohammadi, with the brave people of Iran, and with all those around the world who are working with resilience and resolve to make our world more equal and more free.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Concerns that some lawmakers want to shift aid for Ukraine over to Israel.
Both Ukraine and Israel are important. Both need American military assistance, and it's important to our national security interests, let alone theirs, but ours too, that they get that assistance.
Plus, Ukraine's president meets with NATO defense ministers hoping to shore up cracks in what has been an overwhelming support for its efforts to battle Russian aggression.
President Zelensky informed the allies about the urgent needs of the Ukrainian army. This is a very important stage. He also said that Ukrainian army needs time and the progress would be seen.
And later in the program, could North Korea be assisting Russia with restocking its depleted ammunition supply? Today is Wednesday, October 11th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky brought his appeal for military aid in the form of air defense, artillery, and ammunition to NATO headquarters in Brussels, where he attended talks Wednesday with NATO defense ministers. For details, I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv. So, Anna, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky still on the move, still doing his best to drum up support where there seem to be some growing concerns about cracks in what has been staunch international backing for Kyiv in its war against Russia's invasion, worries that Ukrainian forces, haven't made measurable progress in the counteroffensive, now winter closing in. He made a surprise visit to Belgium, Brussels, Wednesday. What can you tell us about what you're hearing about that?
Well, yes, exactly. He is in Brussels with an announced visit. This is the first time he is participating in the Ramstein meeting offline. Previously, he was participating only online. Also, he will be at the meeting of the defense ministers of NATO countries and also Ukraine NATO Council. And he already met with the Prime Minister of Belgium. He already met with the head of Pentagon, Lloyd Austin. And at the meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, Mr. Austin assured him that the United States will continue to supply Ukraine with weapons. And also, we've heard the announcement about the new package of military aid to Kyiv. President Zelensky's office reported that President Zelensky thanked the U.S. for the new military aid package, and also President Zelensky informed the allies about the urgent needs of the Ukrainian army. As you mentioned, winter is coming, and of course, this is a very important stage in this war between Ukraine and Russia. President Zelensky also said that Ukrainian army needs time and the progress would be seen, but it's not not a quick progress, which is understandable due to all of the difficulties at the front line. Also, President Zelensky reported about the very, as he said, meaningful meetings during his visit to Brussels. Particularly, Secretary General NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, assured again that Ukraine will become a NATO member, and he also mentioned that all members of NATO agreed on that. At least this is what was said today. And finally, during the meeting with Prime Minister of Belgium, President Zelensky said that it was quite successful decisions made, that the leaders discussed how the frozen assets of Russia can be used to compensate the damage of war in Ukraine and Russian aggression in Ukraine, and how to do it right now, not to wait. He said, I will quote him, that Belgium has become the first country to initiate the practice of using frozen Russian assets to support defense against Russian terror. This was the quote from President Zelensky. And also he specified that these funds will be directed to security assistance to Ukraine rapid reconstruction projects in the regions of Ukraine.
And I understand that when President Zelensky was speaking entering NATO headquarters, he had a comment noting the Israel war.
President Zelensky mentioned the current situation in Israel and current war in Israel. He said that this is not quite the same what's happening in Ukraine and in Israel. However, it's similar. He called Russia a terrorist, as well as Hamas representatives a terrorist, and basically he compared Putin with Hamas. At this point, we know already that at least 3 Ukrainians were killed in Israel, and some more are considered missing. So definitely Ukraine is keeping a very close eye on what's happening in Israel, and definitely President Zelensky also mentioned that Ukraine understands exactly what Israel is going through.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. We thank you as always.
Thank you.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who is also in Brussels meeting with a group of allies in support of Ukraine, announced an additional $200 million in aid, as we heard, for Ukraine's defense against Russia. My colleague Steve Karish spoke with VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb, who is traveling with the defense secretary.
They are planning to show Ukraine that the United States and all of Ukraine's Western allies are still very much committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as this takes. And this is going to be hard to do because as Secretary Austin is heading to Brussels, there is still not any additional funding that has been passed through Congress because Congress is still waiting to get a Speaker of the House so that they can continue to pass bills. I think that the Pentagon is hedging on the fact that there is still about $5 billion left that the United States has authorized to give Ukraine, and they are going to be providing some more of that funding at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Secretary Austin was speaking to reporters, and he confirmed that there would be another U.S. aid package that was announced. I had been speaking earlier today to multiple U.S. officials that confirmed to VOA that the U.S. is going to be providing up to $200 million in additional military aid for Ukraine in a package that's going to include much of the same that we've been seeing over the last several weeks. It's going to have more AIM-9 missiles. It's going to have more HIMARS munitions. We're not talking about those ATACMS, those super long-range munitions. We're talking more of the Gimler medium-range munitions, but there's still going to be more of those that they need. We're talking about anti-tank missiles, 155-millimeter rounds, 105-millimeter rounds, counter-drone equipment, electronic warfare equipment, demolition equipment, because there's a lot of Russian obstacles in place and minefields that they need to get through. They've made some gains over the past weeks, but there's still a lot more to go. And so a lot of this package is going to be much of the same because that's what Ukraine needs, especially in these last few weeks before winter sets in.
And I think any discussion about defense, about foreign aid, about the Pentagon in general, we have to be discussing Israel as well. How do the recent events there figure into the Pentagon's calculations with Ukraine and just sort of what the Pentagon is doing in general?
Well, so the situation in Israel and the situation in Ukraine are not linked, but it's important to note that for this past year, and Israel has been the number 2 recipient of U.S. military aid. They have between $3 and $4 billion of military aid going to them. and Ukraine had about $44 billion to date since the start of the war, since Russia invaded last year. So, clearly Ukraine has a lot more because they were in a war of aggression against Russia. But Israel has had a drumbeat of attacks over the past several years that the U.S. has supported. What is important for U.S. officials in this instance is they want the world to know that this is not just your normal Palestinian attack on Israel. Officials are saying that this is Islamic State level savagery. They say that some of these Hamas militants have been murdering kids in front of their parents. Hundreds of Israelis have been killed. They launched thousands of missiles into Israel. So it requires a very strong response. And so officials have said that planes have already taken off from the U.S., surging weapons to get to Israel. And the weapons that they say that they need right now are air defense weapons, just like Ukraine needs. The difference is Israel has the Iron Dome, and so the interceptors for the Iron Dome will be surged to Israel. Right now, the Ukrainians are using Patriot defense batteries, so they have Patriot missiles that are going to them. But, should the United States need to move a Patriot over to help support Israel, there could be a, conflicting interest there when they would both need those munitions for the Patriots. And it should also be noted that Raytheon is the U.S. company that provides interceptors for both the Iron Dome and the Patriot. So their capacity will also come into question in the coming days.
That was VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb speaking with my colleague Steve Karish. Well, the race to elect a new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives is underway. As VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gypson reports, the unpredictable race delays an already imperiled U.S. aid package to Ukraine.
Even before Speaker Kevin McCarthy was removed from office last week, the White House's $24 billion aid request had stalled in the Republican-majority U.S. House of Representatives at a key point in the war. George Washington University professor Colin Cleary.
Ukraine is in the middle of an offensive to try and reclaim stolen territory, and that is intensive of use of military articles. And so the inability to resupply will obviously result in that offensive grinding to a slow ebb or even a halt.
Opposition to Ukraine aid grew among House Republicans over the summer, and it will be difficult for any candidate to become Speaker without winning over those critics. Republican Jim Jordan, a candidate for Speaker, has said aid to Ukraine is not a priority.
The most pressing issue on Americans' minds is not Ukraine. It is the border situation, and it is crime on the streets, and everybody knows that.
An October 2023 poll by the Chicago Council on Global Affairs found that 60% of Americans still support the U.S. sending aid to Ukraine. American voter Cindy Fallman.
It's expensive, and our country has its own share of problems right now, and a lot of people would like to see money go in different directions. But I just feel like, as the United States has really helped so many people in so many countries in their time of need, and this is a critical one.
The White House reportedly is exploring the possibility of linking aid to Ukraine with aid for the war in Israel. McCarthy, who is still supported by many lawmakers to become Speaker again, said Israel should come first.
You're thinking some type of game to play? I think right now Israel was just attacked. I would put Israel's supplemental on the table, on the floor right now.
Speaker candidate Steve Scalise, who has been supportive of aid to Ukraine in the past, said lawmakers should move swiftly to elect a new leader.
We've got to get back on track. This is a dangerous world right now.
Republicans will hold their vote for the Speaker post on Wednesday. Until the full U.S. House of Representatives elects a Speaker, no legislation can be passed. Katherine Gypson, VOA News, Capitol Hill.
And Katherine also looked at public opinion on U.S. aid to Ukraine. She caught up with several visitors to Washington to find out how they feel about continued support.
What are your views on aid to Ukraine? We've sent billions of dollars there already. Would you like to see more sent over?
Yes, I would. I think humanitarian, for humanitarian reasons, it's very sad what's going on to families and people there, and I think we need to help them.
Why do you think that there's so much growing concern over the amount of aid that we've sent there?
Well, it's expensive, and our country has its own share of problems right now, and a lot of people would like to see money go in different directions. But I just feel like, as the United States has really helped so many people in so many countries in their time of need, and this is a critical one.
We're trying to elect a new Speaker of the House. Ukraine is one of the big issues. A lot of Republicans say that we shouldn't be spending any more money to them, that oversight of the aid is an important topic, that we need a clearer strategy for winning in Ukraine. Where do you fall on that issue?
I'm all for funding the Ukrainian war as much as they need. Well, because of Russia and China, we certainly don't want them taking over that area of the world.
U.S. aid to Ukraine, there's a supplemental request from the White House, new round of billions of dollars in aid that's coming under a lot of criticism from the Republican majority U.S. House of Representatives, concerns that we've sent too much money to Ukraine, that there's not a clear strategy for winning there. What would you like to see lawmakers do?
I'd like to see them improve the aid to Ukraine, because I think in a way it helps protect the United States citizenship, because any aggression by Putin and his forces is just going to keep coming. If we don't stop him there, he's going to move into Romania. If we don't stop him there, he's going to move into Poland. So, I mean, this is kind of a strong point that needs to be made as far as an international leadership to other countries in Europe to say, hey, we're behind this 100%.
A lot of controversy about sending more aid over to Ukraine. Where do you fall on that issue?
I'm glad to see us supporting a country that I think has been unfairly attacked by the Russians. I'm very glad to see the ethics and the integrity in that, caring for someone that needs assistance.
Meanwhile, White House National Security Spokesman John Kirby told VOA the Biden administration will do everything it can to continue working with Congress to secure the aid.
It is important that Ukraine continue to get the aid that it needs. They are involved in still a counteroffensive and facing Russian aggression on their own soil. And we don't want to see a single lapse.
And as for some lawmakers wanting to shift U.S. military aid to Israel, which is now at war after the murderous weekend attacks by Hamas.
Both countries need U.S. military assistance in terms of weapons and capabilities. Both are under assault. Both have every right to defend themselves and their citizens. And in that defense, our national security interests are actually benefited. We're going to continue to have those conversations with Congress.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Recent satellite photos show a sharp increase in rail traffic along the North Korea-Russia border, which, according to a U.S. think tank, could indicate the North is supplying depleted munitions to Russia. The assessment came from a website run by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. VOA's Kim Lewis spoke with Alexis Dudden, professor of history at the University of Connecticut, to gain some insight into this report.
They're really pretty stark. It appears that there are 73 freight cars which crossed the border from North Korea into Russia, very small land border there, on October 5th. They're covered, so CSIS, the organization, rightly states that they cannot be sure what's under the covers, and yet, all probability suggests that they are the ammunitions that were widely suggested at the September 13th summit between Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. I think important to understand is that throughout its history, the development of munitions in North Korea has been on Soviet-era standards, because those were the models used to develop the munitions. And so above all, Russia needs, ammunition and supplies that fit its already existing equipment. So if in fact those 73 cars are carrying Russia's needed weaponry, then that would be logical. Other than that, nobody really knows.
U.S. and South Korean officials have warned that North Korea and Russia would face consequences if they went ahead with the reported weapons transfer deal in violation with the UN Security Council resolution that bans all weapons trade involving North Korea. So has there been any reaction yet?
Well, I think Pyongyang, and maybe less so Moscow, they have very different world outlooks, but Pyongyang is all about regime survival. and the entirety of state sovereignty is embodied in the Kim family. And at this juncture, the United States, our sole policy would appear, you can't do that. No, I don't mean for that to sound as critical as it is, but there's nothing other than sort of repeated, well, you can't do that. And that's not a policy. So we either engage, which is my preference, and really get at it, or we do something horrible, such as a preemptive action, which some suggest is the right course of action. However, that has cataclysmic consequences, and I don't think anybody wants that. So we, the United States, have no real outlook, and now everything is eclipsed by the Hamas nightmare, and Washington remains focused on Ukraine. So with absence of policy towards North Korea other than you can't do that, I don't think Pyongyang is going to care at all, and Moscow will simply benefit from Washington's distractions.
And also, South Korean officials said North Korean weapons provided to Russia had already been used in Ukraine. Has this been proven? Has North Korea already been supplying arms to Russia?
That's difficult for anyone really to know. South Korea has just appointed a new defense minister, Shin Won-sik, who is very hardline. And in recent days, he is calling for South Korea to take definitive kinetic measures against North Korea. So whether that is all talk remains to be seen. In terms of North Korea's already having supplied the Russian military, I think about a year ago, forgive me, I'm not quite sure, there were some satellite images of ships going through the Sea of Okhotsk, going the sort of long way around to resupply Russian troops in Ukraine at Crimea. Whether or not those weapons came from North Korea, I think is something that remains to be seen. Certainly, if there's new ship traffic through what is international waters north of Japan and around, we'll find out. And in this way, it sort of parallels. We know that last week the United States resupplied Ukraine with seized weapons that were made in Iran en route to Russia. And it's kind of who's giving bullets to which side and where do they come from, I think is, for after the conflict taking apart for historians. At the moment, clearly both sides are upping the ante.
Alexis Dudden, professor of history at the University of Connecticut, speaking with my colleague, Kim Lewis. Analysts say Azerbaijan's capture of the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave from ethnic Armenians is the latest success of an alliance between Turkey and Azerbaijan. But that alliance, observers say, is challenging Russia's grip on the Caucasus as Moscow is distracted by its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Dorian Jones looks at the situation from Istanbul.
Azerbaijani forces' capture of the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh enclave from ethnic Armenians came after 3 decades of on-off conflict. Turkey's training of Azerbaijani forces using Turkish-made drones proved decisive, as did Moscow's failure to intervene in support of its Armenian ally. Zao Gazimov is a professor of history and a specialist on Russia at Bonn University.
Russia became more vulnerable in its internal politics and in its exterior strategies, also in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, in the Middle East, and that creates new spaces and new possibilities also for other regional powers in partly to regain their positions, partly to become new leverages of influence.
Decades of simmering tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh, experts say, allowed Moscow to exert influence over the region by playing both sides against each other. The defeat of the Armenian-backed forces is a significant loss for Moscow. Caucasus specialist Galia Lindenstrauss in Tel Aviv.
It will influence, at least in the short term, its ability to act or to have clout with these two states, with Azerbaijan and Armenia. But I believe that in the long run, Russia does see this area as strategic importance, does see it as its backyard, will not allow too much independence on the side of Armenia and Azerbaijan.
But any attempt by Moscow to reassert its dominance in the Caucasus will face competition as Ankara continues to deepen ties with Baku. Turkey is now militarily committed to defend Azerbaijan in the event of any attack. Mesut Yalçın is a presidential advisor at Istanbul's Yeditepe University.
Turkey aimed to be establishing peace and stability in Caucasus. You look at here, Russia is here. They invaded just in a short time in Georgia. And then we see what's happening in the Crimea and also in the Ukraine.
With Turkey beset by economic woes, deepening ties with energy-rich Azerbaijan is a key goal. Turkey also wants to turn the Caucasus into an alternative energy export route for Central Asian countries and break Russia's tight grip on energy distribution. Observers say Ankara and Moscow have a long history of diffusing their disputes by using economic issues to find common ground. Onur Işçi is a Russian affairs expert at Istanbul's Karahan University.
I study Russian-Turkish relations, the past 100 years of Russian-Turkish relations, and I see episodes of brief moments of conflict that have been so carefully managed. Turkey and Russia successfully, for the past 100 years, used economy to manage and cooperation to manage these geopolitical disputes, which they have many on the table.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Russian leader Vladimir Putin have developed a close working relationship, much of which has involved managing conflicting rivalries. The situation in the Caucasus may prove to be their biggest challenge. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage of Ukraine and news from around the world 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
On the show today, President Joe Biden reaffirms support for Israel.
We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack.
Plus, the U.S. Secretary of Defense is headed to Brussels for the meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group with news of a U.S. aid package for Kyiv.
So they are planning to show Ukraine that the United States and all of Ukraine's Western allies are still very much committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes.
And later Tuesday was Election Day in Liberia, and a closer look at China's Belt and Road Initiative in Africa. Today is Wednesday, October 11th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. VOA is on the ground in Gaza and in Israel. That story in a few minutes. We begin, though, at the White House. President Biden said on Tuesday that he will ask Congress to take urgent action to help defuse Middle East tensions. This after Hamas attacked Israel over the weekend, killing more than 1,000 people, including at least 14 Americans. Analysts say the possibility that Americans are among those being held hostage by the militant Palestinian group complicates the situation. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
President Joe Biden minced no words in describing the shock and horror of Hamas' surprise weekend attack on Israel.
This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain.
and he clarified Washington's stance on Israel's counteroffensive.
We stand with Israel, and we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse.
To that end, he said the U.S. has sent a strike carrier group to the region, and he says he'll ask Congress, once a new House Speaker is elected, to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. Analysts say the carnage has touched a raw nerve at the White House, which illuminated itself in Israel's color over the tragedy. Daniel Byman is a senior fellow with the Transnational Threats Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
There may be Americans captured by a terrorist group, and that's got to be a priority of any American president. And the second issue is coming to terms with the deaths of Americans in a terrorist attack in Israel. Add to that all the complexities of a very difficult regional situation. And it involves not only Israel and Hamas, but the possibility of Hezbollah and Iranian involvement. So President Biden is trying to wrestle with all these.
VOA asked the White House whether Biden asked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to exercise restraint in his military response. John Kirby is Director of Strategic Communications for the National Security Council.
And nobody wants to see innocent life taken. And there, as I said, there's been too much of it. One of the great things about our relationship with Israel is that we're two vibrant democracies, and we mutually believe in things like the respect for innocent life and the rule of law. And we're always stronger together, our two countries, when we show that to the world, that we do respect innocent life and that we do respect the not only the rule of law, but the law of war.
U.S. adversaries were quick to point blame. Russia's President Vladimir Putin said, "Unfortunately, we can see a sharp deterioration of the situation in the Middle East. I think that many will agree with me that this is a clear example of the failure of the policy of the United States in the Middle East, which tried to monopolize the resolution of the conflict, but, unfortunately, was not concerned with finding compromises acceptable to both sides." Kirby said conflict in Israel won't take Washington's eye off other threats, wherever they are.
Any nation who might think that somehow the United States is going to get distracted should think again. We are a large enough, big enough, powerful enough country, economically viable enough. In fact, the economy is incredibly strong right now, that we can look after our national security interests and those of our allies and partners anywhere around the world.
Nor, Biden said, will he walk away from Israel. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
An update from the Pentagon coming shortly. Now, though, as Israel continues its retaliation against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, the surrounding areas have been evacuated, and the families of at least 150 hostages inside Gaza are growing increasingly terrified. VOA's Heather Murdoch is there, and she reports that Israelis are growing increasingly angry at their own government's reaction to what's becoming a devastating war for both sides.
Israelis living in the areas surrounding the Gaza Strip have been evacuated, and rockets continue to shoot out of the enclave. The more than 2 million Palestinian people inside are trapped, as it is pummeled by heavy weaponry day and night. Among the civilians in Gaza are as many as 150 Israeli hostages. Family members are terrified that their loved ones will not be rescued. This is Solar's Adolfo, whose niece went missing the day of the initial attacks. He believes she was taken hostage.
I don't know how it is going to end, but the end will not be a happy end. For nobody. It's not a happy end. For nobody.
Humanitarian groups inside Gaza say the crisis is deepening for civilians, already cut off from the world, and now cut off from outside resources like electricity, water, and food. In Jerusalem, about an hour and a half from Gaza, and still close enough to sometimes take rocket fire, many Israelis are enraged by the conflict, saying despite their government's famed security prowess, it failed to protect them. Others in this market blame the Palestinian people as a whole, saying the two sides of this conflict have never been more at odds. Nir Barashi is an Israeli citizen who is planning to report for military service soon.
I say it again, or us or them.
we can stop. We need to eat them and eat them strong.
Hamas, the militant group that launched the surprise attack on Saturday, rules in Gaza. Hundreds of civilians on both sides have been killed, and thousands have been injured. Outside the Gaza Strip, debris from the first days of this new war remains on the abandoned streets, as Israel mounts its forces for what may soon be even more of an escalation. VOA News reporting from Jerusalem, Kfar Daniel, and southern Israel.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Russia failed on Tuesday in its controversial bid to reclaim its seat on the UN Human Rights Council after it was suspended by the General Assembly in April of 2022 following its invasion of Ukraine. Leading economists gathered in Marrakesh on Tuesday for the International Monetary Fund's annual conference. Their message was clear: the world economy is beginning to slump as fissures between East and West widen. IMF chief economist Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas said, "The global economy is limping, not sprinting." The IMF predicts that global economic growth will slow in 2024 to 2.9% from this year's 3%. And authorities in Malawi have started distributing free corn and money to more than 4 million people facing food shortages, largely because of the impact of Cyclone Freddy, which washed away thousands of acres of crops in March. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is in Brussels for the Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting. This as American military planes full of supplies are departing for Israel, and as the Pentagon formally declares the recent change in government in Niger a coup. What does that mean for U.S. policy? I'm joined by VOA's Pentagon correspondent, Carla Babb.
So they are planning to show Ukraine that the United States and all of Ukraine's Western allies are still very much committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as this takes. And this is going to be hard to do because as Secretary Austin is heading to Brussels, there is still not any additional funding that has been passed through Congress because Congress is still waiting to get a Speaker of the House so that they can continue to pass bills. That brings up
my next question is, how can our allies take us seriously when we don't have leadership in place, when the Congress seems to take itself out of the picture?
Well, I think that the Pentagon is hedging on the fact that there is still about $5 billion left that the United States has authorized to give Ukraine, and they are going to be providing some more of that funding at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Secretary Austin was speaking to reporters today, and he confirmed that there would be another U.S. aid package that was announced. I had been speaking earlier today to multiple U.S. officials that confirmed to VOA that the U.S. is going to be providing up to $200 million in additional military aid for Ukraine.
And I think any discussion about defense, about foreign aid, about the Pentagon in general, we have to be discussing Israel as well. How do the recent events there figure into the Pentagon's calculations with Ukraine and just sort of what the Pentagon is doing in general?
Well, so the situation in Israel and the situation in Ukraine are not linked. What is important for U.S. officials in this instance is they want the world to know that this is not just your normal Palestinian attack on Israel. Officials are saying that this is Islamic State level savagery. They say that some of these Hamas militants have been murdering kids in front of their parents. Hundreds of Israelis have been killed. They launched thousands of missiles into Israel. So it requires a very strong response. And so officials have said that planes have already taken off from the U.S., surging weapons to get to Israel.
Carla, changing gears completely. Today, the Pentagon declared what happened in Niger about 6 weeks ago officially as a military coup. Can you tell us what that means for Pentagon policy going forward?
So at the moment, there's not much of a change for Pentagon policy in Niger. As officials explained to reporters today, the steps, the normal steps that the United States would make if it was going to designate a country a coup, they already started implementing those over the past several weeks. As you know, as we've discussed on this program, the United States has not been conducting any training of their Nigerian counterparts. They've not been conducting any counter-terror operations with their Nigerian counterparts. So for now, they are going to remain, U.S. forces are going to remain in country. And I asked today to get specifically how many U.S. forces are there, and there are still about 1,000 U.S. forces in country. But the designation of a coup just solidifies that there is not going to be any military-to-military cooperation with Niger. And the reason that the United States wanted to take this action now is because they say that over the past 2 months, they have exhausted all available avenues to preserve constitutional order. They said that the Constitution requires that a democratic leader be in place within 90 to 120 days. And they said that it's become very apparent that these new military leaders have no inkling and no desire to follow the constitutional order. In fact, that they told U.S. officials that they want to repeal the Constitution and create a new one. So that was kind of the breaking point for the United States, and that is why today the U.S. has designated this military takeover a coup.
Carla Babb is VOA's Pentagon correspondent. Carla, thanks for your reporting. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. China's Belt and Road Initiative has brought much-needed infrastructure to many places in Africa, and it has also brought crushing debt. We'll get that story from Nairobi in a few minutes. Now, we're off to the other side of the continent. Liberians went to the polls on Tuesday to choose their next legislators, senators, and president. Many showed up to exercise their right to vote despite delays and some procedural problems, as Sananu Tord reports from Monrovia.
Thousands of voters queue up at polling stations in Liberia's capital to select a president, senators, and legislators in the country's fourth national election since the end of the Civil War in 2003. Campaigning for the election has been marred by political violence, leaving many injured and at least 2 people dead. However, one observer says the initial processes on election day have been peaceful. Abdullahi Masayimbe Bangura is the observer group leader for the G7+ organization of conflict-affected countries.
Voting started here on time, so we hope it will continue that way. We've been to 4 stations, as I said, and all of the places we've been has been very peaceful, and the voters have been very orderly.
But there were exceptions. At the Monrovia Open Standard Church School Polling Center, tempers fled as voters argued with polling officers. The voters said a directive prohibiting the use of mobile phones in polling stations had not been communicated to them. Obed Zonde is a frustrated voter.
Sending text message to people will not solve a problem because there are other people, there are other Liberians that cannot read. It's not everybody that is educated. So why can you send text message to people? Why can you do a publicity that other people who are not educated to learn that just we did that is all bring from there?
At the FMCA school polling station in Monrovia, about 1,000 people stood in long queues for more than 6 hours after voting commenced. Despite the long wait, voters say they are eager to make their voices heard through the ballots.
I want to vote. I'm feeling tired now, but I won't go home. I'm going to vote because Liberia is all we have, and we need to vote and make the right decision.
The Electoral Commission says it will make sure all voters cast their ballots, even if it means keeping polling centers open past closing time. David Brown Lansana is chair of the Electoral Commission.
We will still run the process. They just need to ensure that they are in the queue before the official voting time ends, which is at 6 o'clock, and all of those who are in the queue will get the chance to exercise their franchise.
About 2.5 million Liberians are registered to vote in Tuesday's elections. Liberia's National Elections Commission has urged voters to remain calm after voting and wait for official results to prevent disturbances. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Monrovia, Liberia.
It was revealed Tuesday in his New York fraud trial that former President Donald Trump acknowledged in a document that the size of his Trump Tower penthouse was a lot less than he later claimed. The AP's Julie Walker has that story.
Evidence shown at Donald Trump's New York civil fraud trial shows that he signed a 1994 document giving the true size of his Trump Tower penthouse at just under 11,000 square feet. It was listed later as 30,000 square feet on his financial statements that were given to banks, insurers, and others to make deals and secure loans. The evidence appeared in an email attachment shown during testimony from Alan Weisselberg, the former finance chief of Trump's company. The state attorney general's lawsuit alleges that Weisselberg engineered Trump's financial statements to meet his demands that they show increases in his net worth despite appraisals to the contrary. Trump denies any wrongdoing. Julie Walker, New York.
And finally, today, some 150 countries, many of them in Africa, have signed on to China's 10-year-old Belt and Road Initiative, also known as the BRI. And while the multi-billion-dollar global infrastructure project has helped bring roads, rails, and infrastructure, it has also left some countries saddled with debt. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief, Miriama Diallo, takes a look at the impact the initiative has had in Africa, including its many benefits and criticisms.
The standard gauge railway, which debuted in Kenya 6 years ago, was hailed by Kenyan officials as one of the biggest and most successful projects since the nation's independence in the 1960s. Travel time from Mombasa to Nairobi used to be up to 10 hours. Now, it only takes about 5 to 6 hours.
You are a businessman, you're going for an interview, saves your time.
Kenya borrowed some $5 billion from China to build railway lines connecting the port city of Mombasa to Nairobi and Nairobi to Naivasha. This is part of Chinese leader Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, or the BRI. It's a global infrastructure, trade, and telecommunications project that includes the goal of connecting Kenya to Uganda, Rwanda, and South Sudan. Vincent Kimosop is a Kenyan economist and consultant with Sovereign Insight in Nairobi.
The good side, one is that it's a framework for transportation of goods, transportation of cargo.
But Kimosop wishes some things were done differently for the railway, also called SGR.
I wish those who were responsible for negotiating the SGR would have actually looked at the repayment. It's a massive investment project. To have repayments be done in less than 20 or 30 years, that was quite ambitious.
During its construction, critics of the project protested its potential impact on wildlife. A part of this railway cuts through the Nairobi National Park. Over the last decade, some 150 countries have joined the initiative, including most African countries. China expert David Sachs.
Africa's population is growing significantly, and there's a need on the continent for more infrastructure. From the Chinese perspective, Africa is desirable because it wants to secure inputs for its manufacturing sector. And when it looks around the world, a lot of these, whether it's copper, cobalt, or other minerals, are found in Africa.
Countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Zambia have seen massive Chinese-built infrastructure. But some countries have also been struggling with debt, including Zambia, a major Chinese borrower, which was the first country to default on its debt during the pandemic. The West has been critical of China for lending to poor countries and says it must quickly provide relief to those that ended up with unpayable debts.
Prompt action on debt is in China's interest.
Sachs notes a lot of countries joined BRI at a time when economic growth was quite robust, but that shifted.
The first shock, of course, was the COVID-19 pandemic, which really eviscerated global economic growth, but also hit the developing world particularly hard. And then the second one, I think, of course, was the war in Ukraine. Africa, major importers of food, as well as oil. Prices for those commodities have gone up tremendously.
Back at the train station, many of these travelers mostly enjoyed their ride.
It is a safe mode of transport that we as Kenyans, we embrace it.
A recent Boston University study finds that lending to Africa by China has dropped to the lowest level in 2 decades. Analysts, however, say while the BRI is here to stay, Beijing may be moving towards smaller investments. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
There have been inflection points throughout history, noted Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the University of Texas at Austin. We had an inflection point after World War II. We had another one at the end of the Cold War. And we believe we're in one of those right now, he said.
You have a re-emerging great power competition that is primarily engaged in shaping what the future looks like. We've hit the end of the post-Cold War era, and now there's a competition on to shape what comes next. And at the same time, we have extraordinary transnational challenges, issues that are affecting people in every corner of our globe, including here in the United States, whether it's food security, whether it's climate, whether it's the way all of these emerging technologies are being used, whether it's mass migration.
And none of us, not even the United States, can effectively deal with these challenges alone, noted Secretary Blinken.
There's a premium on American engagement and American leadership because in the absence of us doing that, one of two things. Either someone else is going to do it, and probably not in a way that reflects our interests or values, or maybe just as bad, no one does it. And then you have a vacuum that's likely to be filled by bad things before it's filled by good things.
There's also a premium on finding new ways to cooperate with other countries toward a common purpose, said Secretary Blinken.
And here, it's my profound conviction that no country on earth has a greater ability to mobilize others in positive collective action than the United States.
And finally, said Secretary Blinken, we've made historic investments over the last few years to put us in a stronger position not only to do well by people at home, but also to compete effectively in the world. And if you have a strong foundation at home, it does wonders for your standing and your strength around the world. That's what we're seeing play out every single day around the world.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
To the conflict between Israel and Hamas, Russia continues its attacks in Ukraine.
Russian forces targeted the children's hospital in the city of Kherson.
Plus, of the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian Jews who call Israel home, some generations feel threatened for a third time in their lifetimes.
There is a group of them that were children of the Holocaust. Some have evacuated to Israel, and now there is yet another trauma that they face. So 3 horrible instances of attacks on civilian life, 3 instances where you feel that your life is potentially threatened.
And later in the program, what Ukrainian farmers are saying about this year's harvest and what lies ahead. Today is Thursday, October 12th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. A Russian official said Thursday that debris from a downed Ukrainian drone killed 3 people in the Belgorod region of Russia, while Moscow continued to pummel Ukraine with fresh missile strikes. I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv for the latest.
As President Zelensky reported just recently during his latest meeting with Ukrainian top military officials, there are 2 main front lines and the most intensive front lines in Ukraine. Ukraine, it's in the south and in the east. In terms of the south front line, it was another overnight drone attack that mainly targeted the south area. Particularly, Russian forces used 33 drones to attack Ukraine over the night, and Ukrainian air defense shot down 28 of them. The port infrastructure of the Danube was damaged, which is next to Odessa, and also there are reports of the private houses damaged and also one person injured in the Odessa region. This attack also targeted Mykolaiv region, which is also in the south, as well as Kharkiv and Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia and Cherkasy regions. What additionally on the south front line, we have reports from the Ukrainian armed forces that Russian forces targeted the children's hospital in the city of Kherson that was pretty much damaged, as well as also Kherson region was under the attack. Unfortunately, there is another report of the hit of the gymnasium high school in the Nikopol, which is Dnipropetrovsk region.
And we're hearing that a patrol vessel of Russia's Black Sea fleet was damaged near the port of Sevastopol in Crimea. What are you hearing about that? And is there any indication that this was an attack from Ukraine?
We are hearing here in Ukraine confirmation from the Ukrainian Navy that the battleship of the Russian Navy, which is called Pavel Derzhavin, was damaged in the Black Sea near occupied Sevastopol, which is in Crimea. However, Ukrainian officials do not provide any additional details, and they do not confirm that this is something that was organized and implemented by Ukraine.
And lastly, I wanted to ask you about something that we're hearing about Ukrainian intelligence predicting a battle for electricity in the near future, heading into winter. What can you tell us about what exactly that means?
Actually, as we discussed previously already, that Ukraine is getting ready for this, for winter and for this upcoming heating season. And in his recent interview, big interview to the Ukrainian, one of the Ukrainian media outlets, Kirill Budanov, who is the head of Ukrainian intelligence, basically said that this upcoming winter, Ukraine will again face a battle for electricity, as this is a quote, as he called it. And he mentioned that, according again to him, Russian forces had certain success in accumulating additional missiles and additional equipment to basically implement these attacks and to target Ukrainian electricity infrastructure. So Ukrainian energy system and energy industry will be the main target, according to his latest updates.
We always appreciate your insights. Thank you so much. Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv.
Thank you.
Russia has remained largely silent on the outbreak of hostilities between Israeli forces and Hamas, but the Kremlin this week gave signs that it's weighing its role and its relationships with Israel, Hamas, and Iran. Without giving a date, Russian officials have announced an upcoming visit by Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. Luis Ramirez narrates this report from the VOA Moscow Bureau.
Just 2 days after Hamas militants launched their attacks on Israel, the Secretary General of the Arab League was received in Moscow by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who repeated Russia's prescription for lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians.
Инициатива может быть только одна. Решение.
Lavrov said there can only be one initiative, and that is a decision to settle the Palestinian issue, one which was adopted by the United Nations. He said that implies the peaceful coexistence of two states as good neighbors. Those states, he said, are Israel and Palestine. Russia has for a long time sought to strike a delicate balance in its relationships with Israel and with battling Palestinian leaders in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. That includes leaders of Iran-backed Hamas, whom the Russian foreign minister hosted in Moscow in September 2022, with full knowledge that it would strain relations with the Israelis. In breaking Russia's silence on the latest outbreak of fighting between Israel and Hamas, President Vladimir Putin did not miss the opportunity to blame Washington for the current bloodshed. Putin called it a clear example of the failure of U.S. policy in the Middle East. He accused Washington of trying to monopolize the solution, but said the U.S. was, in the Russian leader's words, unconcerned with finding compromises acceptable to both sides. U.S. officials on Wednesday had yet to comment on Putin's remarks. Beyond criticizing the U.S., observers say Russia is looking for opportunities to boost its influence in the Middle East. Galip Dalai is a consulting fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House.
Russia has much more established links with Israel. I mean, let's not forget the nature of Israel's stance on Ukraine war that has also generated kind of much criticism in the West. On the other hand, Russia does have long-standing access and relationship with Hamas as well, but I think this is more of an engagement of convenience rather than an engagement of partnership.
But it is Iran, a big supporter of Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and one of Moscow's priority partners, that is the most problematic factor for the Kremlin. That is the opinion of Russian political scientist Arkady Dubnov, who says he believes Russia's involvement means the conflict in the Middle East threatens to escalate into a third world war, with what he says would be innumerable consequences. In such a situation, Dubnov says he is certain Moscow would not take such a risk. Iran, he says, would. That, he said, is one of the scenarios to consider if Hezbollah, as Iran's proxy, gets involved by launching an offensive in northern Israel. With Moscow bogged down in its invasion of Ukraine, the new hostilities in the Middle East bring new questions not only for the Kremlin, but for global peace prospects. For the VOA Moscow Bureau, Luis Ramirez, VOA News.
With the recent massacre in Israel, some generations of Ukrainian Jews who call Israel home are reliving the trauma of war for a third time in their lifetimes. I talked about it with Adrian Karatnitsky, co-director of Ukrainian Jewish Encounter. Thank you for being with us. Do you have any idea how many Ukrainian Jews are actually currently living in Israel?
It would be in the hundreds of thousands. The question is, of what generation are they? Because those who came before the fall of the Soviet Union and early after the fall of the Soviet Union would be primarily considered, it would be Russian-speaking and would have basically been filled with the colonial imperial narrative that existed during the Soviet period and predated by the Russian Empire. And only in the last 30 years, have Ukrainians rebuilt their own narrative and revived very extensive use of universal education in Ukrainian and so on. So the first generations and waves of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Jewish immigrants who came to Israel and are a very important part of that society, they mainly came from, or most of them came from Ukraine, but they did not come with, I would say, a Ukrainian consciousness. There is an identification and ties with their cities and with their regions, but I don't think they had a distinctive Ukrainian identity. But then tens of thousands of Ukrainians have come since then, since the proclamation of Ukrainian independence, and those generations come with a different consciousness, a much more, I would say, Ukrainian Jewish identity, which is, I think, now a part of the fabric of Israeli life. That said, I think in general, the Israeli public has been, polls have indicated very substantial sympathy for the Ukrainian people who have been under attack. So in general, I would say there is a strong Ukrainian presence, but there's also a Ukrainian Jewish presence, but there's also a strong Ukrainian presence. There are also tens of thousands of people who've come for economic reasons, through reasons of intermarriage. And then there's a whole category of people who are, I would say, they're not quite bi-coastal, but they're bi-national, meaning they have businesses or they maintain apartments in Ukraine while also primarily living and having taken Israeli citizenship. So there was before the war, very extensive commerce. There were 4 or 5 flights daily from Kiev, for example, and also less frequent flights from Odessa, but just that showed a very, very active commerce. And of course, we know very many Haredi Jews, Hasidic Jews, make pilgrimages to what they refer to as their holy lands, the holy lands of the creation of Hasidism, and they are all predominantly on Ukrainian territory where Hasidism initially arose. And of course, Uman, a pilgrimage where even at wartime, nearly 30,000 Hasidic Jews came to Uman this September to take part in, religious observances and to make their annual pilgrimages there.
And I'm sure that those that are living there or frequently part-time living there have to be somewhat re-traumatized given the war that's happening through Russia's invasion of Ukraine and now what's happening in Israel.
with
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I can even say that there is a sort of a triangulation between the United States, Ukraine, and Israel. I know of some friends from Brooklyn who were in Ashkelon visiting friends who are of Ukrainian Jewish ancestry and were there visiting friends and more distant family. When the attacks happened, they fled immediately quickly from the area, leaving behind their passports. So they still haven't gone back to pick them up. But yes, it's there's even another form of double trauma or even triple trauma, and that is there have been Holocaust survivors, elderly Holocaust survivors, especially in places like Odessa and Kiev, where there are larger Dnipro, 3 cities with very large Jewish populations in Ukraine that have been subjected to bombings on a regular, systematic basis. And these are people who were children. There is a group of them that were children of the Holocaust. Some have evacuated to Israel, and now there is yet another trauma that they face. So 3 horrible instances of attacks on civilian life, 3 instances where you feel that your life is at issue and potentially threatened.
Adrian Karatnitsky, co-director of Ukrainian Jewish Encounter, we appreciate your time. The United States announced Wednesday it's providing Ukraine with up to $200 million in a new military aid package as the Biden administration tries to temper concerns that the growing needs from Ukraine and now Israel could spread the U.S. too thin. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb has details.
The U.S. will support both Ukraine and Israel as they fight to protect their homelands, one against Russian invaders, the other against Hamas militants. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
Absolutely, we can do both, and we will do both. We're going to do what's necessary to help our allies and partners, and we're going to also do what's necessary to make sure that we maintain the capability to protect our interests and defend our country.
As Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined the Ukraine Defense Contact Group in Brussels, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin listed more than $1 billion in new support from member nations, including another Patriot air defense system and 10 more Leopard 2 tanks from Germany. Austin also said the U.S. would help lead the coalition that is working to provide Ukraine with F-16s.
This will take months, as we've said before, so earliest is next spring when we can begin to see an initial capability.
Wednesday marked the first Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting since the U.S. Congress omitted new aid for Ukraine from a stopgap spending bill passed last month to prevent a government shutdown.
There is still bipartisan support for Ukraine. And of course, democracies will take their time to work things out.
The U.S. also announced an aid package that would provide Ukraine with up to $200 million in more weapons from American military stockpiles. General C.Q. Brown, Jr. is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I realize during the winter months, it gets more challenging, but Ukraine has intent to continue their offensive operations throughout the winter months. And I do believe, based on what I heard today from each of the nations, we're doing all the right things to posture them to be successful.
The U.S. package includes more ammunition for HIMARS artillery systems and more TOW missiles to counter Russian tanks. Carla Babb, VOA News, the Pentagon.
And for analysis on the growing concerns over future aid for Ukraine, I spoke with Doug Kleen, policy analyst for Razum Ukraine in Washington, D.C.
There is a lot of consternation about what is going to happen with Ukraine. We've been supporting them since Russia's invasion. What do you think is going to happen and what we're going to see here with funding for Ukraine?
I think that one thing that's important to keep in mind for the context around U.S. support for Ukraine is that by and large, polls show the American people are inclined to support Ukraine, but they are persuadable. Whoever is trying to persuade them and make the argument to the American people about whether or not they should support Ukraine, that can have a really big impact. And so with that context, I think that unfortunately Ukraine's friends in Washington, they've gotten a little complacent and didn't realize just how politicized aid to Ukraine is becoming. It is getting increasingly more political and less bipartisan, certainly from how it was just after Russia's illegal invasion last year. And so that gap is starting to widen. And as the 2024 election heats up, it's only going to get wider, and it's going to get more politically toxic, I think, for Republicans who are being pulled, really, and having this internal political fight with the more quasi-isolationist wing of the Republican Party, the MAGA people. And so at this moment, I do think that there remains strong consensus. More aid to Ukraine is going to pass through Congress. The White House is going to make sure it happens. Democrats and the Senate and more moderate Republicans are going to make sure it happens. But it could be a bigger fight. I think that that's one of the reasons why there's more energy for a big package of Ukraine aid that will last through the election next year.
A big package meaning combined with Israel or separately?
Potentially combined with Israel. That's something that, since there is clearly an immediate need to help both Ukraine and both Israel at the moment, I think that there probably is quite a bit of energy to combine these. Unfortunately, Congress is so dysfunctional that adding in multiple votes on different things can make it more difficult to get anything done. By packaging them together, it might be more likely that all these priorities are taken care of. But when I say a major package, I mean a significant package of supplemental assistance for Ukraine. The White House originally requested for about $24 billion to help Ukraine. That would have lasted through the end of this year, and then they would have had to vote on additional aid going into 2024. With how increasingly politicized and difficult helping Ukraine is becoming, there is significant interest in the White House and on Capitol Hill to instead do not a $24 billion package, but maybe closer to a $100 billion package. That will guarantee assistance to Ukraine all the way through the 2024 election so that this doesn't keep ending up being a political football through the election.
So with Israel in the equation, do you think that makes it even more difficult?
I think that at this moment, these twin national security crises of the need to help Israel, to help an ally, and the need to help Ukraine as it's going into the winter and trying to make some more progress in its still, somewhat successful counteroffensive. I think that the fact that both of these crises are happening at once, it will make it more likely that aid for both happens, that it is able to get through Congress. At the same time, these are new pressures that the administration and Congress are having to deal with. We've got limited supplies of ammunition and artillery shells and whatnot. Israel and Ukraine need very different kinds of weapons. So, it's not splitting the same thing between them both. But the U.S. is reckoning, I think, with being woefully unprepared for these kinds of major conflicts to happen in the world and for us to have to meet obligations and responsibilities over it. So that's going to be a pretty significant challenge that the U.S. just has to deal with. They have to ramp up production and make sure they can respond to crises like this in the future and make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to win.
Doug Klain, policy analyst for Razom Ukraine in Washington, D.C. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Russia's president has arrived in Kyrgyzstan on a rare trip abroad. We hear more from Associated Press correspondent Karen Shamus.
President Vladimir Putin stood on a podium alongside his Kyrgyz counterpart, President Sadir Japarov, as a military band welcomed the Russian leader. It's the first time this year that Putin has travelled outside of Russia and Russian-held territories of Ukraine. Putin was indicted earlier this year by the International Criminal Court for war crimes in Ukraine. He came to attend the Commonwealth of Independent States Summit, which Kyrgyzstan is hosting. Leaders of Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan will also attend the summit. I'm Karen Shamas.
Farmers say the harvest season that is just ending in Ukraine was a good one, but they face another year of falling profits due to the skyrocketing costs of getting their products to international markets during wartime. Lisha Bakalets reports from the Kyiv region.
When Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, operating a combined harvester became a dangerous profession for Roman Vitsko.
Стреляли, да, был такой случай.
He says the fields he worked on get shelled. One time, Vitsko says there were explosions on both sides of the field he was working in, and parts of the rockets were sticking out of the ground, so he had to go around them. Roman Vitsko harvests sunflowers for Makariv Agrobud, an agricultural company in the Kyiv region. The company's land was occupied for a month at the start of Russia's assault on Ukraine. Mykola Horovy is the chief agronomist at the company. He says the Russians destroyed an office building and warehouses. He said the company still cannot use 50 hectares of its land for fear that it could be mined. Horovy says it hasn't been checked yet. The company lost several $1 million, says its director, Sergei Valinovich. He says conditions are better this year, but revenue forecasts are still disappointing. Will the company have any profits? Valinovich asks. He says it's not even a question anymore. He says it will be lucky if it even breaks this season. The main factor is the rising cost of logistics. Denis Marchuk, deputy chair of the Ukrainian Agrarian Council, explains. He says Ukrainian farmers have foreign markets to export their products, and the demand is also high. But he says there is question of how to take those products out of the country. The main road for Ukraine's agricultural exports is the Black Sea. Since the beginning of the war, that corridor has been almost inactive. The Black Sea Grain Initiative, an agreement between the UN, Turkey and Ukraine, as well as Russia, to ensure the safe export of Ukrainian agricultural products, expired in July. Using alternate roads means added expenses. Marchuk says there are two options left. He says the first one is using the river ports on the Danube, that he says Russian forces are constantly shelling. He says using the river ports means farm exporters must now charter more vessels. And he says now they must also use roads and railways to route their products through European Union countries. Ukraine is working with its Western partners to develop a humanitarian corridor in the Black Sea from Odessa through Bulgaria and Romania, and some ships have already used it. The project raises hope that Ukrainian farmers will see better profits. Lesia Bakalets, VOA News, Kyiv.
And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
Today, heavy fighting in Israel and Gaza continues.
Blinken said he plans to meet with leaders in the region to try to prevent spreading of violence that has claimed at least 2,800 lives on both sides.
Plus, we visit a village on Israel's northern border.
Hezbollah is just a few kilometers from here, and their military outpost can be seen from the Israeli side of the border. One local worker tells us he sometimes can also see fighters across the fence.
And later, a close look at upcoming elections in Poland. Today is Friday, October 13th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. Syria is accusing Israel of trying to widen the conflict by bombing Damascus and Aleppo. We'll get the latest in a moment. We begin today, though, with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was in Israel on Thursday to hold meetings with senior Israeli officials in response to the crisis triggered by Saturday's brutal attacks by Hamas. Blinken says that he plans to show solidarity with Israel, but will also seek to prevent the conflict from spilling over into the greater Middle East. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain has the story.
Israelis have begun to bury the dead, including this man who was killed during the fighting at the Be'eri kibbutz in southern Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spent the day in Israel meeting with top officials, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Israelis grieving the loss of their loved ones. Blinken said he arrived in the country not just as a U.S. diplomat, but also as a Jew, father, and husband. In this moment where he said the suffering is hard to fathom.
The message that I bring to Israel is this. You may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to. We will always be there by your side.
Blinken said he plans to meet with leaders in the region to try to prevent spreading of violence that has claimed at least 2,800 lives on both sides, and to try to win the release of some 150 hostages Hamas is still holding.
From here, I'll go on to Jordan, where I'll meet with His Majesty King Abdullah and with Palestinian Authority President Abbas. And then over the coming days, we'll visit with leaders in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Qatar.
As Israel continued to pound Gaza City with airstrikes, Blinken said he and Israeli leaders discussed ways to address the humanitarian needs of Gaza residents. Blinken said he also planned to bring up the possibilities for safe passage of civilians out of Gaza during meetings with regional leaders in the coming days. Israel is gathering massive forces, tanks, and other heavy armor around the occupied Palestinian territory as it continues its retaliatory campaign against what Prime Minister Netanyahu called the sheer evil of terror attacks by Hamas. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
As mentioned, Secretary Blinken is trying to prevent the conflict from widening. He's got his work cut out for him. Syria has accused Israel of carrying out missile strikes on airports in Damascus and Aleppo on Thursday. News of the strikes come as there are growing fears that the conflict between Israel and Hamas could spiral into a regional war. Henry Ridgewell has the story.
Israel has mobilized up to 360,000 reservists following the attack by Hamas militants. Hundreds of tanks have been positioned at the border with the Gaza Strip. A ground invasion appears imminent. Iran is a major supporter of Hamas, and there are fears that the attack could spiral into a broader conflict in the region. Barbara Slavin is from the Stimson Center in Washington.
If Israel is going to mount a ground invasion of Gaza, I think there is real concern that these other groups that have gotten Iranian support and that share Iran's goals and share Iran's animosity toward Israel, that they might get involved as well.
That includes Hezbollah, a powerful militant group based in Lebanon and backed by Iran. Israeli forces have exchanged sporadic rocket fire with Hezbollah fighters in recent days. Syria said Thursday that Israeli missiles had targeted airports in Damascus and Aleppo, damaging their runways. Israel did not comment, but has previously accused Syria of facilitating arms shipments from Iran to militant groups in the region. In the wake of the Hamas attack, Israeli politicians, riven by bitter internal divisions, have formed a unity government. That may give pause to the country's foes, says former U.S. Middle East envoy Dennis Ross.
I don't rule out the possibility there'll be an all-out war, although Hezbollah was counting on divisions in Israel, and I think they've seen what they were thinking about Israel in terms of divisions is no longer the case. So that may also temper their interest in all-out war. And as I said, Iran may have an interest in keeping Hezbollah in reserve in the event that they think they may be attacked.
Israel could seek to expand its strikes against Iran's allies and proxies beyond Gaza. Benam Ben Taleblu is from the Federation for Defense of Democracies in Washington.
There's always the potential for Israel to strike elsewhere, of course, not just Lebanon, which would invoke a third Lebanon war, but potentially the widening of what is already underway between Israel and Iran indirectly, which is the war between the wars, the cyber element, the maritime element.
But Israel is unlikely to attack Iran directly, says analyst Lina Khatib.
Because this would already stretch resources that this war have shown to be stretched in Israel at the level of intelligence, for example.
Meanwhile, the United States has sent an aircraft carrier fleet to the region. President Joe Biden said it was a warning to Iran that they should, in his words, be careful. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Afghanistan's Taliban has blocked earthquake-related relief assistance from Pakistan because of a social media post by Pakistan's prime minister. The post implied that Afghanistan had asked for assistance after the deadly earthquake, while Afghan officials maintain they made no such requests. European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell arrived in China on Thursday. He's looking to manage the EU's strategy with its largest trading partner while laying the foundation for a planned summit later this year. On Wednesday, a Swedish court fined climate activist Greta Thunberg once again for disobeying police during an environmental protest. The Malmö District Court ordered her to pay a fine amounting to just over $200. And singer Rudolph Isley, one of the founding members of the influential R&B group the Isley Brothers, died at his home in Chicago. The Isleys were responsible for many hits, but perhaps their most enduring was 1959's Shout. Isley was 84.
You know you make me wanna shout, kick my heels up and shout, throw my hands up and shout, throw my head back and shout, come on now, don't forget to sing.
This is Science in a Minute.
A rare astronomical event called an annular solar eclipse will be taking place on Saturday, October 14th. This event is also being called the Ring of Fire eclipse. A Ring of Fire eclipse takes place when the moon appears slightly smaller than it does during a normal eclipse when it passes in front of the sun. This will make the sun look like a ring of fire in the sky when in totality. The moon will look smaller than usual because it is at its farthest orbital point from Earth, or apogee. People in parts of the western United States, Central and South America are expected to lie within the path of a total eclipse, while those who are just outside of this trajectory will witness a partial eclipse. NASA says a full or at least partial eclipse will be visible throughout the continental United States. Rick Pantaleo, VOA News.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come, Russian President Vladimir Putin is traveling. We'll find out where to and why in just a moment. But up first, Polish voters face a choice in parliamentary elections set for October 15th. They're likely to have a significant impact not only on a deeply polarized Polish society, but also on the future of Europe as a whole. For more insight, Kim Lewis speaks with VOA's Miroslava Gangadze. She's in Warsaw, Poland, covering the elections.
So it appears this is going to be a close race between the ruling right-wing Law and Justice Party and the opposition Civic Coalition for seats in the two-house, 460-member parliament. Is this a surprise?
It is indeed a very close race. The Civic Coalition trails the Law and Order and Justice Party by just several percentage points in the polls. The Law and Justice Party came to power in 2015, and they are governing Poland for 8 years. So it is very logical that a big part of the population is looking for change. The opposition is trying to galvanize its voters to come and vote to change the government, and the civic coalition bloc headed by Donald Tusk, he's 66 and former president of the European Council and the former Polish prime minister. He pledged to revise the judiciary's amendment that Law and Justice Party proposed. He promised safeguard media independence and protect civil liberties. The Tusk coalition assert that it will work to restore Poland's international reputation as a democratic nation and rebuild its cooperative relationship with the EU, particularly with Germany, which has faced strong criticism from the current government in the recent months. At the same time, Law and Justice Party are claiming that they fulfill their promises and are ready to govern one more term. That would be a very unique political situation to govern for 3 terms.
Looking at the people, what do the people of Poland want?
People of Poland are concerned about their security and well-being, but they are very divided. There is 10 million pensioners in Poland. It's a quarter of the population. So they just want to maintain their pensions and have free healthcare as Poland has. For the younger generation, these elections are about civil liberties and free choices that they would like to make. These elections will be critical for the direction of Poland as a democratic state and basically direction of Europe as a whole.
The political force that comes out as the winner, what will they have to do regarding the support of Ukraine?
According to analysts I have talked to, a civic platform can score, we talked about possible coalition, right? So the civic platform can score enough votes to form a parliamentary majority in partnership with other forces like Poland's new left. Alternatively, Law and Justice most likely will form the coalition with far-right Confederation Party. Initially, due to the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression, there was a rare moment of national unity in Poland with widespread agreement on supporting Ukraine and against the Russian aggression. However, consensus has eroded during this election campaign. The Law and Justice Party, as analysts say, is adjusting its rhetoric, particularly in terms of Ukraine, to feed off competition from the far-right Confederation, who are perceived as pro-Russian. Additionally, there is a crisis in agricultural imports, especially grain delivery in rural areas, which is influencing the ruling party messaging. The member of the current government and special envoy for Ukraine, Jadwiga Emilevich, told me in recent interview that at the start of the war, 38 million Poles were standing face to face with Ukrainians and helping them and opening their homes. And today, she said, it does not matter whether Poles will vote for Law and Justice or Civic Platform. They feel a bit disappointed and even offended sometimes, being treated, as she points, not very seriously by their Kyiv partner. During this election campaign, the support for Ukraine dropped 10%, but still, majority of Poles believe that they have to support Ukraine. And irrespective of the election outcome, as observers say, both political forces share a consensus on the necessity of providing continued support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression.
That's VOA's Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze. She's speaking with my colleague Kim Lewis. U.S. President Joe Biden is facing several challenges in his 2024 re-election bid, and one of them is rather surprising for a Democrat. We'll find out what that is coming up in a little bit. Now, though, we look to Central Asia, where Russia's president has arrived in Kyrgyzstan on a rare trip abroad. AP correspondent Karen Chamas reports.
President Vladimir Putin stood on a podium alongside his Kyrgyz counterpart, President Sadir Japarov, as a military band welcomed the Russian leader. It's the first time this year that Putin has travelled outside of Russia and Russian-held territories of Ukraine. Putin was indicted earlier this year by the International Criminal Court for war crimes in Ukraine. He came to attend the Commonwealth of Independent States Summit, which Kyrgyzstan is hosting. Leaders of Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan will also attend the summit. I'm Karen Chamas.
Hollywood writers have ended their strike and many have returned to work. However, talks between Hollywood studios and the SAG-AFTRA Actors Union aren't going as well. Reuters' Olivia Zolino has more.
Negotiations between the SAG-AFTRA Actors Union and Hollywood studios broke down on Wednesday. The two sides clashed over streaming revenue, the use of artificial intelligence, and other issues. The 3-month work stoppage, which has put most U.S.-based film and television productions on hold, has cost the California economy billions and left thousands of crew members out of work. The union resumed negotiations with studios last week after the Writers Guild of America ended its work stoppage. But the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, or AMPTP, said talks were suspended once it reviewed the most recent union proposal. In a statement, the group, which represents Netflix, Walt Disney, and other media companies, said, quote, "It is clear that the gap between the AMPTP and SAG-AFTRA is too great, and conversations are no longer moving us in a productive direction." In a letter to members issued early Thursday, SAG-AFTRA said it had negotiated in good faith with studios, quote, "despite the fact that last week they presented an offer that was shockingly worth less than they proposed before the strike began." One issue of contention is SAG-AFTRA's demand for a share of streaming revenue to be delivered as a bonus to cast members. The AMPTP put the proposal at a cost of $800 billion, a figure SAG-AFTRA says is overstated by 60%. The union also said studios, quote, refuse to protect performers from being replaced by AI. The AMPTP said it had promised to obtain actors' consent before using any digital replicas of their likenesses.
That's Reuters' Olivia Zolino reporting for us. And finally today, recent polls are showing softening support for President Joe Biden in his 2024 re-election bid among Black and Hispanic voters. While analysts stress that the shifts aren't extreme, in a close election they could be pivotal. And the Biden campaign tells VOA that it's not taking any votes for granted. Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the story.
When Democratic President Joe Biden was elected in November 2020, he had the support of more than 70% of non-white voters, the New York Times reported. But that support appears to be waning. A Times analysis shows Biden leading Trump by just 53% to 28% among the same voting group as of early September. The analysis is based on an aggregation of New York Times Siena College polls from 2022 and 2023, according to the Times. The daughter of Peruvian immigrants, Madeleine Bushi, favors Biden's re-election in 2024, but isn't surprised that some Hispanics are leaning toward voting Republican next year.
You know, Latinos are a little conservative. Like, if you hear in the news, everyone's talking abortion, LGBTQ plus rights. And, to our fault, our community is a little, conservative about that. So I think Republicans they're doing a good job getting to them.
Analysts acknowledge the shift in voting patterns to the right is real, but with a word of caution. Omar Wasso is a political scientist at the University of California, Berkeley.
We're seeing some working class Hispanics and African Americans who are more conservative sorting into the Republican Party. And that reflects this kind of ideological sorting that's been happening over decades.
Zoltan Heinel is a professor of political science at the University of California, San Diego.
We certainly haven't seen enough years of that shift to know, where it's going in the future or whether it will persist.
Historically, about 90% of the black vote has consistently gone to the Democrats. But some black voters told VOA they are undecided about 2024. Lonnie Persley is concerned about the economy.
Inflation is crazy right now, but we're not seeing a monumental increase in wages.
Denise Williams says there are unresolved social and economic inequities.
Health-wise, money-wise, it's not on, the same scale as, ones who are not of a minority group.
The Biden campaign maintains that the president's agenda is popular among Blacks and Hispanics, and that efforts to communicate the administration's achievements to those communities in particular are in full swing. Spokesperson for the Biden campaign, Kevin Munoz.
We're not focused on every poll. We're focused on putting in the work to reach every community that's going to be decisive in this election. We know we can't take the Black or Latino vote for granted, and that's why we're putting historic investments early in on this campaign to reach every voter.
It's a $25 million communication effort, and it includes a series of digital, TV, and radio ads that since August have been targeting Hispanic and African American voters on battleground states. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Arlington, Virginia.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for listening. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
October 16th is World Food Day, an observance meant to raise awareness of global hunger and malnutrition and to bring forth new ideas for boosting food security. It's a tall order. According to the UN's World Food Program, the world is experiencing the largest food crisis in modern history. Something about this global food crisis is different, said Dr. Carrie Fowler, the State Department's Special Envoy for Global Food Security. The number of food insecure people are greater. The crises seem to be more frequent, so we need some game-changing developments in agriculture and food security.
Food security fundamentally depends on fertile soils and adapted crops. Degraded soils and unadapted crops are never going to provide for food security.
That is why the United States, in partnership with the African Union and the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization, announced the Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, or VACS. VACS aims to foster more resilient food systems by developing climate-resilient, nutritious crop varieties and building healthy, fertile soils, said Dr. Fowler. Initially, we're focusing back on Africa.
On soils, we seek to help African governments and farmers answer 4 fundamental questions, all of which require data and analysis that my government and our farmers here have, and which are mostly lacking in Africa.
The first question is where to plant. The answer to that question will help governments to promote effective land use planning, said Dr. Fowler. Second question, what to plant, will help farmers and governments make good decisions to maximize productivity, resilience, and nutrition.
Third question, what management system to employ? That's where we have to integrate everything we know about the environment, the soils, the crop varieties, to help farmers make informed decisions. And the fourth question, how do we apply all of that in a given year, in a given season? That's where we hope to expand the access to hyperlocal, timely recommendations to help farmers make the kind of management decisions in real time that they need to better manage their inputs, such as fertilizer.
Africa is a continent where precision agriculture is more needed than anywhere else in the world. The farmers need that kind of detailed scientific knowledge about their soils that good management, sustainable practices, and productive agriculture require, said Dr. Fowler. We need to think boldly. We need to act boldly. We need some game-changing developments in agriculture and food security. VACS may be that development.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
international community turns its focus to Israel's war with Hamas, Russia is pounding Ukraine with ground and air assaults.
The most massive offensive actions since the beginning of full-scale invasion.
Plus, could Russia have sent Hamas Western weapons it captured in Ukraine?
The weapons that have been captured to date, by my sources, are that is the case. And that's but not only my sources from the Middle East, but also from a U.S. government.
And later in the program, why the International Olympic Committee just suspended Russia. Today is Friday, October 13th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. While the world turns its attention to Israel's war against Hamas, Russia has been launching some of its fiercest onslaughts of air and ground assaults since its invasion in February of 2022. I got an update from Anna Chernikova in Kyiv. So, Anna, a fourth day of intense fighting in this biggest offensive by Russian forces we've seen in months. They are pummeling the East Ukrainian town of Avdiivka. What's the latest that you're hearing?
Well, yes, actually, it's the fourth day in a row that the city of Avdiivka in the Donetsk region is getting this super intense attack, super intense shelling. Avdiivka is famous for its location, of course. A lot of people here in Ukraine call it kind of a gate to the city of Donetsk. And if you look at the location, it's understandable. So a lot of experts, and especially military experts and people who understand military well, also saying that Avdiivka has quite a strategic meaning both for Ukrainian and Russian forces. It is under Ukrainian control, and Russian forces are kind of trying to, first of all, shell it and destroy the logistics, but at the same time, it looks like the Russian forces are trying to get through and to move forward and get control of Avdiivka. However, the latest what we're hearing from the local military administration representative, there are reports that situation is very tough, but Ukrainian forces remaining in the area and Ukrainian forces keep control. The head of the Avdiivka city military administration, Vitaly Barabash, reported that actually this shelling, which is happening right now, in his opinion, is the most massive offensive actions since the beginning of full-scale invasion. Also, what we understand from the recent updates from that area is that Russian forces are getting a lot of equipment in there and manpower in there, and also the attack is happening not only on the city of Avdiivka, but also in the surrounding area of 20 to 30 kilometers. President Zelensky also mentioned this situation in one of his latest speeches, and he said that Ukrainian forces are holding their positions in Avdiivka and that this is an extremely important area at the front line at this point, and Ukrainians will protect it and will not let Russian forces in. So this is what the latest we have from there.
And what are you hearing about the reports that Ukraine struck a Russian missile carrier and a patrol ship in separate attacks this week involving seaborne drones carrying experimental weapons?
We are hearing this information. Again, I will just point out that we do not have any independently confirmed information or any official comments on that. However, we're hearing reports both in the Ukrainian media and also in the international media, and from basically it's coming from Ukrainian security service and Ukrainian intelligence that reportedly Ukrainians' latest attacks on the Russian Navy was done with the use of the experimental weapons, which Ukraine is working on. Also, this information was getting public some time ago, but again, no one really confirmed it officially, of course. But what we're hearing that this experimental weapon is actually getting its way through and has certain success. Ukrainian sources also saying that this is just the beginning and that this weapon is at the developing process, so we might hear more on that.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Israel for meetings to discuss America's security assistance. At a joint news conference with his Israeli counterpart, Austin was asked about U.S. support for Ukraine.
And we remain fully able to project power and uphold our commitments and direct resources to multiple theaters. So we will stand with Israel even as we stand with Ukraine. The United States can walk and chew gum at the same time.
VOA Ukrainian service correspondent Irina Salamko spoke with Philip Carber, president of the Potomac Foundation and assistant professor at Georgetown University, about concerns that Israel's war is overshadowing Russia's intensifying attacks on Ukraine.
Obviously, any of the magnitude of the attacks in Israel, and given the very close American relationship and the large Israeli diaspora, Jewish diaspora in the United States, those attacks have just an enormous significance, and they've removed Ukraine off the front page, which it was already sort of interest was declining, and put it to the back of the newspaper, if you will, if it's even covered on a daily basis right now. So yes, it has an impact of stealing the coverage. I think though there are several other aspects of it that are interesting. There's also concern that given that one of the arguments against sending a lot more aid to Ukraine is that the U.S. stocks are running low, and the Israelis use American tank ammunition, American artillery ammunition, and aircraft bombs and parts and so forth for their Air Force, which is basically all American, that this is going to take up our valuable stocks and also available money, and thus there'll be an argument for less resources for Ukraine. I think that is something that is of concern, but I think it's a short-term phenomenon. And when I say short-term, I mean right now while everybody's focused on Israel. I think the longer-term significance of it actually has the potential of moving quite dramatically to the other side. For example, there are reports that are coming out that American weapons and European weapons have been used by Hamas, and that those came from Ukraine. And Russian intelligence and information agencies are promoting this as if Ukraine sold those. That isn't true. In fact, if one looks at the serial numbers of these, and the forensic evidence will come out, it's just important right now to stop that story before it becomes perceived reality, is that those were weaponry that were captured by the Russians in the early days of their invasion in 2022 when they overran a number of Ukrainian units. Well, the Russians don't have American ammunition, American type of weaponry that would be consistent, that could be used in the weapons that they captured. So it's very natural that other than exploiting them and taking them apart and trying to understand them, that they might want to supply them to a friendly group, which ostensibly takes their fingerprints off the weapons, and that group also can find ammunition elsewhere in the third world to be used.
A couple U.S. Congress people were mentioning this, saying, Hamas is using U.S. Western weapon, and of course Russia tried to sell it as like a black market and all the stuff. The messages they tried to impose, like in Security Council, discussing, like this Western like supplies of weapon to Ukraine. But Ukrainian intelligence service, they already said, as you said, that like, the weapons that was captured by Russian, and then they just gave it to Hamas. According to your information, this is true. And you see, as you said, like using the serial numbers, you can really track this. Like,
it takes a while to track all the serial numbers. So if let's say a TOW anti-tank weapons launcher was captured by the Russians, they want to give it to the Hamas. When it's lost, eventually, because it was an American weapon, Ukraine needs to account for, and the serial number of TOW such and such was lost on the battlefield. It happens all the time. In every battle, some American weaponry is lost. The more we give, the more it gets lost. So that serial number, if reported lost, and it's easy enough to track, was that a battle? What the date that it occurred? Where did it occur? Did the Russians get control of the battlefield after the contact? As a detective project, it's relatively easy to determine the truth of that. It takes a while to do that for any and all weapons that would reportedly have been there. But the weapons that have been captured to date, by my sources, are that is the case. And that's, but not only my sources from the Middle Middle East, but also from the U.S. government. Yes, let's wait for the definitive answer after we've had weeks of forensic analysis and look at all of them. But let's also put a stop to that story because it's utter Russian disinformation. Now, the reverse of that story is really powerful because it shows who's on whose side. So Russia, along with, or obviously its ally Iran, have been arming Hamas. So it really challenges, there's a lot that in this incident that challenges Netanyahu's policy, a policy that by himself, admittedly, very cynically, nationalistic oriented. And his argument was, yes, we identify with the slaughter. Yes, we think the Russians are bad, but we and the Russians have a deal over Syria, and we want to, and that's in the interest of Israel's survival. So that has to come above human rights, above siding with the deal, even though Israelis have been the first to always go mass murder, slaughter, shame. And he goes, no, this time it's cold. All of a sudden, his deal with Putin is looking a little thin, not only in terms of Russian stuff, but also in terms of Russia's relationship with Iran. Not to mention, everybody says this is intelligence failure. Well, the Egyptians are saying, no, we've been sending the Israelis messages that something big was happening for weeks now. Usually when you look back, famous surprise attacks, whether it was the 73 war, Yom Kippur, whether it was Pearl Harbor, famous surprise, the Russian direct invasion of Ukraine in February of 22. The evidence of buildup was all there. It was the politicians who decided not to recognize it for whatever reason. So I suspect when we find the truth of that, it's not going to look well on Netanyahu government, not to mention his controversial policies with respect to the military that have been causing riots in Tel Aviv. So at the absolute worst time when you really need a united military and a united country. I won't predict what's going to happen to Netanyahu. I think at a minimum, his attitude towards Ukraine and Russia is likely to change significantly. Russian Empire. Guess what that includes? It includes Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, half of Eastern Poland, Ukraine, on and on and on. The first 5 of those I just mentioned are NATO members. So when Putin comes to them, guess what? Uncle Sam is going to be up to our neck, if not over our head. Some people say, oh, well, we got to worry about China. Who is Russia's strategic ally? Who's financially undergirding the Russian invasion of Ukraine? China. Who's Iran's big supporter? China. So when you put this puzzle together, it becomes increasingly obscene for people to sit there and have their eyes closed and pretend that this is about saving a little bit of money or worrying about domestic problems. And so I think what's going to happen, there is going to be, as a result of this, if for no other reason than because of the attitude towards Israel and the Jewish diaspora in the United States, you're going to have, instead of having this increasing bifurcation of American politics to the extremes, I think you're going to see on coming back together a joint effort for a bipartisan American foreign policy. A foreign policy that is focused on realistically addressing who are the bad guys, who are our friends, and what do we need to do about it.
That was Philip Carber, president of the Pacific Foundation and assistant professor at Georgetown University, speaking with my colleague, VOA Ukrainian service correspondent Irina Salamko. Polish voters face a stark choice in parliamentary elections set for this Sunday, October 15th, which are likely to have a significant impact not only on deeply polarized Polish society, but also on the future of Ukraine and Europe as a whole. My colleague Kim Lewis spoke with VOA's Eastern Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze in Warsaw for insights on how the results could affect its neighbors in what is becoming a very tight race.
It is indeed a very close race. The Civic Coalition trails the Law and Order and Justice Party by just several percentage points in the polls. The Law and Justice Party came to power in 2015, and they are governing Poland for 8 years. So it is very logical that a big part of the population is looking for change. The opposition is trying to galvanize its voters to come and vote to change the government, and the Civic Coalition bloc, headed by Donald Tusk, he's 66 and former president of the European Council and the former Polish prime minister, he pledged to revise the judiciary amendment that Law and Justice Party proposed. He promised safeguard media independence and protect civil liberties. The Tusk coalition assert that it will work to restore Poland's international reputation as a democratic nation and rebuild its cooperative relationship with the EU, particularly with Germany, which has faced strong criticism from the current government in the recent months. At the same time, Law and Justice Party are claiming that they fulfill their promises and are ready to govern one more term. That would be a very unique political situation to govern for 3 terms. From behind the scene by former Prime Minister Yaroslav Kaczynski, he's 74 now, the party pledged to maintain traditional values and ensure the country's security, especially in the light of Russian aggression in neighboring Ukraine. The analysts say that most likely none of the political forces will be able to win outright, and they will have to form the coalition with smaller parties if they will enter the parliament.
What do the people of Poland want?
People of Poland are concerned about their security and well-being, but they are very divided. There is 10 million pensioners in Poland. It's a quarter of the population. So they just want to maintain their pensions and have free healthcare as Poland has. For the younger generation, these elections are about civil liberties and free choices that they would like to make. These elections will be critical for the direction of Poland as a democratic state and basically direction of Europe as a whole.
The political force that comes out as the winner, what will they have to do regarding the support of Ukraine?
According to analysts I have talked to, Civic Platform can score, we talked about possible coalition, right? So the Civic Platform can score enough votes to form a parliamentary majority in partnership with other forces like Poland's New Left. Alternatively, Law and Justice most likely will form the coalition with far-right Confederation Party. Initially, due to the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression, there was a rare moment of national unity in Poland with widespread agreement on supporting Ukraine and against the Russian aggression. However, consensus has eroded during this election campaign. The Law and Justice Party, as analysts say, is adjusting its rhetoric, particularly in terms of Ukraine, to feed off competition from the far-right Confederation, who are perceived as pro-Russian. Additionally, there is a crisis in agricultural imports, especially grain delivery in rural areas, which is influencing the ruling party messaging. The member of the current government and special envoy for Ukraine, Jadwiga Emilevich, told me in recent interview that at the start of the war, 38 million Poles were standing face to face with Ukrainians and helping them and opening their homes. And today, she said, it does not matter whether Poles will vote for Law and Justice or Civic Platform. They feel a bit disappointed and even offended sometimes, being treated, as she points, not very seriously by their Kyiv partner. During this election campaign, the support for Ukraine dropped 10%, but still, majority of Poles believe that they have to support Ukraine. And irrespective of the election outcome, as observers say, both political forces share a consensus on the necessity of providing continued support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression.
VOA Eastern Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze in Warsaw, speaking with my colleague Kim Lewis. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Russian authorities have raided the homes of lawyers representing imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Associated Press correspondent Karen Shamus reports.
The raids are part of a criminal case in which the 3 men are accused of participating in an extremist group, according to Navalny's ally Ivan Zhdanov. Navalny's team confirmed on Telegram that all 3 of his lawyers were detained after the search, apparently as suspects in the case. Navalny's chief of staff said the case against the lawyers comes as Navalny is due to be transferred to a penal colony. He added it was unclear exactly where that would be. Navalny has been behind bars since January 2021, serving a 19-year prison sentence. I'm Karen Chamas.
Officials say that 90% of the missiles fired into Israel by Hamas were thwarted by its missile defense system called the Iron Dome. VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio to learn more about Israel's Iron Dome and how it could potentially be a useful tool for Ukraine's offensive against Russian attacks.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rocket, a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David Sling and the Arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of a defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it, and the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
The new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
After nearly 20 months of waging war in Ukraine, Russia was suspended by the International Olympic Committee on Thursday. The IOC's executive board imposed the suspension on the Russian Olympic Committee for breaching the rules and principles by incorporating sports councils in 4 regions illegally annexed in eastern Ukraine.
Namely Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk and Zaporizhzhia, constitutes a breach of the Olympic Charter because it violates the territorial integrity of the NOC of Ukraine as recognized by the IOC in accordance with the Olympic Charter.
International Olympic Committee spokesperson Mark Adams.
The suspension has the following consequences. The Russian Olympic Committee is no longer entitled to operate as a national Olympic committee, as defined in the Olympic Charter, and cannot receive any funding from the Olympic movement.
Adams said the IOC's suspension of the Russian Olympic Committee is immediate. And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage of Ukraine and news from around the world, 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
On the show today, violence and diplomacy both continue in the Middle East.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
Plus, the latest from the House of Representatives.
Unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week.
And later, news from Afghanistan after another deadly earthquake and election results in Poland. Today is Monday, October 16th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A close-up look at Israel's Iron Dome defense system in a few minutes, but we begin today with the latest on the fighting and the diplomacy in the Middle East. The United States has renewed calls to ensure that innocent civilians fleeing the Israel-Hamas war are protected and have their basic needs met. Separately, concerns about a wider regional conflict are leading an American senator to issue a strong warning against Iran and the Lebanon-based militia Hezbollah. VOA's Veronica Balderas-Iglesias has that story.
The Israel Defense Forces have underscored their determination to destroy Hamas in its entirety, following the militant group's deadly incursion into Israel on October 7. They also renewed calls for Palestinian civilians to evacuate the northern part of Gaza before strikes by Israel intensify. The IDF's spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, was interviewed on ABC.
We are seeing that people are actually evacuating. Indeed, we would like to see the humanitarian organizations assisting in the evacuation of people for the welfare of people and not side with Hamas telling them not to evacuate.
With more than 1 million Palestinian civilians potentially trying to move out of harm's way, the United States is working with its partners to ensure the humanitarian needs of the displaced are being met, said White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on ABC's This Week.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
The exchange of fire continued over the weekend at the Israeli border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah operates. Republican Lindsey Graham, who plans to visit the region in the coming days with a bipartisan group of U.S. senators, issued a strong warning against Tehran and its allies, intending to play a more active role in the conflict.
If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Meanwhile, as part of a regional tour aimed at diffusing tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Sunday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They both agreed on the importance of ensuring assistance to the Palestinian civilians fleeing the war, according to spokesperson Matthew Miller. Blinken is expected to travel again to Israel on Monday for further consultations. Verónica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
A little more on the diplomacy angle. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his diplomatic push across 7 nations in the Middle East, trying to stop the conflict from spreading, and he reached out to his Chinese counterpart. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
1 week after the brutal attacks by Hamas militants on Israel, Israeli forces massed along the border with Gaza after warning residents of Gaza City to leave so that they can destroy Hamas operating capacity. The United Nations and other international organizations warned that water is running out in Gaza and that asking some 1 million people to evacuate from northern Gaza in the middle of a war zone is dangerous and in some cases impossible. Amid the tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited the United Arab Emirates as part of a 7-country tour to try to stop the violence from spreading. Blinken toured Abu Dhabi's Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that opened in February, housing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. Blinken signed a tile on the wall with the words, "Light in the Darkness." Earlier in the day, Blinken held talks with his Saudi counterpart in Riyadh. He again stressed that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas after the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians.
Hamas is not representative of the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations for the future. Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
The Saudi foreign minister said it is important to condemn the targeting of civilians in any form at any time by anyone. Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Saudi foreign minister.
We need to work together to find a way out of this cycle of violence. This is something that we really, really need to focus on without a concerted effort to end this constant return to violence. It will always be the civilians that suffer first. It will always be civilians on both sides that end up paying the price.
Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, called on Israel Saturday to stop its attacks on Gaza, warning that the war might expand to other parts of the Middle East if Hezbollah joins the battle, and what would make Israel suffer what he called a huge earthquake. The State Department said Blinken also reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, on Saturday and had a 1-hour phone conversation, emphasizing that it is in everyone's interest to do everything possible to keep the conflict from spilling over into other countries. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Poland's incumbent Law and Justice Party was narrowly ahead in Sunday's general election, exit polls showed, but the liberal opposition appears to have secured a majority, raising the possibility of an end to 8 years of nationalist rule. If the outcome is confirmed by official results, the vote would mark a massive turnaround for Warsaw. The search continued on Sunday for the 167 people still missing after a boat capsized on the Congo River in the northwestern Democratic Republic of Congo on Friday. At least 30 people are known to have drowned. And Taylor Swift is setting records again. Her Eras Tour movie has earned over $95 million in its opening weekend, making it the largest grossing concert film of all time, and it's only been in the theater since Thursday.
Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Missiles continue to fall on southern Israel as Israeli troops gather at the border for an anticipated incursion into Gaza. VOA's Celia Mendoza is there.
I am Celia Mendoza reporting from Esderad, Israel, on the border with Gaza,
where today I am witnessing the Iron Dome in action after missiles fired from Gaza to Israel were intercepted by the sophisticated system. Hamas has maintained the capability to launch these strikes even after the constant shelling by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli government has cut off access to Gaza of electricity, water, food, and gas, leaving the civilians in a dire situation, according to the United Nations. The UN is warning against the strategy implemented in Gaza by Israel. As I left Sderot, the sound of explosions continued and thousands of troops are gathering along the border with Gaza in an area that has been evacuated. I am Celia Mendoza from Sderot, Israel, for Voice of America.
In Celia's report, we heard about the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, but what is it and how does it work? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry from the University of Cincinnati.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rockets, a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David Sling and the Arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of the defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it. And the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
So the new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the program, a look at the dysfunction inside the U.S. House of Representatives and an answer in Saturday's referendum in Australia to include native peoples in the country's constitution. But before any of that, there has been another powerful earthquake in Afghanistan. This latest disaster follows a pair of strong earthquakes and aftershocks that recently killed thousands of people. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Afghans are once again bringing their injured to hospitals as the country suffers its third magnitude 6.3 earthquake in just over a week. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake's epicenter was about 34 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Herat. Authorities report a handful of people dead and at least 150 injured, according to the head of the emergency relief team, who cautioned that those numbers may rise as rescuers reach more affected areas. Some in Herat had already been sleeping in tents following last week's earthquakes that killed thousands and leveled buildings. They say they don't feel safe returning home. Herat resident Barat Ali speaking with Reuters.
We have been staying on the road for the last 5 or 6 days since the first quake struck because our homes are not strong enough. So we came out living here for fear of more quakes.
The United Nations says aid deliveries have been underway as of midweek, but they fall far short of Afghanistan's needs. Head of communications for the UN's World Food Program, Philippe Kropf.
This is a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. Currently, we have 15 million people who do not know where their next meal will come from. And the World Food Program is only able to support 3 million people due to a massive funding shortfall. So we're really calling on the international community to support the Afghan people, stand in solidarity, and also support the World Food Program.
Despite budget shortfalls, the UN says it may consider cash distributions in the coming weeks. Afghanistan's healthcare system widely relies on foreign aid, which has been drying up since the Taliban took control more than 2 years ago. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have nominated conservative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Friday in a chaotic third day of attempting to elect a Speaker of the House. As VOA's congressional correspondent Catherine Gibson reports, Jordan needs substantially more support to win a full floor vote, expected for this Tuesday, to become the person who will be second in the presidential line of succession.
The U.S. House of Representatives at a standstill, unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week to decide if conservative Republican Jim Jordan will become Speaker.
I think I can unite the conference. I think I can go tell the country what we're doing and why it matters to them.
Jordan won the Republican conference vote 124-81 in a secret ballot. He now has several days to build support to get to the 217 votes he needs to be elected. George Washington University's Casey Burgat.
The problem is that what satisfies one doesn't satisfy the other. And in that instance, you end up making a lot of different promises to other people, which can upset some of the other folks in the party. And so this is why it's always been a very fine line to walk for a potential speaker, and why we've already seen one kicked out of his office already.
Jordan, a 9-term congressman known for his investigations into the Biden administration, earned the endorsement of Kevin McCarthy, who was removed from power as Speaker of the House in a historic vote last week.
And I think Jim Jordan could do an excellent job.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to win the support of all 212 Democrats when the decision goes to a full House floor vote.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill, because his focus has not been on the American people. His focus has been on peddling lies and conspiracy theories and driving division amongst the American people.
Some Democrats have suggested a power-sharing agreement to reach the 217 needed for election. Republicans are also exploring giving temporary Speaker of the House, Patrick McHenry, more permanent powers to pass legislation for a period of several weeks. Casey Burgat,
With 218 votes, with a majority in the House, you can do almost anything, including change the rules, create new precedents. So if they did want to empower him, the Speaker Pro Tem McHenry or otherwise, into basically a speaker in waiting kind of position, they could do that.
The House is expected to return to Washington for the full floor vote Monday. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
And finally today, following up on a story we first brought you last week. On Saturday, Australia decisively rejected a proposal to recognize Indigenous people in the Constitution. It's seen as a major setback to the country's efforts for reconciliation with its First Peoples. Reuters' Ilan Rubens has the story.
Australians had to vote yes or no in the referendum on the question of whether to alter the Constitution to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people through the creation of an Indigenous advisory body, the Voice to Parliament. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
At the outset, I want to say that while tonight's result is not one that I had hoped for, I absolutely respect the decision of the Australian people and the democratic process that has delivered it.
Australian media projected that at least 4 states would vote against altering the 122-year-old constitution, including New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland and South Australia. A successful referendum requires at least 4 of the 6 states to vote in favour, along with national majority. Because of Australia's time zones, voting in Western Australia was still underway as it became clear the referendum was lost. Emotions ran high in the Yes campaign camp. Auntie Shirley Lomas is an Indigenous leader.
I imagine today most of the visceral voters would have voted no, and that's because of an ingrained and deep-seated fear, and they wouldn't use their intellect to vote yes.
Australia's Indigenous citizens, who make up 3.8% of the country's 26 million population, have inhabited the land for about 60,000 years, but are not mentioned in the Constitution. They are, by most socio-economic measures, the most disadvantaged people in the country. Many Indigenous people favoured the change, but some said it was a distraction from achieving practical and positive outcomes. The political opposition has criticised the measure, saying it is divisive, would be ineffective and would slow government decision-making.
That's Reuters' Ilan Rubens reporting. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The relationship with China is arguably the most consequential and the most complex of any that we have, said U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken during a conversation at Rice University in Houston, Texas. China, said Secretary Blinken, has the military, economic, and diplomatic means to pose a challenge to the current understanding of the rules of the road.
We don't shy away from the notion that we're in an intense competition. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong, and in fact, in many ways, everything right with competition, as long as it's fair and as long as we are properly resourced to succeed in that competition.
There are 2 foundations the Biden administration has put in place to deal with the challenges posed by China, Secretary Blinken said.
It starts at home, because our strength at home goes directly to our ability to have a strong standing around the world and to deal with competition from other states. The investments that we've been able to make over the past 2.5 years, truly historic in nature. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Chips and Science Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, which goes to 21st century climate technology and energy technology. This is a demonstration that America is determined to compete and America is determined to lead.
The second foundation is to work with other countries to build what Secretary Blinken calls convergence.
There's tremendous power in that convergence of approaches because just take economic issues where we have differences with China. If it's only the United States that is opposing something that China's doing, well, that's significant, but we're 20% of world GDP. If we're aligned with European partners, with key partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, India, suddenly we're 50 or 60% of world GDP. And that is a weight that no country, including China, can ignore.
There are also areas where the United States is directly contesting China's activities, and Secretary Blinken said, "We will do whatever we have to do." However, he stressed the United States and China do have overlapping interests where there is opportunity for cooperation, including climate change, global health, and non-proliferation. "I don't think these things are in contradiction," said Secretary Blinken, "but the common denominator is approaching each of them from a position of strength."
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Coming up on the show today, U.S. President Joe Biden planning to visit Israel on Wednesday.
President Biden will underscore our crystal clear message to any actor, state or non-state, trying to take advantage of this crisis to attack Israel. Don't.
Plus, VOA is in Warsaw for Polish election results.
It is a very close race, and as a result, Poland is entering the time of some political turmoil.
And we stroll through the deserted ancient streets in the old city of Jerusalem, and we revisit the Turkish border with Armenia following Azerbaijan's capture of Nagorno-Karabakh. Today is Tuesday, October 17th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We start today with a developing story from Israel. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapped up a 7.5-hour meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the early pre-dawn hours of Tuesday. They agreed on a plan to get much-needed humanitarian aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. We'll hear about that in a minute. And they made arrangements for President Biden to visit Israel on Wednesday.
He's coming here at a critical moment for Israel, for the region, and for the world. And he's coming here to do the following. First, the President will reaffirm the United States' solidarity with Israel and our ironclad commitment to its security. President Biden will again make clear, as he's done unequivocally since Hamas's slaughter of more than 1,400 people, including at least 30 Americans, that Israel has the right and indeed the duty to defend its people from Hamas and other terrorists and to prevent future attacks. The President will hear from Israel what it needs to defend its people as we continue to work with Congress to meet those needs. Second, President Biden will underscore our crystal clear message to any actor, state or non-state, trying to take advantage of this crisis to attack Israel. Don't. To that end, he's deployed 2 aircraft carrier groups and other military assets to the region. Third, the President will continue to coordinate closely with our Israeli partners to secure the release of hostages taken by Hamas, including men, women, small children, Holocaust survivors, and American citizens, as an indispensable humanitarian effort. Fourth, President Biden will receive a comprehensive brief on Israel's war aims and strategy. Fifth, the President will hear from Israel how it will conduct its operations in a way that minimizes civilian casualties and enables humanitarian assistance to flow to civilians in Gaza in a way that does not benefit Hamas.
The announcement of the plan to distribute humanitarian aid was short on specifics, but did contain a forceful warning.
Today, and at our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way. It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible. We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it. If Hamas in any way blocks humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians, including by seizing the aid itself, we'll be the first to condemn it, and we will work to prevent it from happening again. We welcome the government of Israel's commitment to work on this plan. The President very much looks forward to discussing it further when he's here on Wednesday. Thanks very much.
That's Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Israel on Tuesday. Be sure to follow voanews.com for the latest information as it develops. We'll go for a walk in the old city of Jerusalem in a few minutes, but now some more on the diplomatic response to the conflict in Israel. European Union heads of state have scheduled an emergency video conference scheduled for Tuesday afternoon in Brussels. They'll be discussing the worsening conflict between Israeli forces and Hamas militants in Gaza. As Henry Ridgewell reports, the mounting death toll has exposed divisions in the European response.
There are growing fears in Europe that the conflict between Israel and Palestinian militants in Gaza will be felt beyond the Middle East. The European Union has called an emergency heads of state conference to be held Tuesday. European Council President Charles Michel.
It has the potential to worsen tensions between communities and to feed extremism. Finally, there is a major risk of migration and movements of a large number of people to neighboring countries.
European nations gave Israel their full support in the days following the Hamas attacks. But critics say there has been mixed messaging from EU leaders as the Israeli assault on Gaza intensifies. Visiting the Kfar Aza kibbutz Friday in southern Israel, where Hamas killed dozens of civilians, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen offered unequivocal support.
Israel has the right to defend itself. In fact, it has the duty to defend its people.
Following that speech, the chair of the European Parliament's Security and Defence Subcommittee, Nathalie Loiseau, wrote that von der Leyen was forgetting an important message. Israel must respect international humanitarian law. Meanwhile, the EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, said last week Israel's siege of Gaza is against international law. The political narrative is becoming more nuanced, says Middle East analyst Andreas Krieg.
I think we're already seeing some of the Western policymakers backtracking and trying to put things into context and saying, while we stand with Israel, we also have to make sure that the lives of Palestinian civilians have to be secured and protected.
That view is echoed in European public opinion, says analyst Andreas Bohm.
They do have solidarity for Israel, I think, due to the nature of the attack. But if you go on a long run, if we see these pictures of, say, thousands or 10,000s of people killed in Gaza, so that might change again.
Israel is unlikely to change course, says Krieg.
I think the Israelis also will be more resilient in sustaining criticism and sustaining also the leverage of Western policymakers, because they're saying this is our war, look at these atrocities, and we'll do whatever is necessary to eradicate Hamas.
Meanwhile, the European Union's Executive Commission has announced a tripling of humanitarian assistance to Gaza to $79 million. With Israel maintaining a complete siege of the territory, it isn't clear how or when the aid might reach those in need. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. 2 Swedish nationals were shot dead and a third wounded in central Brussels on Monday night. A man who identified himself as a member of Islamic State claimed responsibility in a video posted online. The suspected assailant fled the scene after the shooting as a football match between Belgium and Sweden was abandoned at halftime. Russia's foreign minister will visit North Korea this week, the foreign ministry said on Monday. This comes just days after the United States claimed Pyongyang had delivered munitions and military equipment to Russia to use in the fighting in Ukraine. The White House said that more than 1,000 containers of equipment and ammunition had been sent to Russia from North Korea. And a U.S. federal judge in Washington imposed a partial gag order on former President Donald Trump, restricting what he can say about his impending trial on charges that he illegally tried to overturn the 2020 election. The former president is prohibited from speaking publicly about the prosecutors, witnesses, or courtroom staff. Jerusalem's Old City, one of the most visited places in the world, is empty. Since the beginning of the war between Israel and Hamas, tourists and pilgrims have fled, fearing an escalation of violence, especially as Israel prepares for a possible ground war in Gaza. As Jan Boychat reports from Jerusalem's Old City, shops are closed, churches are empty, and locals avoid leaving their homes.
Just a few days ago, these once bustling streets were teeming with people. But since the war between Hamas and Israel began, the Old City of Jerusalem resembles a ghost town. Tourists and pilgrims have fled, fearing the brutal violence of the Gaza Strip and areas surrounded, and the Lebanon border might reach this far. Minder Kalotti owns a shop in the Muslim quarter of the Old City.
As you see, it's like a strike. It's a few people going out, but there's no tourists, no people coming in, and it's very sad.
Most shops are closed, and the few that are open hardly have any customers. Some merchants say they are coming to work just to avoid staying at home and watching the distressing news about the war. At the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, one of the most visited sites in Jerusalem, very few people attended Sunday Mass. Clerics here say they have never seen the church as empty as it is now. At the Western Wall, only the most observant came to pray. In the Christian quarter, Yahya Atzieh says he has been here since before the 1948 creation of the State of Israel, selling souvenirs to tourists and pilgrims. He says that not even during the most violent times has he seen the Old City like this.
Not like now. This is the first time I saw it very empty. Because it's a big war in Gaza.
In the first 9 months of 2023, nearly 2.7 million tourists visit here. Now, shop owners wonder when the visitors will be back. Jan Boychat, VOA News, Jerusalem.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the show, does your investment portfolio include comic books? Well, perhaps it should. Plus, a visit to the Turkish border with Armenia. Now, though, we go to Poland, where voters have turned out in some of the greatest numbers seen in the country's elections to cast their ballots. PiS, or the Law and Justice Party, is ahead in the polls, but does not yet have a clear majority needed to form a government. Opposition parties promised to repair the nation's constitutional order and its relationship with allies, including the EU and Ukraine. However, it's uncertain if there will be a clear winner. VOA's Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze is in Warsaw.
The governing coalition, right-wing Law and Justice Party, that has been in power for 8 years, got, according to the exit polls, most of the votes on Sunday. However, they have been in power for 8 years, and many people I talked to at the voting stations, and many people, just residents of Warsaw and other cities, said that they had enough of this coalition. So basically, what polls showed this election, that they do want change. An Ipsos exit poll published early this Monday gives peace 36.6% of the vote, which would translate into 198 lawmakers in the 460-seat parliament. Opposition parties, led by the former European Council President Donald Tusk's Civic Coalition, are projected to win combined 248 seats. Again, it's a 50% of the voting have been counted. However, as we predicted, it is a very close race, and as a result, Poland is entering the time of some political turmoil.
The opposition leader, Donald Tusk, is already declaring the beginning of a new era for Poland. So what are the implications of this new era?
I would not talk about new era yet, because this will be a longer, possibly longer process than maybe Polish voters or even outside observers want. If President Duda will let Law and Justice Party to try to form the coalition and then their government, he has a right to do that because the Law and Justice Party won majority of the votes. However, the experts say it is almost impossible for them to be able to form that coalition. So that means that the parliament opposition coalition will get the second try at the forming the government, and then President Duda could also decline to ask Law and Justice to try to form the government, given the parliamentary mass. So this is like a very, very difficult process. If the second parliamentary attempt fails, then President Duda will select another candidate for PM. And if that will fail, he can call a fresh election. So if all these stages pan out, Poland could be without a government into November and December, or heading toward the fresh election.
That's VOA's Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze in Warsaw. She was speaking with my colleague Kim Lewis. Comic books are anything but funny to some investors. That story's up next. Now, Azerbaijan's recapture of the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave from ethnic Armenians could mean that Turkey will soon reopen its border with Armenia after more than 30 years. Dorian Jones reports from Istanbul.
Turkey closed its border with Armenia in 1993 after ethnic Armenians seized the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh enclave from Turkey's close ally, Azerbaijan. After Azerbaijani forces last month recaptured the enclave, some analysts say there is an opportunity to end Turkey's embargo that has damaged Armenia's economy and forced it to rely on neighbouring Russia. Hussein Baja is the head of the Foreign Policy Institute, a research organisation in Ankara.
Turkey can play a very constructive role for the economic development of Armenia. The Armenians have to make a choice between poverty and prosperity. The more confrontation means more poverty. The more engagement means prosperity.
In a sign of improving relations, Ankara opened its border to allow Armenian aid after February's deadly earthquakes in Turkey. And Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan attended Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's inauguration after his May election victory. To reopen the Armenian border, Ankara is demanding Yerevan recognize the Turkish border and a peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Some analysts say Yerevan is ready for a deal as it seeks to break away from Russia's influence, and having the war out of the way is a big step. Eric Hachopian is a political consultant in Armenia.
The economy is moving in the right direction. The Western pivot is moving in the right direction. Democratization is moving in the right direction. And the only thing that's interfering with that is the threat of war. So you take away the threat of war, all of this becomes easier. The economic acceleration continues.
But an opportunity for a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia, brokered by the European Union, this month fell victim, some observers say, to diplomatic infighting between EU leaders and Turkey. Soli Özel is an international relations professor at Kadir Has University.
Azeris said that Turkey ought to be in the talks. The Germans and the French said Turkey cannot be in the talks, and you really wonder which world they're living in. I would have expected that the Europeans, particularly the French, would work with Turkey and get Armenia out of the orbit of Russia.
Observers say Russian President Vladimir Putin was quick to seize the opportunity to bring Azerbaijan President Ilham Aliyev closer to his influence, inviting him to a regional summit in Kyrgyzstan, where Putin offered a broker a peace deal, an offer rejected by Yerevan. Russian expert Tatiana Mitrova is a visiting professor at the Paris School of International Relations.
Russia was always playing on these contradictions and mutual dissatisfaction, and it was a typical divide and rule policy starting from Tsarist Russia. Not even Soviet Union. So it has very, very long historic roots. My impression is that these days Moscow would do everything to create instability everywhere.
Azerbaijan's recapture of the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave may lead to the reopening of Turkey's border with Armenia after 3 decades. But observers warn Moscow could yet undermine those efforts after the failure of the European Union to broker a peace deal between Baku and Yerevan. Doreen Jones of VOA News, Istanbul.
And finally today, would you pay $1 million for a comic book? Well, neither would I. Since 2006, comic book fans have gathered at the legendary New York City Comic Con to dress up and shop. And more recently, they've gathered to invest. Aaron Rainin has the story from New York.
More than 200,000 avid comic book enthusiasts, adorned in their beloved comic character costumes, descended upon New York City's Javits Center over the weekend to partake in the New York City Comic Con. Yuki Chrissy is a Comic Con attendee.
I love Comic Con because I like to see all the cool exclusives and cosplays, everything. It's just it's an experience.
As the spotlight shines brightly on costumes and the vast array of innovative new comics, older treasures like vintage comic books have also made their grand entrance, boasting price tags that climb into the millions. Vincent Zurzolo is president of Comic Connect.
When you go to Comic-Con, you're going to see all the flash and the glitz, all the cosplayers, the Hollywood stars. But at its core, at its heart, it's all about vintage comic books. You're going to see rows of books worth millions of dollars.
Zurzolo says certain books are worth more than diamonds.
This one right here is by Bob Kane from DC Comics from 1939. It's the first appearance of Batman ever in a comic book. This comic book in this condition is worth approximately $400,000. This is Marvel Comics #1. This copy is one of the best copies known to exist in the world, and this comic book is worth $3 million.
In 2022, Heritage, the nation's leading comic art auction house, reported sales exceeding $195 million, a 7% increase from the previous year.
Comic books fit into some people's investment portfolios. They're looking for alternative forms of investment outside of stocks and bonds and precious metals. They're looking for something they're also passionate about, and they're passionate about comic books.
Online retailers have taken notice of this market, with eBay establishing a significant presence at Comic-Con. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, the incredible crowd at this year's Comic-Con solidifies that the love for comic art is rock solid. And who knows, that comic book you buy today may be worth a jackpot in the future. Aaron Rainin, VOA News, New York City.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Gender equality is one of the United Nations' 17 Sustainable Development Goals, set forth in 2015 and intended to be reached by 2030. Yet with little more than 6 years to go, progress is slow. Today, women stand at the head of only 28 countries and represent 1 in 4 members of Parliament. According to UN Women, at this pace, the world will reach gender parity in another 130 years. The gender gap in power and leadership remains entrenched, Gender-based violence, including technology-facilitated gender-based violence, is increasing, and discrimination remains commonplace, said United States Permanent Representative to the UN's Economic and Social Council, Lisa Carty.
Those who stand in the way of the advancement of women and girls also reduce the prosperity and security of all persons, especially vulnerable groups. They erode the full potential of the democratic way of life. They undermine the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, and they make way for the unyielding grip of authoritarianism.
On the other hand, those who stand with women and girls create a space for the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all persons, regardless of gender, said Ambassador Carty.
As we focus on the advancement of women and girls in our societies, our nations, and our world, we see a clear connection between the treatment of women and girls and the well-being of all people. The evidence is clear. When women and girls are denied the full enjoyment of their human rights, all of society is harmed.
With that in mind, on the one-year anniversary of Mahsa Amini's death, President Biden reaffirmed our commitment to the courageous people of Iran, who are carrying on the historic woman life freedom movement she inspired, said Ambassador Carty.
We applaud the bravery and sacrifice of so many who have stood up in the face of oppression and violence to fight for not just gender equality, but also broader fundamental freedoms, which Iran's government has denied to women.
Human rights apply to all individuals, all of the time, everywhere, said Ambassador Carty. We therefore question why anyone would seek to deny half the global population the full enjoyment of their human rights. Societies function best when all persons are included and recognized as equals. Global challenges can only be solved when women and girls in all their diversity have a seat at the table.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in China to meet his counterpart. What could Moscow gain?
President Putin acting presidential. This will be a way of showing that he is the man in charge.
The visit comes on the same day the Russian Duma took the first step in revoking the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty.
So they're saying for 20 years, 30 years, if the United States can get away with not signing this and ratifying this, then Russia should not be held to different standards as well.
And later in the program, Kyiv says its special forces struck airfields. Today is Tuesday, October 17th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Steve Miller. Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Beijing Tuesday to meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping on the sidelines of China's Belt and Road Forum, aiming to show their, quote, no-limits partnership, even as the Ukraine war rages on. Reuters' Alman Lee is up first.
The visit is only Putin's second known trip since the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for him in March over alleged war crimes in Ukraine. He visited Kyrgyzstan earlier this month. The Beijing trip is meant to showcase the close ties between Beijing and Moscow, even as the Ukraine war rages on. The ICC obliges its 123 member states to arrest Putin and transfer him to The Hague for trial if he sets foot on their territory. But neither China nor Kyrgyzstan are ICC members. Xi and Putin last met in March in Moscow, just days after he was slapped with the ICC warrant. There, Xi called Putin his dear friend and invited him to attend the Third Belt and Road Forum. That two-day summit in Beijing began on Tuesday and centers on the Belt and Road Initiative, the grand plan launched by Xi a decade ago that he hopes will build infrastructure and energy networks connecting Asia with Africa and Europe. As the forum's chief guest, Putin is slated to speak after Xi on Wednesday, and the two will sit down for bilateral talks later that day. Beijing and Moscow declared a no-limits partnership in February last year, just before Russia invaded Ukraine. While most Western countries condemned Russia for the offensive, Beijing has defended its ties with Moscow. It insists their relationship does not violate international norms, and China has the right to collaborate with whichever country it chooses.
That's Reuters reporter Alman Lee. What may Russia get out of the visit, and what are the implications for the region, especially since China's Xi Jinping did not attend the Russian Economic Forum earlier this year? Now for that, I called up Texas Christian University political science professor Ralph Carter in Fort Worth. As these events unfold, what kind of things are you looking at, and what importance of the visit do you place on it, given that Chinese President Xi Jinping did not attend the Russian Economic Forum in Vladivostok earlier this year?
In my view, I think the really important thing is what we expect that the Russian people will see. They won't see that Xi Jinping perhaps is missing in a photo op or two somewhere along the line. They will see President Putin acting presidential. This will be a way of showing that he is the man in charge, that he has lots to do as the president of the Russian Federation, and the special military operation in Ukraine is not the only thing on his agenda, and he is capable of handling all these matters, keeping all the balls in the air at the same time, and is thoroughly in charge.
Is there anything that needs to come out of this meeting, either for Xi or from Putin, given that this is Putin's first trip in quite a while outside Russia?
I believe that what we're going to find out at some point in the future is that deals were either made or continued. I believe that the Chinese will be seeking more access to Russian petroleum and energy products. I think they're going to be asking for increasingly favorable pricing on those products. So Russia will be selling more but earning less per unit, whether barrel or cubic foot of natural gas. I think that's what China wants. Russia wants anything it can get in terms of munitions that will fit Soviet-designed weapons. It will take anything it can get in the way of Chinese drone technology or access to Chinese manufacturing for drones. And all those sorts of things are not going to be announced at this time because of the obvious negative fallout that would accrue.
What else are you looking at? Someone who studies Russia, who studies the regional geopolitics of these countries, that may not be on the top forethought of our listeners, that you can kind of clue in as there's reports come about?
I guess I'd hearken back to the bad old days of the Cold War and what the criminologists used to do. They would look to see who else is in the photo. So for me, I would want to know who else is in the traveling party with President Putin. Is it Nikolai Patrushev, the head of the Security Council? Is it Dmitry Medvedev, the former president and now secretary of the Security Council? Is it Igor Sechin, the head of Rosneft? Which key Russian elites / oligarchs are in the traveling party, because one of them might be Putin's successor.
And why do you say that? I mean, given that it was only just a few months ago that there was somewhat of a challenge to Putin's control over Russia.
I think Vladimir Putin has been pretty ruthless in maintaining his control. And we saw that with the explosion that blew up Evgeny Prigozhin's aircraft, and all the deaths of all the Russian dissidents that we've seen who have tragically fallen out of windows or sipped the wrong tea. The thing that I think is going to happen is we keep getting persistent references to Putin's health.
And of course, we can't verify the veracity of any of those reports.
So I think the office of president could easily become vacant, not through a palace coup, but through the death of the incumbent.
Ralph Carter is a political science professor at Texas Christian University in Fort Worth, Texas. Russia's parliament took the first step on Tuesday towards revoking ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, blaming what a top lawmaker called the irresponsible attitude of the United States to global security. Parliament's lower house, the Duma, voted 412 to nothing, with no abstentions, to approve the withdrawal of the ratification in the first of 3 readings. Russia says the aim is to restore parity with the United States, which has signed but never ratified the 1996 treaty, and that it will not resume testing unless Washington does. So what's the implication for the vote? For that, I turn to Augusta University professor and chair of the Masters in Intelligence and Security Studies, Craig Albert.
I think they're really trying to demonstrate that in their minds, the United States is no longer the superpower that can get away with doing whatever the United States wants to do. So Russia is right now a revisionist power. It seeks to bring down the power of the United States in the international arena. It seeks to revise the status quo of the international arena. And so they're saying for 20 years, 30 years, if the United States can get away with not signing this and ratifying this, then Russia should not be held to different standards as well. And since Russia is trying to realign the status quo within the international sphere, this is their first main goal. The strategy of this is to show the United States that it's no longer the superpower, that Russia is trying to regain and reposture itself to match the United States. And if the United States can get away with doing it, so can Russia. The second point or strategy or tactic of reason why Russia is going to pull out of this treaty is to demonstrate its disgust in its mind at how the world is treating it concerning the war in Ukraine. So it's going to show if you're going to send, materials, if you're going to send money to Ukraine, and you're going to block everything Russia's trying to do, making it harder for Russia to win the war in Ukraine, then we're going to pull out of some of these international agreements as a retaliatory step against the world, against the West mainly, for supporting Ukraine against Russia. And then thirdly, it does open the door, although Vladimir Putin and the Duma said they don't have any plans in the future of doing this, but it does open the door for them to test. And that means that they can test a nuclear weapon anywhere on their territory, including the territory bordering Ukraine. So that again kind of ups the ante that they can show a tremendous show of force against the Ukrainians. And if they, let's say, did a small tactical nuclear weapon test somewhere in the region of Ukraine that it claims is its own territory, and we're talking somewhere like that's not populated, right, that's within the traditional notions of a test zone for this type of weapon, it could really turn the war into their favor. So I think if you put these three reasons together, you can see, at least in Putin's rationality and the Duma's rationality, why they're choosing now to pull out of this treaty.
Going back to what you just said, you mentioned that if they were to conduct some kind of test in a relatively safe zone that's unpopulated in territory that Russia claims but is inherently Ukraine, it could turn the war in their favor. What do you mean by that?
I think Ukraine would be forced to negotiate, in fear that Russia is really going to up the ante, possibly to use tactical nuclear weapons in the war in Ukraine. And so it would really have the effect, I think, of forcing Volodymyr Zelensky into the negotiating table without the demands that he already wants, like, all original territory granted back to Ukraine. I think if Putin leaves some kind of nuclear test, Zelensky would have to, for the sake of the rest of Ukraine, negotiate on Putin's terms there, because the only alternative is that the West would have to intervene with nuclear force as well. And I don't think that it would be in NATO's interest, and certainly not the United States' interest, to get into a nuclear test, tit for tat with Russia over the war in Ukraine. And so I think Putin really holds the cards for this particular point against Ukraine and against the West.
Another aspect, Moscow has close ties with Pyongyang, North Korea, as well as Tehran, Iran. There's been some discussion about what Iran is doing in terms of enriching uranium, perhaps on the road to developing nuclear weapons. North Korea already has that, and there's been some speculation that perhaps Kim Jong-un would conduct another nuclear test. Should the Duma go ahead, and it, by all points, it looks like Russia will withdraw from the treaty, do you see more conversations between Moscow, Pyongyang, and Tehran about the production of nuclear weapons?
That's an interesting point. I'm not sure how the negotiations between those three on the production of nuclear weapons would unfold, because that would carry much more opportunity for the international community to condemn and sanction even more those three countries if they started to do this. What I do see, though, is more chances that those three parties in particular, including China, so we're talking North Korea, Iran, China, and Russia, to start to form some type of weapons agreements group, some type of new challenger to the international status quo as like a new group of four, for instance, in alignment against the United States. And you can kind of see this also already unfolding with the different statements against Israel and the war on Hamas. You see some type of weird friendship or alliance between these four countries developing. So I think if you add together, the arms shipments from these countries to Russia, the grain and economic surplus shipments from China to Russia, Iranians' shipments of armaments to Russia for the war in Ukraine, and now each of theirs, in China's case, kind of neutral stance on what's going on in Israel, but everybody else condemnation of Israel and kind of a support for Palestine or more support for Hamas. You see some type of alliance forming, which is really concerning. But what they're doing is showing that these four nation states are really coming out in force against the United States as being the dominant actor on the world stage. And it's kind of a culminating motion. So it's kind of scary because you don't know what their next move might be. And we don't know what the conversations between Putin and Xi are going to be about the status of Taiwan, for instance. And with everything flaring up in the Middle East, with the war in Ukraine still waging, this is something that we have to be cautious about with China is what are their plans with Taiwan? And can the United States handle supporting Israel, supporting Ukraine, and supporting Taiwan right now? So this is a very concerning moment for United States' national security and, of course, for international security.
Craig Albert is a political science professor at Augusta University, as well as the chair of the Masters in Intelligence and Security Studies there. Dr. Albert, thank you very much for your time and your analysis today.
Thank you very much.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Steve Miller. A U.S. official says the long-range ballistic missiles sought by Ukraine have been delivered quietly by the United States and are being used on the battlefield against Russia nearly a month after U.S. President Joe Biden promised them to his Ukrainian counterpart. Now I'm joined by VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb, who has the details. So, Carla, Pentagon officials as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have said that they have used ATACMS on the battlefield. What can you share with us about this latest development?
That is right. Ukraine has launched ATACMS missiles at Russian forces. They did this Tuesday, and this is all because the United States secretly provided a small number of these long-range ballistic missiles to Ukraine in recent days. I just spoke to a U.S. official that said that the ATACMS that were provided were the shorter range because there is the older version has a maximum range of about 170 kilometers. The newer version of the ATACMS have a maximum range of a little over 300 kilometers. Right now, Ukraine has the shorter maximum range variant, but they were able to use them. And on the battlefield, it was a surprise to Russia. The U.S. did not announce that it had provided Ukraine with ATACMS before they used them, and they wanted to give them the element of surprise.
Carla, when talking about acronyms with weapon systems, we use quite a bit on this show. In this particular case, we're talking about ATACMS, but another system that we've spoken a lot about are HIMARS. What's the relationship?
Let me break this down. So ATACMS are short for the Army Tactical Missile System made by Lockheed Martin. And so ATACMS are the missile itself that goes into the HIMARS. So the high mobility artillery rocket systems that are already in Ukraine have been using what we call GMLRS rockets. These rockets have a range of about 90 kilometers. And so now the ATACMS that they have a range of about 170 kilometers, almost doubling the range that they can get using those HIMARS systems. A big deal for Ukraine because they don't have to go up to the front lines anymore to fire deep into Russian-controlled territory. They can actually do some firing from a safe distance back. And if they do choose to go to the front lines, they can get even deeper into Russian-controlled territory, which is something they've been wanting to do for a long time. In fact, President Volodymyr Zelensky has been asking for ATACMS for more than a year. So I'm sure the Ukrainians are very satisfied that they're finally starting to get this weapon system.
Carla Babb is our VOA Pentagon correspondent. Carla, thank you very much for this update.
You're welcome.
Ukrainian officials also say they've carried out operations attacking airfields in Bryansk and Luhansk. It's something VOA can't independently verify, but I did catch up with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv to learn more.
Yes, Steve, you're right. Special Operation Forces reported about the attacks on the airfields in Berdyansk and in Luhansk. They report about certain success of this as a result of these attacks. Particularly, they report about 9 helicopters damaged, also an air defense system and the runway damaged. So, this could be quite a big success if this is what really. If this is a real result of this attack. At least we have this official confirmation from the Ukrainian officials on that. So it should be really quite a successful operation by the special forces. Also, there are reports as well from the inside of the occupied territories that the detonation of inside of the warehouse was going for quite a long time until the late morning. In both Berdyansk and in Luhansk. Additionally, again, we cannot independently verify this information, but Ukrainian special forces report about the Russian manpower losses, and particularly we're talking about dozens of those killed and wounded. We cannot have more details at this point about the numbers, but this is what we have for the moment.
I also wanted to touch base on some of the other activities that Ukrainian forces are carrying out throughout the theater of war. There's reports of fighting near Bakhmut, western Zaporizhia, including some other drone and missile strikes conducted by Russian forces in western Ukraine.
If we are looking in general at the theater of war, we can definitely say that shelling of the Ukrainian territory by Russian forces is happening every day. Particularly every night, some areas day and night. The latest one was happening over the night, and we have reports about 6 drones that have been destroyed by the Ukrainian air defense and 1 X-type missile. But this is just the latest. Previously, as well, we were hearing such reports about bigger amount of drones, particularly, and missiles, and definitely what's very pretty much discussed right now inside of the country is the battle around Avdiivka, which is in Donetsk region, so it's eastern front line. Avdiivka is definitely an important and very strategic as well point in that area. Now, Ukrainian forces are keeping it under control, but Russian forces are trying to proceed and to get through to Avdiivka. So very heavy battles are happening, and this was also confirmed by President Zelensky himself during during some of his latest speeches to the nation. Of course, another main part of the front line is southern front line, which is the Zaporizhia region and Kherson region.
And I wanted to switch gears just a little bit to something that occurred on Monday, and that was a press conference held by Penny Pritzker, the current U.S. Special Representative for the Economic Recovery of Ukraine. And it's a press conference that you attended, and I was wondering if you could share with our listeners the kind of message that the U.S. official was sharing.
Yeah, this was a very important trip. Definitely, Ms. Pritzker arrived to Ukraine, and she said that she will be arriving more and more, and that we will see her again quite soon. She told about her current tasks here in Ukraine.
I'm so honored to be here, and not only to see what you've rebuilt, but that you've taken such great care of your team and your community through the donations of tens of thousands of food kits, emergency supplies, water, and more. So thank you for everything that you're doing. and have done.
And she confirmed that she is currently working with the Ukrainian government to support the opening of the Ukrainian export markets, as well as mobilizing foreign direct investment and boosting economic recovery. She also said that she is driving efforts to shape donor priorities through the country and through different platforms, as well as she confirms that she had meetings with top officials, with business heads, with leaders of business area in Ukraine, and basically that this would be a very, as she expects it to be, a very productive work done. So we will definitely expecting her back. Also, what's important that the location of the press conference where it was taken, it's the Coca-Cola plant, which is in the Kyiv region. And why it's symbolic is that this plant was under occupation for 24 days back at the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion, and the plant was quite damaged. And at this point, a lot has been already rebuilt, as well as the team of Coca-Cola was also demonstrating a lot of support to the community. So basically, we can see how American business is actually involved in the not only reconstruction, but also keeping the business going and economy going.
We appreciate that update, Anna. Anna Chernikova reports for us from Kyiv, Ukraine. Anna, as always, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
And that'll do it for us today. And on behalf of everyone at VOA, we thank you for joining us. For additional updates throughout the day, be sure to visit us online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Miller.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
Coming up on the show today, hundreds dead in Gaza hospital airstrike.
Palestinian officials are blaming Israel for the attack and say hundreds of people have been killed. Israel blames the Islamic Jihad group, saying one of its outbound rockets from Gaza misfired and hit the hospital.
Plus, following the Gaza hospital blast, U.S. President Joe Biden's trip to the Middle East got a lot more difficult.
Our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions.
And later, as Israel is facing off against Hamas in the south, another battle is looming in the north. We'll take a look at Hezbollah's latest activity in Lebanon. Today is Wednesday, October 18th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. In a few minutes, we'll meet some Palestinian men who were trapped in Israel when hostilities started, unable to get back home to Gaza past the Israeli blockade. We begin today, though, with the latest from Gaza and the horrific news of a hospital hit by an apparent airstrike. More from VOA's chief national correspondent, Steve Herman, in Washington.
U.S. officials say they do not have any confirmation about who is responsible for the airstrike on a hospital in Gaza, filled with patients and those trying to shelter from Israeli retaliatory attacks on Hamas. Palestinian officials are blaming Israel for the attack and say hundreds of people have been killed. Israel blames the Islamic Jihad group, saying one of its outbound rockets from Gaza misfired and hit the hospital. At the Pentagon on Tuesday, spokesperson Sabrina Singh, responding to reporters, said the top brass there has repeatedly reiterated to their Israeli counterparts they expect the rule of war to be upheld and that civilians will not be targeted.
We are in constant communication with the Israelis. We have seen them, I think, be very deliberate about where they are striking, continuing to target Hamas locations and away from civilians.
Singh added no preconditions have been placed by the Pentagon on U.S. military aid to Israel, which is waging war on Hamas in Gaza. The Palestinian group, considered a terrorist organization by the United States and other countries, carried out an attack in Israel, killing hundreds of civilians and abducting about 200 people. Steve Herman, VOA News, Washington.
President Biden will be in the Middle East on Wednesday, his trip having been upended even before he left Washington. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani reports that the blast at the Gaza hospital has caused an important summit meeting to be canceled.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East has already faced a bloody setback after an explosion at a Gaza hospital killed hundreds. Aiming to tamp down tensions in the growing war between Israel and Hamas, the president will first go to Israel and then Jordan, where he was to meet with, among others, Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas. But a Palestinian official says Abbas has canceled in protest of the hospital blast. Hamas is blaming it on an Israeli airstrike, while Israel says it was not involved and blames it on a Palestinian rocket. It all adds up to a volatile situation that'll test the limits of U.S. influence in the region, even as the president heavily invests himself in another big foreign conflict with no clear endgame. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
President Biden heads to Tel Aviv to show solidarity with Israel, to secure the safe passage of Americans trapped in Gaza, and ease the plight of Palestinians under Israeli siege since the brazen attack by the militant group Hamas on October 7th. The trip, though, is overshadowed by Tuesday night's attack on a hospital in Gaza, which led to the cancellation of Biden's summit with regional leaders. White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara has the story.
Hundreds were killed in an explosion Tuesday at Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza City. Palestinian authorities blamed an Israeli airstrike, while Israel said it was a rocket from the militant group Islamic Jihad that misfired. That group denied responsibility. The attack happened hours before President Joe Biden departed for Tel Aviv to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to show U.S. commitment to Israel's security and push for humanitarian aid for Gazans, following days of shuttle diplomacy by Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible.
Biden was scheduled to continue to Amman, Jordan, but after the Gaza hospital attack, that part of the trip was canceled. He will not be meeting leaders of neighboring countries, King Abdullah of Jordan and President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, or Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, who returned to Ramallah, where thousands of Palestinians protested the hospital attack. Palestinian envoy to the UN, Riyad Mansour.
Our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know what the other President Biden is still going there or not. The only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire.
Since the militant group Hamas launched its brazen incursion on October 7th, Israel has launched strikes on Gaza, in one case killing 6 people at a United Nations school where 4,000 Palestinians had taken refuge, the UN said. 2 million Gazans are under siege. President of the European Council, Charles Michel.
A total siege when you cut the basic infrastructure, when you cut access to water, when you cut electricity, if you don't allow food to be delivered. This is not in line with the international law.
2 U.S. carrier strike groups have been deployed to show support for Israel and deter other actors in the region. Jonathan Lord is a senior fellow at the Center for New American Security.
This is a massive amount of force, and it affords President Biden many options to respond should Hezbollah or other proxies of Iran decide to opportunistically either attack U.S. forces or to attack Israel.
In Tel Aviv, Biden will ask Israel how it plans to minimize civilian casualties. He will push for a humanitarian corridor to allow aid into Gaza and for the release of hostages held by Hamas. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News.
When the Israel-Hamas war began more than a week ago, the only entrance to Gaza was destroyed, and Palestinian workers in Israel couldn't get home. Now, thousands of men are trapped on the outside. while their parents, siblings, wives, and children try to survive the bombings in Gaza. VOA's Heather Murdoch reports from Ramallah in the West Bank.
In this municipal building in Ramallah, a city in the occupied West Bank, hundreds of men spend their days despairing as the war between Israel and Hamas takes an increasing toll on civilians in Gaza. Many say they would rather risk death and go home than hear about their family's suffering on the phone or by text message. Salah Hassan has a wife and 3 teenage daughters, all trapped inside Gaza. He says his family was living a normal life with dreams and hopes for the future. His daughter was in university studying English and wanted to graduate, but now their hopes are shattered and their lives are destroyed. Gaza is home to 2 million people, and the only border crossing that was open before the war was destroyed on the first day of fighting, when Hamas conducted a massive surprise attack. Since then, Israel has conducted a near-constant bombing campaign on Gaza. Families have been told to evacuate some areas of Gaza, which is roughly 40 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, but there is no way to escape. But Hassan says his family wouldn't go, even if they could. His wife, he says, tells him they want to stay in their home until they are hit by bombs and die. Aid workers say they are providing food and housing for the men, who are among thousands of workers from Gaza whose Israeli work permits were revoked after the start of the war. Isra Ghanem is a volunteer who helps provide food and support for the displaced men. She says up to 800 men stay in the building, and they try to provide support while the men hear stories of death and destruction from their families by phone. But supplies are already running low, she says, and there is limited support coming in. Israel has vowed to utterly defeat Hamas in this war, and Hamas has declared it has a plan to defend itself. Many men here say they have given up hope for a happy outcome and believe that they may never see their families again. Heather Murdoch, VOA News, Ramallah, West Bank.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Still no Speaker of the House. Despite efforts to consolidate Republican support, hardline conservative Representative Jim Jordan has fallen short of the majority needed to become Speaker. Jordan received 200 votes but needs 217. The lower house of the Russian parliament on Tuesday gave preliminary approval to a bill revoking ratification of a global nuclear test ban in what Moscow has described as a move to put itself on par with the United States, which has signed but not ratified the nuclear test ban treaty. All 31 U.S.-made M1A1 Abrams tanks promised to Kyiv by the Biden administration have arrived in Ukraine. This, according to U.S. military Colonel Martin O'Donnell, a spokesman for the U.S. Army Europe and Africa. He told VOA that all of the Ukrainians who trained on the tanks with U.S. forces in Germany have also returned to Ukraine, along with ammunition and spare parts. Ukraine has also acknowledged using U.S.-provided long-range ATACMS missiles. Also on Tuesday, India's Supreme Court rejected a plea to legalize same-sex marriage, saying that it was up to the parliament to legislate the issue. However, it said the LGBTQ community must be protected from discrimination. In another possible front line in the Israel-Hamas conflict, tensions are also rising on Israel's northern border. We'll have that story in a few minutes. Now, though, the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, is balancing the targeting of Hamas militants in Gaza and protecting civilians there. In an interview recorded before the strike on the hospital, Payam Yazdian of VOA's Persian service speaks with Ari Sharuz Shalikar, spokesperson for the IDF.
At this stage, we are concentrating on the situation vis-à-vis Hamas and Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. We have called in troops, many different troops, different units, to make sure that we are prepared for any development for our next stage and next part of the plan. We have started already around 11 days, but we don't rush it. As you can see, we are today in 11th day. We don't rush it, and the reason for it is first and foremost because there are many civilians living in this densely populated area in the narrow Gaza Strip, and we are aware that Hamas is using them as human shields, since inside the Gaza Strip there's not one military base. All these around 6,500 rockets Hamas has launched on Israel throughout the last 11 days, not one of them was launched from a military base. All of them were launched from civilian objects where people live, where people pray, and where people are being treated. So that's the situation we face. We are aware of it, and we want to make sure that this time Hamas, not only because of the rocket fire, but also because of that situation of October 7, where they have entered Israel with about 2,000 terrorists and have butchered even children and babies, and have abducted around 200 Israelis, amongst them many girls, young girls, children, and even babies. We want to make sure that this time we don't let it go. They won't rule the Gaza Strip after this war is over.
Can you comment on whether Hamas has been able to maintain their military strength throughout the conflict?
Well, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, especially Hamas, who the organization has taken power of the Gaza Strip in 2007, which is 17 years ago. The only thing they have done in these 17 years is to develop all kind of terror infrastructure inside this narrow Gaza Strip. What I'm talking about is especially digging tunnels, hundreds and thousands of terror tunnels, then all kind of rocket development, drone development, weapon depots, all kind of stuff which has absolutely only to do with terror. They haven't invested $1 into the people and the well-being of the people of the Gaza Strip. And we are aware of this. So we know that Hamas has been working on kind of changing the face of the Gaza Strip into a terror hub, which is controlled by Hamas, especially Gaza City in the northern part, from where their headquarters, if you want to, is located, from where most of the operations take part. We know that they have been working on this for many, many years. And what they did on October 7, you could call it, is maybe kind of a climax of all their efforts throughout the last 17 years. And that's why we are determined this time to definitely finish this situation and destroy Hamas.
That was IDF spokesperson Ari Shahruz Shalikar speaking with VOA's Payam Yazdian. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Tensions have been rising on the Lebanese-Israeli border since Israel began military action against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Lebanese militant political group Hezbollah has warned that an Israeli ground invasion of Gaza would bring them into the conflict as well. It's a promise that would inevitably drag Lebanon into a costly and especially complicated war. Jacob Russell has this report from Beirut.
As Israel appears to be preparing for an invasion of the Gaza Strip, the Lebanese militant political group Hezbollah has said that this would provoke their entry into the war. The border between Israel and Lebanon has been tense for years, with Israeli defense forces and Hezbollah periodically exchanging fire. Until now, both sides have respected rules of engagement designed to avoid triggering a full-scale war. But already in the first few days of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the violence along Lebanon's border with Israel has escalated considerably, causing casualties on both sides of the border. Mohamed Haj Ali is Deputy Director of Research at the Carnegie Middle East Center.
Compared to the previous rules of engagements and the
the attacks that happened in the past 2 days were an escalation of what we've had in the past. And I think what comes next is also going to be, within the same frame, and a kind of an upgrade in terms of violence that we've previously seen. But the question is, are both sides interested in keeping it within this confined space?
Inside Lebanon, Hezbollah enjoys support from those who see it as defending a just cause. Among them is Ahmed, whose full name is withheld.
It's not okay to listen to hurt Palestinian people, children, and civilians. It should be military against military.
However, many also remember the last time the two sides went to war in 2006 and do not want to be dragged into another one. Tony, a barber, was asked if he fears another confrontation with Lebanon's southern neighbors.
Of course we're afraid. It will destroy our homes. It will destroy our country. We've had enough. We don't want it.
The likely destruction that Lebanon would experience in another war with Israel would have serious consequences for the country's fragile internal order, says the Carnegie Middle East Center's Mohamed Haj Ali.
If there's a massive Israeli bombing campaign out of 2006, leading to a great destruction within Lebanon, that would reshuffle the cards internally.
Hezbollah appears to have little interest in assuaging the concerns of other Lebanese. Speaking anonymously, a senior commander recently told VOA News that the party has units in Beirut at full readiness to defend its supporters from other Lebanese factions. He said, quote, "If necessary, we can take over this country in 24 hours." Lebanon is still reeling from a profound socio-economic crisis and could ill afford to rebuild after a war. Internally, the long-term consequences of war would depend heavily on Hezbollah's ability to secure funding for reconstruction. Jacob Russell for VOA News, Beirut, Lebanon.
More now on the situation up north. Lebanon's Hezbollah has been exchanging fire with Israel across the border for days, threatening to expand the conflict between Israel and the Palestinian group Hamas. Alice Rizzo explains.
Lebanon's militant group Hezbollah has been exchanging fire with Israel across the border for days, threatening to expand the conflict between Israel and Palestinian group Hamas. But what is Hezbollah? Iran's Revolutionary Guards founded Hezbollah in 1982 in the middle of Lebanon's civil war. It was part of Iran's effort to export its Islamic revolution around the region and fight Israeli forces after their invasion of Lebanon in 1982. Hezbollah shares Tehran's Shiite Islamist ideology and went on to recruit Lebanese Shiite Muslims. The group has risen from a shadowy faction to a heavily armed force with major sway over the Lebanese state. It has ministers in government and lawmakers in parliament. Western countries, including the United States, designate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. The US holds the group responsible for a suicide bombing that destroyed US Marine headquarters in Beirut in 1983, killing 241 servicemen. And Lebanese security officials and Western intelligence have said groups linked to Hezbollah carried out suicide attacks on Western embassies and kidnapped Westerners in the 1980s. Hezbollah leaders said those attacks were carried out by small groups not linked to Hezbollah. In 2021, Hezbollah leader Saeed Hassan Nasrallah said the group had 100,000 fighters. Iran gives Hezbollah weapons and money. The US estimates Iran has allocated it hundreds of millions of dollars annually in recent years. Hezbollah boasts weapons including precision rockets and drones. It demonstrated its military advances in 2006 during a 5-week war with Israel. It fired thousands of rockets into Israel during the conflict. 1,200 people were killed in Lebanon, mostly civilians, and more than 150 Israeli were killed, most of them soldiers. Many Lebanese Shiites support Hezbollah, saying the group defends Lebanon from Israel. However, Lebanese parties opposed to Hezbollah say the group unilaterally drags Lebanon into armed conflict. Hezbollah has deep ties to Hamas, another Palestinian faction backed by Iran. On October 7th, the day Hamas militants carried out an unprecedented assault into Israel, Hezbollah said it was in direct contact with the leadership of the Palestinian resistance. Since then, Hezbollah has exchanged cross-border fire with Israel numerous times.
That's Reuters' Alice Rizzo. And that's going to do it for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
At a recent event hosted by the United States, over 40 UN member states looked at a display of components and debris from lethal Iranian-made drones that were recovered from Ukraine and other locations. These are the real thing, said U.S. Ambassador to the UN Linda Thomas-Greenfield. These are the weapons of war that Iran has transferred to malign actors in violation of Resolution 2231 that are being used to decimate civilians and critical infrastructures. As an example, the ambassador pointed to the launch on October 6th of a murderous drone attack against Odessa that killed a civilian and damaged critical agricultural and port infrastructure. There were 33 air weapons fired by the Russians. 25 of them were Iranian-made Shahed drones. The devastation of Iranian drones cannot be overstated, she said. This devastation has ripple effects that disproportionately impact the global south, because Iran's proliferation of these drones affects the world's markets and food supply. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield pointed out that the Iranian regime's proliferation of drones is not limited to Ukraine. Iran has sent attack drones to non-state actors in the Middle East for years, causing deep destabilization in the region. Now the chaos they cause has spread beyond the Middle East. Iranian officials have made no secret of their ambition to expand the sale of these attack drones, she said. Now they are in Russian hands, being used against civilians in Europe. Soon they could spread further. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield urged the UN member states to work together to hold Iran accountable for the murderous effects of its proliferation. We need your voices, she declared. Iran's transfer of these drones is a grave threat to international peace and security, and it's going to take all of us working together to ensure the international community does the right thing and continues to hold Iran to account.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.